It reminds us there is still so much that we have to learn about this virus that is just barely 4 months old.
Yeah, and we are learning more and more every day with your guidance and help. Thank you so much, Dr. Jen. We appreciate it.
You bet.
And that's what you need to know for this Thursday. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Amy Robach in our ABC Times Square studios here in New York. We're back again tomorrow. And as we say goodbye, on a beautiful note, the Colorado Symphony's Ode to Joy. For Dr. Jen and all of us here, stay well, stay home, and have a great day.
To fly a rocket ship, you need to be an optimist. No astronaut
on deck, public-private sector, getting it to individuals, getting it to the healthcare workers so they can care for patients. And then it's all about testing, testing, testing. The more people we can test, the more individuals that we can isolate to the extent that we can do the contact tracing is critical as well in terms of keeping the numbers down. So all of these are things that we can learn from Italy. But right now, it's really social distancing, and it's really getting that critical medical material and PPE out to the healthcare workers and thinking about a national testing strategy.
One thing we saw in China, a lot more people wearing masks. This week, we've been hearing the CDC is reviewing their guidance on whether the general public here should be wearing masks. What's your take on that? What should we do? Yeah, so there are two developments. One is just if you look at some of the countries in Southeast Asia and China that have flattened the curve, many of them have encouraged the public to wear masks. We've also seen the latest data in terms of 25% of Americans who have the virus may be asymptomatic. Now, we don't know whether that's they will never experience symptoms or whether they're in sort of a pre-symptomatic phase. But both of those together, Allison, really, I think, are pushing the CDC right now to finalize recommendations that, in fact, the public should have some sort of mask, a cloth-type mask that would do really two things, Allison. The first is, particularly for those who have mild symptoms or are asymptomatic, they don't even know they have the virus. Essentially, that one cough or that one sneeze, can be prevented in terms of expulsion of the virus. Also, the other thing, it breaks the habit that we all have in terms of touching your face. And if you have a cloth covering around your face, that might help you with that as well. But I think, Allison, the two most important things when we see this policy are that, number one, we're not talking about medical masks, so this isn't taking anything away from what healthcare workers need. And number two, all the social distancing interventions we talk about, they continue. This is an add-on, so this should not replace everything else you're supposed to do in terms of individual protective measures as well as social distancing. We've been talking over and over again about how healthcare workers simply don't have enough protective equipment. We've been talking about the shortage of ventilators. Today, we've been seeing on Twitter that some hospitals are running low on drugs they need to treat COVID patients. How should these shortages be addressed, and what are we dealing with there? Yeah, well, I think FDA, is looking at this. I'm assuming they absolutely need to look at where are the drugs.
Million New Yorkers, I was telling them what it meant to us, that they had driven from all over the country in their ambulances, and how powerful that was to us, and how that gave us such a good feeling in this city, what it meant to our brave EMTs and paramedics that this help was coming. And at one point, I said to them, please call out the states you're from. And I just had a shiver went up my spine. I felt this sense, this really profound sense of appreciation and faith as I heard this roll call of states. Kentucky and Alabama and Indiana and Illinois and California and Michigan, one after another. People called out the names of their states with pride. And they were so proud to be here in New York City. And they knew that New York City had often been there for them. The FDNY has been out many times around the country helping other parts of this country during natural disasters. And that is appreciated, and people wanted to return the favor. So it's really something stirring about our nation at this moment that people are rising to the call in such a powerful way. And that help, those hundreds of EMTs and paramedics and the 250 ambulances that are coming or are here already, and I got to watch so many of them roll out at Fort Totten. That's amazing what that's doing immediately to help us to deal with all the emergencies we're facing around this city. I want to give a special shout out to two guys from Kalamazoo, Michigan. I had a good talk with them, Andrew and Jeff, and they literally got in their rig and they got in their ambulance in Kalamazoo and drove all the way to New York City, and they were just ready to go to help us out. And so a special thank you to our friends from Kalamazoo for being a part of this. I spoke earlier today with the president and a group of key members of his administration that he had gathered. They were having a strategy session, and they called to ask me what was going on in New York City and how the federal government could continue to help. So it was the president, Vice President Pence, the FEMA Administrator Pete Gaynor, Deborah Birx, Dr. Deborah Birx, the Coronavirus Response Director, Admiral Giroir, who's the head of the Public Health Service, the Equipment Czar, Peter Navarro, the President's Senior Advisor, Jared Kushner, who's obviously a New Yorker and knows a lot about the city and cares about this city. So we got into a very detailed conversation about where we stand. First of all, I thank them deeply for what they did for the NYPD, and they called it Operation Blue Bloods. I think that's a great name. Helping the NYPD to have the protective gear they need at this moment. Deeply appreciate that special effort the White House made. But the real difficult part of the conversation was talking about the days ahead. We went into great detail about the number of New Yorkers in ICUs, the number we projected coming up this Sunday and Monday, the facts that were so powerful and challenging about what we're going to face next week. I talked to the president about the need for ventilators. I talked to him about the need for N95 masks and other PPEs. I talked to him in detail about the personnel reality and the whole group of leaders assembled. The fact that even with the equipment, you always need the personnel, all these doctors and nurses and extraordinary healthcare workers. We need more and more help. I talked to the president about the expansion of beds. And I will say the president knows something about real estate in New York City. And I talked to him about the fact that we had 20,000 hospital beds just a month ago, and we're going to be adding up to 65,000 more to handle this crisis. And that's going to happen all in the course of about 4 weeks. And I think he understood that that will be a Herculean effort. But I said to him, we believe we can do that, taking a huge number of public spaces, converting them, hotels by the dozen, that we can actually build out that capacity, but it won't save us unless the personnel is there. So we had a very good conversation. I was thankful for the help we had received, and I immediately told him just how much more we're going to need. And I told him we will fight every minute of this crisis to get through it, and then we will turn around and give everything we have and send our heroes to other parts of the country to help. And I really appreciate the conversation because it was detailed and it was sober about the facts. But I was also clear with them that I believe at this point we have to come to a recognition that anything short of a full mobilization of our military will not serve this nation sufficiently. Just going over the situation in New York City and pointing out, imagine for a moment, we had 20,000 hospital beds. We're talking about needing 3 times more of that just to get through the next 4 weeks or so. Imagine that pattern in other parts of our nation, what that's going to mean for the ability to build out our healthcare system and protect our people in many places simultaneously. The only way that can be achieved is with the leadership of the United States military. They have the talent, the logistical capacity, the professionals that can play a crucial role. There's no other way it will happen. So I had a good and respectful conversation with the president, but I also had an urgent conversation with him. I told him I just think this is the only way we're all going to be able to get through this and save as many lives as possible, is to use the military much more deeply. I reiterated to the president what I talked to him about several times last week the fact that we need personnel right now, and we need military medical personnel right now, and that I had asked repeatedly and in writing many times for help by this Sunday. We had asked for military medical personnel, 1,000 nurses, 300 respiratory therapists, 150 doctors. These numbers I've been over with the president, with the Secretary of Defense, and with General Milley numerous times. They're quite familiar with the request. I had a follow-up conversation with Secretary Esper and General Milley again this afternoon. I'm going to be talking to the FEMA administrator again to reiterate that this is crucial, and he will have the ultimate say over whatever military medical personnel are made available. But again, it comes down to this. This is a wartime dynamic. And everyone in Washington has to understand that right now, too much of what's happening is on a peacetime basis. There's a disconnect, and I want to just be blunt about that. We're in the middle of a war. We can feel it here in New York City. I could feel it this morning when I stood with those good men and women, those EMTs and paramedics from all over the nation. It didn't feel like business as usual. It felt like we were in a war and people were coming to save us. We need a lot more of that, and other parts of the country will need the same. It's not going to happen unless we get on a war footing. So it's the mobilization of the military for sure. But I also think we have to remember in the wars of the past, when we were really fighting for the survival of our nation and our ideals, we called upon all Americans to serve. And I think it's time for that in a different way now. I think it's time for our nation to enlist our medical personnel on a national basis. We don't have the same kind of draft we used to have, but we're going to have to create something new right now at this moment in history to enlist all available medical personnel from around the country. And I mean civilians, anyone with medical training anywhere in the country who can be spared by their city, their town, their state to come to the front. And right now it's New York City, and we see it starting in some other cities as well. But I guarantee you all 50 states will have their own battle. The only way we're going to get through this truly, if we're going to save every life we can save, it means taking health professionals of every kind, with every skill, every training, no matter where they are in their career, and enlisting them in a national service, creating something we just don't have right now, but we could have and we need to have. So that's what I talked to the president about, the Secretary of Defense, General Milley, going to a place we've never been before, because we are actually dealing with a crisis we've never experienced before. And we have to innovate. We have to see possibilities that we just didn't see before if we're going to really protect and serve the American people. So I hope these conversations will lead us to another place, because right now I've been really honest about the numbers. And I do want to give the president credit. I told him the numbers, and I could tell there were some real silences during the conversation, some real acknowledgement of just how tough it's going to be in the weeks ahead in New York City. But we know there's other places about to face this same reality. If we're all starting to fully, deeply recognize the extent of the crisis, then let's act like one nation, fight this crisis together, enlisting everyone possible into this cause, whether they be the men and women of our military and our reserves, or whether it be civilians who could bring their extraordinary skills to bear where needed most. It's time for that in this country. I did talk to the president about the ventilator situation, as I mentioned, and the 400 ventilators that we found out late yesterday would be coming in time and be in place by Sunday morning. That was the number I mentioned yesterday that we absolutely had to have to ensure we could protect everyone in need. Those ventilators came out of the federal allotment that went to New York State. I want to thank both the federal government and FEMA and New York State for quickly making those 400 ventilators available. So the good news is we will get through Sunday. But the tough news is what I told you yesterday is still true. We will need 2,500 to 3,000 more ventilators next week, during next week, to get through next week. I explained this to the president and his entire leadership.
Allison Mars, you're watching NBC News Now, I think it's Thursday edition. Let's head over to NBC News Now correspondent Alexa Lioto. She is following the very latest coronavirus headlines from NBCnews.com. Alexa, give us an update.
Hey, Allison, we've been talking a lot about numbers, but this number is a big one. The global number of confirmed coronavirus cases worldwide is now past the 1 million mark. That's according to Johns Hopkins University, which has been keeping count. The United States has the highest number of confirmed coronavirus cases of any country, again, according to Johns Hopkins. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announced today she would be forming a bipartisan select committee to investigate the federal government's response to the coronavirus pandemic. That's from NBC's Rebecca Shabbat. The committee would also aim to ensure that the $2 trillion stimulus package and other fiscal measures are well spent. Speaker Pelosi also said that House Majority Whip James Clyburn of South Carolina will chair the newly formed House committee and that it will have subpoena power.
The reason I announced this committee, this House Select Committee to address the coronavirus crisis, is so that we can, in the here and now, address as we go forward with transparency and accountability.
Tim Fitzsimmons, the FDA has relaxed its blood donor guidelines amid what they're calling a, quote, urgent need for blood that specifically impacts gay and bisexual men who would otherwise have to practice abstinence for 12 months before donating blood, now have to do so for 3 before they are eligible in hopes of expanding the donor pool. There have also been changes to other donor requirements, for example, for people who have recently gotten tattoos or piercings. Now, more than 500,000 pieces of hoarded medical protective gear were found in an anti-price gouging operation, the Department of Justice announced today. The stash included 192,000 N95 masks, more than 500,000 medical-grade gloves, and also included surgical masks, disinfectant towels, and hand sanitizer, all supplies that doctors and nurses around the world are facing severe shortages of. The Department of Health and Human Services said it'd be paying the owner of the hoarded equipment fair market price and will be redistributing that equipment to New York and New Jersey, both areas in need there. President Trump today saying he'll invoke the Defense Production Act for 6 major medical device companies to speed up the production of ventilators. That's the latest from NBC's Dartunoro Clark. The president's memo gives the authority to Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, and to the acting Secretary of Homeland Security, Chad Wolf, to streamline the supply chain in order to help meet the demand unfolding during this coronavirus pandemic. And finally, NBC's Courtney Kube reporting just moments ago that the U.S. Navy is expected to announce it has fired the captain who sounded the alarm on a coronavirus outbreak on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Captain Brett Crozier sent a letter to Navy leaders on Monday urging them to allow sailors to disembark in Guam and to be quarantined to stop the spread of the coronavirus pandemic on board. On Wednesday, Kube reported that 93 sailors had tested positive and that more than 1,000 people were off the ship and now in isolation in Guam. And Allison, those are the latest headlines, and we'll be keeping you in the loop as we hear more.
Alexa, thanks for all those great updates. And you can, of course, visit our live blog at nbcnews.com/coronavirus for more updates anytime. 2 cruise ships carrying sick passengers are finally arriving in Florida tonight. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Fort Lauderdale, where those ships are docking. And Carrie, what's it like there?
There is a fair amount of excitement along the shore. Let me just show you the Rotterdam as it's coming in right now. I'll step out of the way. You can see the immense size of this vessel that's coming in. This is one of the 2 cruise ships. The Zaandam has already made its way into port here. They have been at sea for 27 days. Remember, passengers and crew, about 2,500, departed from Argentina on March 7th. It wasn't until March 8th that the State Department put out a warning telling people that they should not go on cruise ships. These people wanted to get off the cruise ships. They tried to pull into Chile. They tried to pull into Peru. They tried to pull into Colombia, Mexico, Panama. Nobody would let them off. And so there has been intense negotiations for these 2 cruise ships to make their way finally into Port Everglades here. Now, on board, we know of at least 9 patients, 9 folks who have tested positive for COVID-19. There are 45 other serious suspected cases, and there may be as many as 200 others that are showing symptoms of COVID-19. Among those who unfortunately died, there were 4 passengers died, was Leanne Plisky's uncle. but her aunt is on board. I saw you tearing up as the Zandam came by. What was going through your mind? And you kind of saw her. How did she help you find her?
Right before the ship came in the inlet, she texted her daughter to say that she was the fourth cabin in from the bow on the starboard side, which is the side we're facing. And I told her to tell her mom to come outside and wave. I don't even know if I saw her, but it doesn't matter.
Well, how did it feel to you knowing that at least she is going to have some contact? It's been 12 days that she's been isolated in a room, the same room that she had shared with her husband, and really all alone. Nobody's been coming or going, food left at the door. She may or may not have contact with you based on the health conditions, but how does it feel for you to know that she's getting back to the United States?
Oh, it's such a huge sense of relief. I know she's probably gone through a myriad of emotions, as have her children and her grandchildren. It's really just, we want to get her off. I know it's going to take a while to get all the passengers off, and then get her on a plane so she can go home.
Okay, well, we're going to give you a moment to just sort of step out of the way. Thank you very much, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you over across the port here. That's the Zandam over there. That was the first vessel that came in. And as I step out, we'll try to zoom in. That is the area where the waiting ambulances were for the 9 critical care patients that were rushed to Broward Health, to Broward General Hospital here in Fort Lauderdale. Those patients, again, needing the most critical care. On board, there is a fair amount of angst, as you can understand, because they thought they were coming in this morning. It's now this afternoon that they're finally making their way to at least the port. We heard Leanne say that they're talking about flights. When is her aunt going to be able to leave, go back up to the Pacific Northwest? Well, there is a schedule of flights. Holland America, owned by its parent company, Carnival, has arranged for quite a number of charter flights that will begin tomorrow. There are about 300 American passengers on board. The majority actually are from other countries, close to 900. And so those that are healthy enough to fly will be able to get on those charter flights. The flights will fly to Gatwick in London. They will fly to Atlanta for people to make changes. They will fly to Canada. They will fly to Germany and even to Australia. So there's a lot of passengers that need to go through and quickly. One of the things that really delayed these vessels coming in, that one and that one there, is that they were negotiating not only liability, but how they're going to do this. Assume you're a passenger who's been on this ship. You really haven't exhibited any kind of health effects. But as we all know, you could actually have coronavirus and be a carrier and transmit it to somebody else. So if you get permission to get off the vessel, then you go to the airport, you go through a TSA line, because you still have to go through TSA. And even before you do that, you got to go through immigration and customs here. And there are all types of questions that are being answered as we speak about how they're going to do that. With the buses that they'll have for those foreign nationals, those sanitized buses will take the passengers directly to the airport, which is only a short drive away from the port here, and will go out, we understand, onto the tarmac. They will be processed on the buses by immigration again, because they got to go through immigration here at the port, get on the planes, and then fly back. But a very serious question, and one that we cannot answer, at least at this point, is you've been on the ship, your health is fine. You know that coronavirus is an issue. It may have come through the ventilation, you're not sure. You are now going to join 200 some odd other people on a Boeing 767 in an enclosed airplane, flying 8 hours to wherever your home is, going, say, to London. How do you feel about that? Do you feel safe? And we're going to ask some of those questions to the folks about how they feel once they get into port here and sort of get their lives organized. They have so many questions, but the bottom line is they are happy to have at least finally found a port, a place that they know, U.S. soil, they'll be home. And again, the foreign nationals making their way eventually back home to where they live. Allison?
Oh, Carrie, I can't imagine how anxious those people must feel and how eager they are to go home. Thanks so much. New York City's first responders are dealing with an unprecedented spike in 911 medical calls. Meanwhile, they have fewer personnel to handle those calls as more first responders themselves are testing positive for COVID-19. NBC News investigations correspondent Tom Winter joining me now from an FDNY EMS station in New York City. And Tom, how is the department dealing with the rise in sick calls and in COVID-19 cases?
Well, Allison, one of the things that they're doing is they're modifying a little bit some of the, and I know we'll get into this, some of the methods and the ways that they're operating. Look, it's difficult for them right now. They've got approximately 3,000 people that are out sick. About 24% of those are the EMTs and paramedics, the people that are going to those sick calls, that are going to those COVID-19 calls, and that's about 700 people. A little bit of good news here, Allison, just in the last hour or so, learning that a couple of folks that have been out sick, almost 100, have actually made it back to the job. So that's good news. They're able to backfill those that are out sick to be able to respond to these COVID-19 calls. But they're still getting, and up till yesterday, they've been getting close to 6,000 medical calls a day. It's a lot, and it's got the EMS chief, the head of all these EMTs and paramedics for the fire department, Lillian Bonsignor, talking about how her people are on the front lines. Let's take a listen.
Our EMTs and our paramedics, all our first responders, in fact, including all the healthcare providers, are really on the front lines of this thing, and they are doing a tremendous job. But they're fighting. This is a war. We consider this a war, and they're our soldiers, and you know, unfortunately, they're not immune to this virus, and many of them are getting sick.
So obviously a tough situation when you have the chief of EMS. She's a 30-year veteran of this department, responded to 9/11. She has real experience with this, talking about how they're approaching this as if it's a war. Definitely a tough situation, Allison.
Oh, and Tom, today we know that New York's EMS announced a new policy for cardiac patients, and it is a really tough one to hear. What is that new plan?
So basically, Allison, on a normal day, if there's a cardiac patient, somebody who's suffering a heart attack or somebody who's been in some sort of a horrible accident, they no longer have a pulse. The ambulance shows up, the EMTs, the paramedics, they come out, they try to revive that person. They'll work on them at the scene, but then they'll put them in the back of the ambulance and see if en route to the hospital, maybe against, you know, all odds, is there any way that they could revive that person? Typically, that's not the case, Allison. And today, it's been mandated by one of the governing bodies that the EMTs, not just the fire department, but all of the EMS services and the EMTs, that they need to actually not do that. Essentially, the guidance from the FDNY and the departmental rules says that they'll try for 20 minutes to get that pulse back. They'll use the defibrillators, and they'll try to work on somebody. And this is just adults, by the way. This does not apply to children. But if you're over the age of 18, I should say, and you don't have that pulse and you're not able to be brought back on the defibrillator after 20 minutes, that's it. They don't want to take those people to the hospitals. They don't want to drain any additional resources, and they don't want to show up with another body at the hospitals because, look, people are dying. And that's kind of the cruel and tough world that we're in at the moment. But when you're averaging 6,000 calls a day and you've had over 1,000 deaths, Allison, that's just the world that we're living in this coronavirus world.
Yeah, it is the awful truth, Tom. We were talking to Ann Thompson, who was at Lenox Hill Hospital, and they have refrigerated morgues outside. I mean, just something you never thought you'd see on the Upper East Side in New York City. They are dealing with just an unbelievable situation there. We know the state is reporting more coronavirus cases. Where are we today?
So we're just shy of 100,000 cases statewide, Allison. We're just a little bit above 92,000 cases. The governor concerned, something we've been highlighting at NBC News for the last couple of days, the amount of increases in cases in Westchester County, which is just north of the city, was one of the places really first kind of hit hard in the United States, outside of Washington, of course. And then you have Long Island, Nassau and Suffolk counties, two counties just east of New York City. Allison, a bit of a concern there because cases have been increasing steadily and consistently out there. And of course, that means that New York City can't push any patients to those hospitals. And that provides even more of a drain on kind of this entire area. So we learned that today. We also learned that there were over 2,000 deaths now statewide just in New York State. So obviously two tough figures to get today, as well as some troubling data, Allison.
Yeah, really some tough news there. Tom Winter, thanks so much for bringing us the latest from New York.
Sure thing.
Georgia's statewide shelter-in-place order goes into effect tomorrow through at least April 13th. The metro Atlanta area has already had a policy like this in place for over a week, but Atlanta hasn't taken the brunt of the coronavirus outbreak in Georgia. It's actually hit a rural county the hardest. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins me now. And Blaine, you've been telling us about this county for a few days. What's happening there now?
Yeah, so Allison, you would think that if you want to find the county in Georgia with the highest number of coronavirus deaths, you would look at one of the counties that comprises Metro Atlanta. But to get to that place, you actually have to go about 3 hours south down to Dougherty County. And that is the place that has the highest number of deaths in the state. We are talking about higher than some areas that have more than 10 times the population. So I spent time there earlier this week. I spoke with the mayor of Albany, Georgia, and he talked to me about the fact that really they did not believe that it was going to be as bad as it got. In fact, a nurse down there at the only hospital in the area that serves not just the county, but even surrounding counties, she told me via FaceTime that quite honestly, they were naive to think that it wasn't going to hit their community as hard as it did. Here's a little bit of my conversation with the mayor. Take a look. And that's when it hit home for you.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I was astonished. I was taken aback. I mean, like I said, on the 11th, I was notified that some people had tested positive. And I just thought it was an anomaly and it would pass. But
you didn't think that it would lead to deaths here?
No, ma'am. As I said, it just, from that report, it just cascaded downward and it's got worse every day.
And Allison, I think the biggest thing to take from that is the fact that, yes, they are getting hard, just like bigger cities, just like bigger areas. But in smaller towns, they have fewer resources to deal with them. So, yes, you've got that one hospital. The nurse told me that she's seen people really, coming in with that fighting attitude, wanting to get in, wanting to get back to work. But as the mayor told me, just a couple of days after he learned about those 3 deaths, that's when the hospital said that it was already reaching capacity. They had a stockpile of about 6 months worth of resources, and they blew through that in just a matter of days, Allison.
Unbelievable. And Blaine, you could understand why they might not have thought that it would hit there so hard. How are the hospital systems doing there and throughout Georgia?
So down there in Dougherty County, like I said, they have one area, one hospital to kind of take all of those patients.
Yeah.
I do know that when they started hitting capacity, a number of the patients had to go to other hospitals throughout the state, even some down in Florida, is more than 100 miles away just to get treated.
We mentioned earlier that Georgia's shelter-in-place order begins tomorrow. Why did it take so long for the governor to call for one?
So that's a question that a lot of people are asking. So the governor announced yesterday that he's going to be signing the order today. It goes into effect tomorrow. But this came after he saw mounting pressure from health officials, from others saying, hey, can you put some sort of statewide guidance into place? Now, during his news conference yesterday, he said something that raised a lot of eyebrows. He said that up until then, they didn't realize that the virus could be transmitted by people who were not showing symptoms. Now, of course, that's something that health professionals have been saying now for weeks. We reached out to the governor's office today, to the state health department, to kind of get some clarity around exactly what he was speaking on yesterday. They said that he was referring to the fact that they didn't realize that there were as many non-symptomatic or pre-symptomatic transmittals as there are. But be that as it may, the number is increasing right now. What you saw up until yesterday, Allison, was a kind of patchwork of solutions across the state of Georgia. So you had a number of different municipalities enacted either by mayors or county officials who were saying, look, we're going to issue a stay at home, or we're going to cancel school, different areas that were kind of putting their own measures into place. But now what the governor has done starting tomorrow will hopefully bring some uniformity across the state. Allison.
Oh, we hope it'll help save some lives and keep people safe. Blaine, thanks so much. Texas's statewide stay-at-home order went into effect overnight. More than 4,700 people have tested positive for the coronavirus in the state. More than 80 have died. MSNBC correspondent Garrett Hake joins me now from Texas. And Garrett, the governor didn't want his stay-at-home decision to be called an order. Could you tell us more about his response to the coronavirus?
Yeah, the governor said even at a press conference today, he doesn't like the term stay-at-home order because he thinks it's too limiting on what this actually is. As in other states, people can still go part to essential services, essential businesses like grocery stores and gas stations, and banks are still open. Here in Texas, there's a slightly broader definition of what counts as essential. You may hear the construction site over my shoulder. That's an apartment complex being built here in uptown Dallas. Also, houses of worship this weekend will be allowed to be open if they follow social distancing restrictions and guidelines set forth by the CDC. And of course, this being Texas, guns and ammo shops will be open as well. So the state here is in a bit of a bind. You know, there's 254 counties in Texas. About 100 of them haven't seen a single case of coronavirus, but they're all feeling the economic pinch here, right? The crash in oil prices has been particularly bad for Texas. So too, especially in and around Dallas here, we've got Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, both hit very badly by this. So you've got a state.
All right, Garrett, sorry, I got to cut you off. The president is at the White House starting his task force briefing. We're going to head there now.
We're going to save a lot of American lives, and we're in control of our own fate, very much so. Maintaining social distance, practicing vigorous hygiene, and staying at home are your most effective ways to win the war and to escape danger. While you're fighting this battle from home, we're working with the best scientists, doctors, and researchers anywhere in the world. We're racing to develop new ways to protect against the virus, as well as therapies, treatments, and ultimately a vaccine. And we're making a lot of progress. I think medically, a lot of progress. At the same time, we're also racing to get relief to American workers and small businesses, as you know. I want to remind small business owners across America that the Paycheck Protection Program is launching tomorrow. Nearly $350 billion in loans will be available to small businesses, including sole proprietors. These loans are up to 100% forgivable as long as employers keep paying their workers. Got to take care of your workers. Furthermore, we want Social Security beneficiaries to know that if they are typically not required to file a tax return, they don't have to file one in order to receive the direct cash payments that will soon be distributed to American citizens. The Treasury will deposit the money directly into the bank accounts. And don't forget, I will always protect your Social Security, your Medicare, and your Medicaid. We're protecting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and I always will. I'd like now to invite SBA Administrator Jovita Carranza, who's doing a fantastic job. She's going to be very busy in the next little while. And Secretary Steve Mnuchin to say a few words about these vital initiatives, and then we'll get on to the attack of the virus itself. And please, if I might, Steve and Jovita.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, Secretary Mnuchin, Ivanka Trump, and all who I have been working closely with in this effort. Small business is the backbone of the American economy, and the president has put the nation's 30 million small businesses front and center in the response effort, and we are working hard to get money to them quickly. This is an unprecedented effort by this administration to support small businesses, and we know that there will be challenges in the process. Secretary Mnuchin and I are working in tandem to ensure that feedback from our partners is being heard and implemented. The private and public sector must work closely together to ensure that small businesses and their workers across the country are put first. This administration believes wholeheartedly that if you are a small business, you are a critical part of the economic fabric of this country, and your viability is critical to the economic well-being of your employees. At SBA, we are working around the clock to support small businesses, ensuring that we are prioritizing emergency capital for small businesses that are suffering economic harm as a result of this unprecedented situation. This relief will help stabilize the small business sector by providing businesses with the financial resources they need to keep their workers employed and keep up with their day-to-day operating expenses. Today, I want to ensure that small businesses all over the country know about the Paycheck Protection Program and how they can benefit from this. Simply put, the Paycheck Protection Program is to help keep employees on payroll and small businesses open. SBA will forgive the portion of the loan that is used toward job retention and certain other expenses. We are working closely with lenders so that businesses can go directly to their local lenders. Paycheck Protection Program is in addition to substantial work that the SBA has and will continue to do to help small businesses, including providing advances on SBA disaster loans and forgiving existing SBA loan payments over the next 6 months. Additional details on these critically important programs can be found at sba.gov, and we will be updating these resources regularly. Our hearts go out to those affected by this terrible virus. Our communities around the country are stepping up, and we will get through this together. At SBA, we know that every phone call, email, or application submitted has a small business owner, their employees, and the communities they support are on the other side. Our most important objective is to allow small businesses to keep their employees on board and keep their businesses viable through this unprecedented disruption. I want to reiterate the importance of patience in this process as we work together to ensure that businesses are able to access needed credit. We will continue working around the clock as we've done with our federal and private sector partners, expanding capacity and working to make our systems as robust as possible to meet the needs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Jovita. Mr. President, you've made clear to us we now need to execute. We need to get money to small business and American workers, and that's what we're doing. The SBA and Treasury committed to get this program up and running tomorrow. And when Jovita says people working around the clock, we had both teams working till 4 o'clock in the morning and start working again today. We've heard feedback from lenders, community banks, regional banks, and we spent the last 24 hours making this system even easier. So this will be up and running tomorrow. I encourage all small businesses that have 500 or fewer people, please contact your lenders. Any FDIC institution will be able to do this, any credit union, existing SBA lenders, and fintech lenders. You get the money, you'll get it the same day. You use this to pay your workers. Please bring your workers back to work. If you've let them go, you have 8 weeks plus overhead. This is a very important program. I'm pleased to announce we are going to raise the interest rate on these loans. And again, the interest rate is paid for as part of the program. The borrower doesn't have to pay this to 1%. We had announced it was going to be 50 basis points. We've heard from some smaller community banks that their deposit costs, even though the government's borrowing at 3 or 4 basis points, this is on average a 90-day loan. To make this attractive for community banks, we've agreed to raise the interest rate. Again, I encourage everybody, take out the Paycheck Protection Program. I'm also pleased to report the economic impact payments. I had previously said this would take us 3 weeks. I'm pleased to report that within 2 weeks, the first payments will be direct deposit into taxpayers' account. And as the president said, last night, the president authorized me to say that anybody that has Social Security recipients won't need to file a new tax return, and we'll have that. If we don't have your direct deposit information, we'll be putting up a web portal so that you can put that up. It is a very large priority. The president has made clear we want to get this money quickly into your hands. I'm also pleased to report that we continue to work closely with the Federal Reserve. We're in the process of designing a new facility that we call the Main Street lending facility. We're also looking at facilities for state governments as well. And I'm also pleased to report the employee retention credit. It's up and running. The first $10,000 of wages, you get a 50% credit. That's $5,000 per person. And for everyone who's kept someone, you can immediately get that money. You can deduct it from what you owe the IRS immediately. If you don't owe us money, you'll get a refundable tax credit. So that is up and running. I'm also pleased to report we have the program up and running. We're taking applications from the airlines, from the cargo companies, and from national security companies. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Steve. For Jovita or Steve, any questions, please?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, Chase Bank sent a letter to its business clients today saying that they don't have necessary guidance from the SBA, from the Treasury Department to be able to accept loan applications starting tomorrow. The need is clearly enormous, but at least one major bank says they're not fully empowered yet to be able to help their
Well, as I spoke to all the CEOs yesterday, I had a conference call with them. We got very good input from them on what they needed. As I said, people were working till 4 o'clock. I believe we just put up the Federal Register with the new guidelines for lenders. I've been assured that the banks will be in the process starting tomorrow. Now, again, it's going to take a little bit of time, but we committed that this will be available tomorrow. And I encourage all companies, go to SBA.com, go to Treasury.gov. You can see the information you need immediately.
Mr. Secretary, just to follow up with the small business owners, a number of them saying that they were on that conference call and that there's a tremendous power struggle going on between the Treasury and SBA, and that it's over process and forms is what they tell me, and that lenders are actually opting out because they can't make enough money to even service the loans. So how are you going to make sure these small business owners get the capital they need to survive right now?
Well, first of all, I can assure you, Jovita's here. Jovita used to work for me as the treasurer. There's no power struggle. Jovita and our team, as I said, worked together till 4 o'clock in the morning, started working at 7 o'clock again. We've made the form simpler. And I can assure you at 5 points, I've told these bankers they should take all their traders and put them in the branches. So there'll never be another opportunity to earn 5 points on a 90-day fully government guaranteed loan.
And those checks right into direct deposit, IRS now saying it could take 4 to 5 months. You're saying 2 weeks.
Let me be clear. I don't know where let me be clear. I don't know where you're hearing these things. I told you this would be 3 weeks. I'm now committing to 2 weeks. We're delivering on our commitments. The IRS, which I oversee, within 2 weeks, the first money won't be in people's accounts.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, the question is not about the first checks for folks who have direct deposit. Sounds like those will go out pretty quickly. The question is then for folks who don't have direct deposit. And there was a staff memo that was released by the House Ways and Means Committee today saying that that process could take up to 5 weeks. That takes you to mid-August. Is that how long it's going to take?
That is not going to take 5. Again, let me just say, when Obama sent out these checks, it took months and months and months. I am assuring the American public they need the money now. What we're going to do is, again, if we have your information, you'll get it within 2 weeks. Social Security, you'll get it very quickly after that. If we don't have your information, you'll have a simple web portal. You'll upload it. If we don't have that, we'll send you checks in the mail.
How many checks can you process a week, though? How many checks can you?
Again, we can process a lot of checks, but we don't want to send checks. In this environment, we don't want people to get checks. We want to put money directly into their account.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This is for, I guess, both you and the administrator. There have been some anecdotal reports that business people trying to get access to the online site to submit the applications. The website's been crashing. I've heard of webinars going offline because there's just too many people on them. So how are you guys going to be ready, tomorrow to get these loans out?
We've brought in a lot of external resources at SBA and us to make sure there's additional capacity. As I said, we heard a lot of good feedback yesterday to simplify this process. It's going to be up and running. Now, let me just be clear. That doesn't mean everybody is going to get their loan tomorrow, but the system will be up and running. We encourage people over the next week, sign up. You can go on right now. You can go on the web, see what information you need. Very simple process.
Mr. Secretary, on a separate subject, have you been in touch with Leader McConnell and Speaker Pelosi about their differences right now about another stimulus package?
I've spoken to the leader. I've spoken to the speaker. I've spoken to the president constantly. When the president's ready and thinks we should do the next stage, we're ready. The president's talked about the issue of infrastructure since the campaign. I think, that's a big priority for HIP. And again, if we run out of money on the small business program, we'll be back right away to Congress to get this increased.
Does the unemployment numbers today increase the urgency of doing a phase 4?
Well, let me just say, we're going through something that we've never done before, where the government has shut down big parts of the economy because of health reasons. Our economy was in great shape. Our companies were in great shape. There are 3 ways that Americans are going to be protected. For small business, they'll get paid by their business through this program. The direct deposit. There's also enhanced unemployment. So we realize, unfortunately, there are a lot of companies that, because they aren't in business over a short period of time, again, we're working with the states on enhanced unemployment. And as soon as the medical professionals and the president give the all clear, we're going to have a ton of liquidity. We have about $6 trillion. This has never been done between us and the Fed to put into the economy to support American workers and American business.
Secretary, in addition to the jobless numbers we saw today, phase 3 was signed before the social distancing guidelines were extended for another month. So what additional relief are you going to give to Americans as they stay out of work for all these extra weeks? I mean, what are you waiting for?
Well, we in designing this program, we thought that we had liquidity for about 10 weeks, and that's what we've designed. And again, I think the president's been very clear. If we need to go back to Congress to support the American economy and American workers, we will be doing that.
Mr. Secretary.
Secretary Mnuchin, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has formed a select committee to oversee the distribution of recovery funds. And she says she wants to make sure that those funds are wisely and efficiently spent. Do you think that select committee is something that's necessary?
I don't. I mean, both parties wanted us to have oversight, wanted us to have transparency. We have full transparency. We have a oversight committee that the speaker gets to pick someone, the leader gets to pick someone. I believe there's 5 people on it. And again, that committee will review the money that we're spending. And again, we support full transparency. Taxpayers should understand how we're going to support this economy and jobs.
Mr. Secretary, Senator Murkowski has asked you to consider providing loans to energy companies under the CARES Act, the Phase 3 bill. What are your thoughts on that? Would you consider providing those loans to energy companies?
So thank you. And let me clarify. I have very limited ability to do direct loans out of the Treasury. I can do them for passenger airlines, cargo airlines, contractors, and national security companies. Outside of that, we work with the Federal Reserve to create broad-based lending facilities, which we will do. So our expectation is the energy companies, like all our other companies, will be able to participate in broad-based facilities, whether it's the corporate facility or whether it's the Main Street facility, but not direct lending out of the Treasury.
A question for clarity about the direct payments to Americans. For those folks who don't have bank accounts, who don't have direct deposit information on file with the IRS, how long would they have to wait for their check?
Well, for people who don't have direct deposit, again, we'll have an easy way they put it up. We can, on a rolling basis, I think, within a couple of days when they give it to us, we'll send the money out. We do realize there are people who are underbanked. And again, we're working with all the digital companies, prepaid debit cards. We're working with all of them to make sure we have a process that every American gets their money quickly. This money does people no good if it shows up in 4 months, and we will deliver on that promise.
So quickly is a matter of weeks then, perhaps, not months.
Quickly is a matter of weeks and not months. That's correct.
Would you consider a moratorium on?
Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, one area where you can make direct loans is to the airlines. How much do you expect that the Treasury Department and the federal government will be involved in overseeing the operations of airlines as it pertains to which routes get cut back, how much they operate, what they do about their employees, and the like?
So there are very strict requirements that's built into the bill. Again, this was a bipartisan requirement. One, anything we do with the airlines, they have to maintain substantially all of their employees. So again, any money that we provide them will go to pay their employees. We're going to be working with the Secretary of Transportation. There are requirements to maintain certain routes. So again, we have a very clear process. We've hired 3 outside advisors, will be financial advisors, and 3 law firms. Will be releasing that information shortly. And I want to thank them. They're all working for basically very, very little money. They couldn't work for free, so they've agreed to basically work for what they would sign up to work for charitable organizations. So again, no big fees to bankers. We got a great team of 3 lawyers and 3 financial advisors that will assist us.
Mr. Secretary, just to follow up on that, will you give us a list of the names of those people who are advising you when you release the information?
Of course we will. We'll give you the names as well as the contracts. So again,
Names right now, other than BlackRock?
so again, I'm happy to announce it. We have the PJT Partners, okay, is going to do the passenger airlines. Moelis and Company is going to do the cargo and contractors, and Perella Weinberg will handle the national security. And there'll be 3 law firms, which we'll announce shortly, that will be working in each one of those sectors. And again, let me just be clear. We need to get this done quickly. The airlines need money. We're going to work very closely with the Department of Transportation and get this done quickly. We've actually already received contracts from a lot of the people. Again, there's guidance up on the web. Full transparency, we've asked for applications.
Secretary, on the airline issue again, Speaker Pelosi and others have said that the government taking stakes in those airlines should not be a condition for the federal government to provide payroll support specifically. What's your response to that?
I spoke to the speaker last night about that. This was something that was highly negotiated between the Republicans and the Democrats. The president was personally involved in this. He was on the phone with us many times. Mitch McConnell, Mark Meadows, senators on both sides. There is a specific line in the bill that says that the secretary, meaning me, will determine proper compensation. So this is not a bailout for the airlines. And I will be working, once we get our advice from our financial advisors, we get the applications from the airlines, I'll be working very closely with the president, and we'll make sure that we strike the right balance, not a bailout. Taxpayers get compensated, but these airlines, these are national security issues. We want to keep our airlines intact.
Mr. Secretary, just more broadly, perhaps for the administrator, if not for you as well, some small businesses, restaurant owners, for example, are finding that laying off their employees so that they can start collecting unemployment is better both for them as business owners and for their workers. What incentives do they have right now to keep their employees on the payroll if no one's coming into their restaurants?
Well, the incentive that you have, and we want American business to be kept intact. The incentive is these are loans that turn into grants. So if you're a business owner and you're a restaurant, you can hire your people back. You get money for their medical. You keep them on the medical plan. You get money for your rent. You get money for your electricity. So you're motivated. We want you to have a business that you can reopen quickly when it's appropriate. So this doesn't cost the business owners anything. You know, when people talk about, I can't imagine any American worker who had a job, is offered to keep their job, isn't going to want to have it. And let me just be clear. We've also talked about this unemployment issue. You can only get unemployment if you don't have a job. So unemployment is intended for those people that are some of the mid-size or larger businesses, and we're very sympathetic to this, that these companies can't afford. And for those people, the enhanced unemployment will be a significant benefit. But we want to make sure 50% of the American workforce is small businesses under 500 people. The president, the vice president, the administrator, and I want to make sure this part of the economy is ready and intact when we're ready to reopen.
Question for the administrator, if I may. Is there a certain category of small businesses that you're most concerned about? Restaurants, hair salons, things like that?
That's a great question. We're concerned about every small business. There's 30 million small businesses that we're really focused on, and we're working feverishly to make sure that we can provide the available funds to them as quickly as possible. So it's 30 million small businesses, and the other businesses are being dealt with the PPP, with the Paycheck Protection. There was also the disaster, what we call it, the injury or economic injury disaster loan. And then there was an advance associated with that particular program as well. So to answer your question, we're concerned about all businesses. And as the secretary indicated, we're looking at employees being ready, not lost in this process. We want businesses to stay intact because they represent half the GDP. So if we spend $1 trillion to support 10 trillion or 11 trillion, I think that's a significant investment, and that's what we're focused on.
Is there a certain segment that you think is particularly vulnerable?
Hang on, I just want to make one comment for explanation because I want to make sure everybody out there understands this. If you're an independent contractor, if you're a sole proprietor, you're eligible for this as well. Now, that program won't be up and running until next week. But again, this is a very broad definition of small business. So if you're an independent plumber, if you're an independent contractor, you're covered under this program. Slightly more complicated. You have to come into your bank and give them more information. But starting next week, that part of the program will be up and running. Also, charities. Charities as well, very important. The Vice President and President make sure that we covered small charities in this.
Does that include churches and religious nonprofits?
It does, although there are some technical issues, but yes, it does include faith organizations.
Is that under that's under the SBA program?
This is under the PPP. Yes, the new SBA program, they are covered.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Okay, so that begins right away, and they start handing out checks, and a lot of people are going to have their businesses built back up quickly, I hope. And we'll see. It's complicated, big. Small business is actually big business. So I thank them both. And please, good. We have some great gentlemen. Let me see. Great gentlemen. That's correct. Thank you very much. Today, my administration is also issuing new guidelines to protect elderly Americans who remain the most vulnerable. By now, nursing homes should have suspended the entry of all medically unnecessary personnel. Today, we're further recommending that all nursing home facilities assign the same staff to care for the same group of residents consistently to minimize any potential spread. And we're also urging facilities to designate separate areas for healthy and sick residents. And this is a practice that we probably will be recommending into the future long after the enemy is gone, this particular enemy is gone. We're also making every effort to provide relief to our great veterans. We take very good care of our veterans. At my direction, Secretary Wilkie will use any authority at his disposal to extend deadlines for benefits and to postpone debt collections. We're now conducting well over 100,000 coronavirus tests per day. It's over 100,000 tests a day. And these are accurate tests, and they're moving rapidly, which is more than any other country in the world, both in terms of the raw number and also on a per capita basis, the most. The FDA has also authorized the first coronavirus antibody test developed by Cellex, a key step that will help identify people who have recovered and to understand their immune response and their immune system. Moments ago, I directed Secretary Azar and Acting Secretary Wolf to use any and all available authority under the Defense Production Act to ensure that domestic manufacturers have the supplies they need to produce ventilators for patients with severe cases of COVID-19. You know what that is, right? Become a very famous term, COVID. This action will help General Electric, Hillrom, Medtronic, ResMed, Royal Philips, and Vyaire Medical overcome obstacles in the supply chain that threaten the rapid production of ventilators. We have over 100,000 being built right now or soon to be started. We anticipate issuing more orders under the Defense Production Act in the very near future, in addition to the one that I've just signed against 3M for face masks. We just signed a element of the act against 3M, and hopefully they'll be able to do what they are supposed to do. Just spoke to Mary Barra of General Motors, and she said they're very soon going to be ready to start production of the ventilators. They have a lot of ventilators that they've committed to build, and they'll be starting very, very quickly. FEMA continues to deliver resources to areas most affected by the virus, including New York. On top of the 3,000 beds we're already providing to the Javits Center, the Department of Defense is adding another 48 ICU beds. Governor Cuomo has asked that this facility go, and it's a big, beautiful facility, it be converted to a COVID hospital. And we hadn't done that yet. We hadn't thought in terms of doing that, but their real demand is for that. And we had meetings on it with the task force. We had meetings with the military. And I've decided to say, yes, I'm going to do that I will be signing and agreeing to a yes answer, so that we will be doing that. And also we will be staffing it. So the federal government is doing a lot of things that wasn't anticipated that it do. This is a 2,500 and or 2,900 can easily be set up hospital built in Javits Center. And so we're going to be converting that to a COVID-19 hospital. And it's going to be staffed by the military and by the federal government. And based on the fact that I agreed to that, we had two other facilities that were likewise asking for it. And that would be in Louisiana and also in Dallas. And we'll be doing those. We spoke to the governor of Louisiana, spoke to the governor of Texas, and we've told them that we will be staffing those hospitals again above and beyond, but that's okay. We have to do that. In addition, the USNS Comfort is docked in New York to accept patients. That is a non-COVID. To date, FEMA has delivered more than 4 million N95 mask respirators. And think of that, 4 million. Don't forget, we're a secondary source. The states are doing it and we're backing them up, but we've gotten 4 million N95 respirators, 1.8 million surgical masks, 460,000 face shields, 1.4 million gloves, and 4,400 ventilators just to the city and to the state of New York. And some of them now are being sent. I spoke with both Governor Cuomo and Mayor de Blasio a little while ago, and some of them are being sent to the city. All of America stands with the people of New York in this time of need. It's definitely a hot spot, but we have other hot spots also, and we're taking care of them very, very strongly, very powerfully. We have the finest people in the world in those locations, and I think the federal government has not only acted early, but acted quickly, professionally. There's no people like this. Doctors, nurses, first responders, and other healthcare providers who want to help New York at this critical time should visit website nyc.gov/help-now. nyc.gov/help-now. They need help now. They need people to help them. We have great facilities, and we've built some brand new facilities, big ones, but we need help. We need help for professional people. So if you're in an area that isn't so affected and you're a doctor, a nurse, a healthcare worker, please get to that website, and we would really appreciate your help. New York City needs it. Louisiana, by the way, needs it. Michigan needs it. Whatever you can do, those are very strong hotspots. They need help. In recent weeks, as the virus has spread and economic hardship has followed, we have seen Americans unite with incredible selflessness and compassion. I want to remind everyone here in our nation's capital, especially in Congress, that this is not the time for politics, endless partisan investigations. Here we go again. Have already done extraordinary damage to our country in recent years. You see what happens. It's witch hunt after witch hunt after witch hunt. And in the end, the people doing the witch hunt have been losing, and they've been losing by a lot. It's not any time for witch hunts. It's time to get this enemy defeated. Conducting these partisan investigations in the middle of a pandemic is a really big waste of vital resources, time, attention. And we want to fight for American lives, not waste time and build up my poll numbers, because that's all they're doing, because everyone knows it's ridiculous. So we want to focus on the people of this country, even the people of the world, we're going to be able to help them, because right now, as an example, we're building so many ventilators, very, very hard to build, but we're building thousands of them. And a lot of them will be coming at a time when we won't need them as badly, because it takes time, very complex, very expensive. And we'll be able to help outside of our country. We think we'll be able to help. That's something that you cannot easily produce. As citizens, we're linked together by the shared bonds of national love, loyalty, and affection. There's no earthly force more powerful than the patriotic pride that stirs in our hearts, and that is so true. It's incredible the job that everybody's been doing, everybody. They don't sleep, they don't go to bed. Sometimes they get nothing. Said to somebody recently on the task force, how many hours sleep have you gotten over the last couple of days? The answer was none. In one Massachusetts neighborhood, citizens come out of their homes each night at 8 o'clock from their porches and they sing God Bless America. Others have joined in, spreading from house to house, down one street up to the next, until their little town with a spirit of patriotism and reminding all Americans that we're all in this together. We'll fight together and we will win together. We're going to win this. Now, what I'd like to do is I'm going to step out. We have a meeting on this subject, and I'm going to step out just for a few moments. I'll be right back. We'll answer some questions. But you have some very hardworking people who have done an incredible job, led by Vice President Mike Pence, head of the task force. And then Jared Kushner is going to say a few words, and Admiral Polovchek, Peter Navarro, Dr. Birx, and myself. I'll be right back. So I'll see you in a little while. I did take a test. It just came out. This is from the White House physician. You may have it. Just came out. I just took it this morning. And I took it. It took me literally a minute to take it. And it took me, I guess it was 14 or 15 minutes. I went to work. I didn't wait for it, but he said it took 14 minutes or something to come up with a conclusion. And it said the president tested negative for COVID-19. So that's the second one. I think I took it really out of curiosity to see how quickly it worked and fast it worked. And it's a lot easier. I've done them both. And the second one is much more pleasant, Jeff. I can tell you that. Much more pleasant. So I'll be back in a little while. And Mike, please take over. Thank you. Thank you all very much. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today, but earlier in the day, the president convened all the key elements of our supply chain team in the Oval Office for an update on the progress that we have been making, working literally around the clock to make sure that our healthcare workers, the people on the front lines, have the personal protective equipment and also the ventilators to be able to meet this moment. And today you're going to hear from the people that are literally working each and every day to make that happen. Dr. Deborah Birx is also with us. She'll reflect in a few moments on the progress that we're making, analyzing the data. Each and every day, we're looking county by county, state by state, consulting with governors and local health officials. At the present moment, more than 1.3 million tests have been performed, and as you all are aware, some 236,000 Americans have tested positive for the coronavirus, with now the losses over 5,000 Americans, and our hearts are with their families. Beyond that, we have been focusing not just on ensuring the testing is occurring, but that the supplies are flowing. As the president just announced, he made a decision today to deploy thousands of N95 masks directly to New York City's public hospitals, and our team will speak about that in just a moment. And also, the president took the unprecedented step to direct the Department of Defense to use military healthcare personnel to operate all COVID facilities at the Javits Center in New York, at the Convention Center in New Orleans, and at the Convention Center in Dallas. And we informed each of the governors of those states today that at their request, we were making those military medical personnel available to operate in all COVID facility. But we would emphasize to people in that community who believe you've been impacted or have contracted the coronavirus, contact your local healthcare provider. We anticipate in the New York area that your local healthcare provider will make the decision whether you are transferred to the Javits Center. And in all cases, simply look to the guidance of your local governors about how best to receive the care that every American is entitled to have. Beyond that, let me say that we have been working through FEMA's acquisition process, not only to deploy, but to gather up personal protective equipment. And in just a few moments, you will hear from Admiral John Polovchek about the extraordinary progress that we have made in deploying not just the strategic national stockpile, but also in identifying on the commercial marketplace around America and around the world, literally millions of N95 masks, surgical gowns, gloves, protective equipment. And at this point, we've distributed some 7,600 ventilators. And you'll hear today specifically about the states that have received those ventilators. This team has truly acted in an inspiring way and literally is working with dozens and dozens of people at the FEMA Stabilization Task Force to make sure that we are leaving no stone unturned to find the supplies we need. Let me also say today you're going to hear from Jared Kushner, senior advisor to the President of the United States, but someone that the White House Coronavirus Task Force directed to work with FEMA on supply chain issues. And in recent weeks, he's been leading a working group in conjunction with FEMA that literally has identified millions of medical supplies around the nation and around the world. And we're grateful for his efforts and his leadership. Finally, you'll hear from Peter Navarro, who will explain the action the president took today using the Defense Production Act. But as you hear details today about medical supplies that have been distributed, those that have been purchased, those that we're making available, ventilators distributed to hospitals, and those that are available, let me just remind every American that you can make a difference in ensuring that every patient has the treatment that they deserve. Every healthcare provider, every doctor and nurse and nurse's assistant has the protective gear to provide the care that you would want your family to have by putting into practice the president's 30 days to slow the spread. I mean, we want you to take to heart the president's coronavirus guidelines for America. First, to protect your own health, to protect the health of your family, to protect the health of your community. We know so many people are asymptomatic, and people that literally don't know they have the coronavirus, but have the ability to infect others. We want you to put these guidelines into practice: social distancing, using a drive-through at a restaurant, washing your hands on a regular basis. But as we focus today on supplies, make no mistake about it, every American can make sure that our healthcare workers, and more importantly, Americans that are struggling with coronavirus, have the equipment to support their treatment by putting these principles into practice. Because the fewer Americans that contract the coronavirus, the fewer Americans will have to enter our healthcare system. And that'll continue to preserve the capacity in our healthcare economy. So we thank the millions of Americans who've responded in the first 2 days of 30 days to slow the spread. And I'm just absolutely confident that in the days ahead, every American's going to do their part for your health, your family's health, the health of your community, and to ensure the strength and vitality of the greatest healthcare system in the world. With that, let me introduce Jared Kushner to speak about the work that he's been doing.
Oh, we got to hear Jared. I'm not leaving
FEMA
yet. We got to hear
a strong supply chain to meet this
the
moment.
snake, the head of the snake right here. This guy is the serpent. Look at him, slimy serpent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank
Scary,
you for your great
slimy
leadership on the
serpent.
task force. And thank you to Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci as well. It's been an honor working with you these past few weeks.
Evil.
When the Vice President first asked me to help on the task force with different tasks, I asked the President what he expected from the task
Head
force
of the
and how I can
fuckboy
best
team right
serve
here
him and
for
the
you.
task force. What the President asked is that all of the recommendations that we make be based on data. He wanted us to be very rigorous to make sure that we were studying the data, collecting data. A
Jared
lot of
the
things in this
dick
country
juggler.
were happening very quickly, and we wanted to make
He
sure
can
that we
juggle
were
those
trying to
dicks
keep
in his
updating our
mouth.
models and making sure that we were making informed decisions and informed recommendations to him based on the data that we were able to collect and put together.
Sorry. Little
The
mini
president
rant.
wanted to make sure that we had the best people doing the best jobs and making sure that we had the right people focused on all the things that needed to happen to make sure that we can deliver in these unusual times for the American people. The president also instructed me to make sure that I break down every barrier needed to make sure that the teams can succeed. This is an effort where the government is doing things that the government doesn't normally do. We're stretching, we're acting very quickly. And the president wants to make sure that the White House is fully behind the different people running the different lines of effort to make sure that we get everything done in a speed that the president demands.
When the devil comes
president also
down, he'll be
wanted
the
us to make sure
first
we think
one
outside the
to
box,
lick
make
his
sure
dick.
we're finding all the best thinkers in the country, making sure we're getting all the best ideas, and that we're doing everything possible to make sure that we can keep Americans safe and make sure we bring a quick end to this in the best way possible and balance all the different aspects that need to be thought of while we do this. This truly is a historic challenge. We have not seen something like this in a very, very long time. But I am very confident that by bringing innovative
He is 12
solutions to
years
these hard
old.
problems, we will make progress. Today, we were briefing the president earlier. He asked me to come out and talk a little bit about what we've been doing on the supply chain task force, which Admiral Plevchik has been leading. And what he's been very impressed by is the way that we've been resourceful to find product all over the world.
The Jews
all
are
over
going
the
to fall
country,
for this
and we are
guy. They
finding
already,
ways
a
to
bunch
solve
of them
different
have.
problems.
They think he's their
The
Messiah.
president's been
They
very,
think
very
he's their
hands-on in
Messiah.
this. He's really instructed us to leave no stone unturned. Just this morning, very early this morning, I got a call from the president. He told me he was hearing from friends of his in New York that the New York public hospital system was running low on critical supply. He instructed me this morning. I called Dr. Katz, who runs the system, asked him which supply was the most supply he was nervous about. He told me it was the N95 masks. I asked what his daily burn was, and I basically got that number. Called up Admiral Plevchik, made sure we had the inventory. We went to the president today, and earlier today, the president called Mayor de Blasio to inform him that we were going to send a month of supply.
Any
to the New
12-year-old
York
could
public
do
hospital
that, you
system to make sure
freaking
that
moron.
the workers on the front line can rest assured that they have the N95 masks that they need to get through the next month.
Mask
We'll be doing
these.
similar things with all the different public hospitals that are in the hotspot zones and making sure that we're constantly in communications with the local communities. One thing I will say, just based on data, is that we've been getting a lot of data from different governors and from different mayors and from different cities. One thing I've seen FEMA do very, very well over the last week or so is now we're getting real-time data from a lot of cities, people who have requests for different products and supplies. A lot of them are doing it based
got a
on
request.
projections,
Go
which are
back
not
to
the realistic
fuckboy land.
projections. The projections change every day as we see the cases, as we see the impacts of the Stop the Spread effort that this task force recommended and the president has been pushing forward. So I do think that we'll see that hopefully there'll be impact of that. And the task force has been working very hard through the FEMA
Go
group.
give your daddy
with
Trump
Admiral
a
Plevchik
hand
to
job.
make
He's
sure that
waiting
we're
in the
getting the
back.
supplies to people before they run out and making sure that we're doing it in a proper way. I'd like to just introduce Admiral Plevchik, who before coming to this, I guess still is, he's the Vice Director for Logistics for the Joint Staff. I got a call from one of the senators saying, well, why don't you put a great military person in charge of the logistics and the supply chain and the Defense Production Act? And I said, well, the president already did that. This is the best man that we have in the country for supplies and logistics. He joined the task force 13 days ago over at FEMA. And he's built a team really at the direction of the vice president that includes people from FEMA, OMB, the FDA, HHS, the White House, and from everywhere else. And what they've done
All
over
the
the last
evil
13
alphabet
days has been really
agencies.
extraordinary. We've done things that the government has never done before, quicker than they've ever done it before. And what we're seeing now is we found a lot of supplies in the country. We've been distributing them where we anticipate there will be needs, and also trying to make sure that we're hitting places where there are needs. So I can tell you the people in the task force, they're working day and night. You've got a lot of people in the government. We recognize the challenge that America faces right now. We know what a lot of the people on the front lines are facing, the fear that they have, that they want to have the supplies they need. And our goal is to work as hard as we can to make sure that we don't let them down. So I just want to thank everybody. And with that, I'll introduce Admiral Plevchik, who's doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner, Mr. Vice President. So today I'm going to cover a couple items, five things. First thing I'm going to talk about is resources pushed out from the federal government. And then I'm going to talk about this air bridge, which you may have heard about. I'm going to talk about data. As you said, we're Mr. Kushner is absolutely
We
right.
love data.
We're trying to be data driven. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're trying to expand the
Satan
industrial
wants
base
more
here
data.
to meet this challenge. So the first thing I want to talk about is surgical masks. So we've all you've quickly stated numbers here. So these
They are
I'm about to
obsessed
go
with
through several,
masks because they
different
like to hide
slides
their evil
give you just
faces.
scale and magnitude of federal resources that have been applied at the problem. So 27.1 million surgical masks pushed out to state governments. For
This
N95
dude's uniform
masks,
is too big for him. Is he on the
19.5
stim fast
million
diet?
N95 masks. And so if I was in a local hospital that was running short, I would look upward because the federal government has pushed out resources. So for protective gloves, 22.4 million pairs of protective gloves. For face shields, 5.2 million face shields. For ventilators, we have pushed
Ventilate
to the
these.
states more than 7,600 ventilators. And I think as I was coming over here, that number's changed slightly. I think it's now 7,640.
We
Given
need
to
more
these
ventilators
states,
for our bunkers.
to the predominant of these states. So we wanted you to have some numbers. Now, as we've indicated, we had ventilators in the
I do need to
national
leave,
stockpile.
guys. I'm sitting here
pushed
right now. I'm
ventilators
supposed to be
out.
on the road.
We're holding.
I could turn the show over to Matt if he
put
wants
to the
to
point to need.
take over the
But
show
we're
or something. I
also
don't know. That's up to him. But
buying
otherwise, I do have to leave real
Asking
soon.
the industrial base who produces approximately, prior to COVID, approximately 30,000 ventilators a year. We are going to, over the next several months, by the end of June, work to acquire 100,000. And so one of the tools that we're going to, I can anticipate needing, we've already executed.
We need all
is
of your
all
tools.
those vendors that we're buying them from will need.
I am going to
potentially
get
will need
more
help in their
marijuana.
supply chains with their suppliers. We might rate orders. We might help them get ahead of others in that endeavor. So I think Mr. Navarro is going to talk a little bit more of that later. So let me talk about the air bridge. So it normally takes approximately 37 days to get from overseas, get product, load it, get it to the United States, and distribute it. That's about 37 days. So to prime the pump, so to speak,
Prime
we
D's.
have lined on an air bridge to get product here faster, working with our major suppliers as they work to fill orders to get more to healthcare workers now. We are working
Thank you,
to
West
align
Texas. Thank you,
transportation
Pirelli. Thank you,
to
Show Me
product.
Sasquatch.
And one of the
Susie
things we're also
Q, so
doing
many of y'all that have come
is
in.
the
Thank you,
team
thank
that
you, thank
works for
you.
me are
I don't even know
scouring
how
the
long we've
globe
been
and
going
finding
now, an hour or something like that. Whatever.
pockets
Well,
of
thank you so much,
personal
guys. I wish I
protective
could
equipment
stay. If
that might
Matt
not
comes in, I'll leave the
otherwise
show
be
going with
in the
him.
U.S. hospital
I dropped
supply
the
chain.
link for you, Matt, if
That
you
is
want to
also
come in.
going on these fronts.
But I'll be
completed.
about 30, 40 minutes or so when I do leave here.
And a number
Hopefully,
scheduled.
traffic isn't too bad.
28 flights
And here's
scheduled here in the
Mad.
near future. We're working towards, some days we'll have one flight, some days there might be two flights, multiple over the next
Hey,
coming
brother,
days.
man.
These 28 are, as far as I can see, out to.
You can keep it running if you want, mate, and I'll
Then again,
I'll hang out here.
matching product, two flights to create volume in the supply chain here faster than the 37 days.
That's cool,
I'm just
mate.
going to leave that up.
Can you hear it, Matt?
A few other items.
Let's
Let's talk
turn it up a
about
bit, mate. It's a bit-
New York City.
I'll
and
try.
public
I'll
health
try to turn it up. I
hospitals.
don't know if I can.
I believe they're
But
called New York City.
let me see.
Health and hospitals.
There might be an echo if I do, but I will turn it
President
up.
directed, as I speak, there are pallets being formed, truck being loaded. I gave an address in New York City here an hour or two ago, and one of our distributors is making that happen, and that delivery will happen tomorrow. On the data front, this is almost unprecedented. This is a commercial supply chain.
I appreciate you, man. I'm going to head
6
out. I'll
to
be back as soon as I
7
can,
major,
brother.
distributors of
If
health
nothing else, if you got to go, just leave it on. It won't hurt.
I'm here all day, mate. I got a day.
We
All right. Appreciate you all. Hey,
we need to
Brenda.
make
Hey, everybody. I'll be
informed
back
decisions,
shortly.
and we are going to help make informed allocation decisions. So within a matter of days, feeding from their business systems, their enterprise resource-like systems, I brought on
Everybody
board a tool, a supply chain tower that the DoD was using to manage a supply chain for a very complex weapon system. Their data goes into a data lake. We have a tool to be able to use their data and see it. I can tell what product is coming in, what their orders are, what they're filling, what they're not filling, and see the volume in the supply chain and understand what they're doing down to the county level. We're working to get it potentially down to the hospital.
Feel free to talk over them if you want
So
to.
there's 200 and some odd,
Yeah,
95
you're right.
operators.
Isn't it? You're not. I can't see the video at the moment, mate.
Supply chain, we said we can't, we have
That
the
doesn't
volume to do that.
We don't need to see
Call
his
the
head.
distributor, and they're making that happen. We anticipate as the hotspots around the country, we anticipate these vendors at our direction, helping them allocate product to the right place at the right time. So if I talk finally about expanding the industrial base. So the vice president was at Walmart the other day. Who told him, I want to get in this game. How do I do that?
Fuck Walmart. Fucking evil cunts.
We provided them specifications. Now Walmart is going to use their suppliers to cut fabric, make gowns, sew product. But that's not always the case. We have lots of folks that want to help. I believe you will see in the coming days the use of the Defense Production Act in creative ways to help people that are not doing this today to do it. We have essentially the number yesterday was 210. I believe it probably grew today that we are working with to find how each one of those might need help to get in the game that's not in the game to increase the throughput through the healthcare market. Again,
Oh,
the
good.
president gave me one task: get more
Military are taking over.
to our
people.
healthcare workers.
This is what we've been.
now.
We were warned about a long time ago.
And I took that to heart because I have, not that I don't.
It won't just be in America, either. It will be worldwide.
direction to move out. But I have family in New York. My sister's a nurse practitioner in a Westchester hospital. And my niece is a nurse on a Long Island hospital. And I have other healthcare professionals in the family. So I have skin in this game. And
It's amazing how many people are under a
workers,
spell, isn't it?
I'm going to give more to healthcare workers.
Crazy.
I'd like to hand over to Mr. Navarro. The 200,000 is going out as we
Very
speak.
specific about that.
It'll be delivered tomorrow.
Let me be clear on it if I can. What Jared announced, what the Admiral just unpacked, is that pallets are being loaded right now to send 200,000
Can everybody hear it?
N95 masks to New York City, to the public health hospitals. So
To the public health warehouse in New York City.
all the healthcare workers, help is on the way.
Based on the tools and the data you have available to you, where is the logjam? Where has it been? How do you define that? Because
I think,
as you say, all this, we have millions more PPE is going out the door. As you well know, the frontline medical
So
workers
I would
are
answer you,
not seeing anything.
I would answer you this way. We put up a lot of numbers. I said that if you're in a hospital and you're not seeing PPE, I would look up to the state level first.
Nobody's in the hospital. The hospitals are empty.
They can't get the medical equipment that they need.
And the reason for that is because according to governors, and also by the fact that we haven't seen any numbers up there about what is going to the private sector, can you tell us what percentage of the supplies on these large cargo planes are going to private companies versus FEMA versus the states?
So FEMA's,
80%?
So, this product that we're moving is primarily commercial product that would enter the commercial system and be distributed through financial business transactions between hospitals and.
Hey, see if you can change it, Tommy.
Just to clarify, that explains why states say they're bidding like they're on eBay, because the supplies are going to the private sector, and then they have to go there to get the supplies.
That's normally how things work, right? So I'm not here to disrupt a supply chain. So look, these 6 distributors, 6, 7, they have 600 to 700 warehouses. They have trucks to go to the hospital door every day.
The link's already there, Rick.
Bringing product in.
Okay, back up.
They're
In the chat,
filling
mate.
orders for hospitals, nursing homes, like normal. I'm putting volume into that system. I would say that we have the data now. So we put together this data element over the last, 13 days. Get the people in.
Sorry about that, Matt. I turned around and came back when I saw that I left the screen wrong.
Thanks, man. Good on you.
And I would
go,
say
brother.
that there's been some
You
abnormal.
want to drop the link? Can you drop the link just quickly before you go?
The link to this?
Yeah. No, to here.
Let's say the FEMA
The
officials
link
told
to the live stream, is that what
ventilators
you're saying?
the government has ordered.
Yeah, Rick wants to jump in, mate.
June, which is well after the expected peak. Will the Defense Production Act memo signed today do anything?
Anyone else who wants to as well? Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the
Yes,
join?
will. Mr. Navarro will talk about
Yeah, to
that.
join, yeah.
Oh,
We're
okay.
online to
Well,
receive
all right, I got you.
several thousand ventilators in the month of April and several thousand more ventilators in the month of May. Ramping up to a big number. Again.
Whoops.
going from
I'll get that in a minute. I hit the wrong button.
30
Yeah.
30,000 to
Okay, if anybody wants to join Mad while I'm gone, here you go.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, so, we're marrying up where CDC, where the demand for COVID is to what's in the commercial system. We're providing that to the commercial system, and we are making allocations to those of most pressing need.
All right, I'll be back.
13 days.
All right, mate.
We have the data. We now can make informed decisions. And so all of the I need, I now know the volume that has been happening and needs to be happening.
So, Admiral, with that, and Mr. President, I'd love for you to weigh in on this as well. You talk about.
I don't know if I can let anybody in though.
Possibly some shady business going on, that the product is here in the United States.
And coming here.
Yes, and it is coming here. It's coming from China. It's in warehouses. It's being made here in the United States. It's in warehouses, but it's going to the highest bidder. So what can be done to keep those
You're backstage, are you, Rick?
here in the United States, not
You're
go
backstage, I
overseas,
can't help you.
where companies are making a lot of money and get it distributed to the most critical places here in the US. I would love to hear
When the time comes.
from,
We are.
how's that being done? Because doctors, I've talked to
Great,
surgeons
great,
on a
great
regular
question.
basis.
Let me give you the bigger view of the DPA, and we'll directly address that. What we have.
All right, I was
essentially
about
is
to
a
leave and I
nation
came back in the
of
house with you.
wartime
So here's
presidents
Rick.
stand
Hey,
behind me.
Rick, thanks for joining
The
us.
Defense Production
All right,
Act,
that's all I can
is
do. I
one of
got to
the most
leave now.
powerful weapons
Thank you.
this administration can use to fight the
Oh, what happened?
the virus. When I spoke with you last week,
Come back,
I
Rick.
explained the
Come back, Rick.
3-point compass DPA can be used to hit. The first one
disappeared
is
on me, Rick.
mobilization
All
of
right,
the
there we
industrial
go.
base. This can involve things like
Thank you, Tommy.
from,
All right,
say,
yep,
a
thank you,
distillery
man.
like Pernod
Yep, as
Ricard.
soon as you put me in, I exited out of the chat. Catch you later, man.
Involve
Okay, I'll be back
expansion of
shortly.
production, which
Everything
is
should be good.
in Honeywell, which makes N95 masks, open a new factory in Smithfield, Rhode Island. With respect to the
What's going on, man?
compass allocation,
Oh,
of
man.
resources,
It's fucking,
you have
not
two
good, is
issues
it?
there. If you look at
Shit's
the
going fucking full.
manufacturer itself,
Full
what
fucking
you
bottle
want to
there,
make
man.
sure is that the supply
Yeah,
chain,
I
which
hear
is
that.
7 years deep, has enough components in that supply chain.
Oh, wait.
So we can
Sorry
actually
about
make
that.
what we need, and then once it's made, you also
Oh,
want to
yeah.
make sure that it goes to the
Yeah,
right.
my
And
wife
then the
wanted
third
to
point of the
hear,
compass, which addresses what you're
Oh,
talking about.
and I put on
is basically
the other
busting
channel, but
learning of critical or
No
threat.
big deal.
Yeah.
So let me
Yeah,
walk through
they were down,
today in terms of a strong.
in like a major drug area in Philly today. And they had,
Vigorous, swift. It was
they had the like the
order,
cops on the
directed
loudspeaker saying social
declaration
distancing and
Again, in Trump time.
they will lock us up if they will lock them up if they say I'm not social distancing.
That is moving forward.
Was that your
Same
video?
time,
Was that your video that we filmed on
is
Broad
moving
Street?
forward in Rawsonville, Michigan.
What I posted it in Brian's chat.
Ford versus
Yeah.
Ferrari. This is Ford
Oh, I
versus
did.
GM. Let's see who gets those ventilators out first.
Oh,
Now,
I
the second point of the
I saw that, mate.
Yeah,
that
that was it. Yeah. All right, I posted it in Brian's chat. I didn't think I did. I wasn't too sure.
Expressed
yeah, that
concern
was,
Russian
that's the first
ventilators
big thing that we've seen up here like that.
So what they requested.
I think it's gonna happen everywhere, but I think it's gonna kick off.
Use the DPA.
Right, yeah. I mean, I seen a news article yesterday stating how Trump said it was going to be the roughest 2 weeks. It's going to be a very painful 2 weeks.
In the defense procurement, which will allow.
And
them
one
to
cigarette place, the one cigarette store says they're locking down Monday. Tobacco stores are open up here, but they said that they're locking down on starting Monday.
To go to the right.
So
right
I think
folks.
shit
And
is going to start to really ramp up.
Frank, over the last
Sorry,
couple
Don,
days,
we
we've had
have to
some
wait for
issues making
Tommy to
sure
come back.
that
Maybe
all
we'll
of
just listen to these
the
dickheads talk for a
production that 3M
Right,
does.
yeah, no big deal.
Enough
We'll
of it is
listen to
coming
this
back here to the right
wagon,
place.
I guess.
So what's going to happen with the signing of that order in Trump time is we're going to resolve that issue with 3M probably by tomorrow close of business, because we can't afford to lose days or hours, even minutes in this crisis. Now, the third part of the compass, the third point there, this gets to the horse.
I'll be right back too, Matt. I want to go
up here.
change. I just walked in the door. I want to get in some
But we have
comfortable
a sheriff
clothes.
now too, Attorney
No worries,
General Barr. And he stood up here with Attorney General Barr, and Bill Barr said, I'm going to go out and bust them. And guess what? 3 days ago, DOJ went into a warehouse in Jersey, grabbed PPE. And the beauty of that wasn't only seized, but within hours, it was turned around and given to healthcare professionals in New York and New Jersey. That's a beautiful case of using the DPA. Now, what's going to happen tomorrow is the president's going to sign another order, which is in the works. This is interesting. There is a black market springing up, which you have described, where we're having people bid against each other. Brokers come in, they're bidding and bidding on all this different.
I don't even want to look at these
Driving the
wires. I'm
price
just
up.
in
Guess what? You know where it's going? The domestic sources here are being exported. When President Trump heard about that, he said, that's not going to happen anymore under my watch. So tomorrow we're bringing that order, and what's going to do is it's going to empower Customs and Border Protection with the help of people like the Post Office and express mail consigners like UPS to basically deal with that issue. So we are going to crack down unmercifully. And I would say to the hoarders out there, the brokers who are trying to make money off the misery of people in this country or around the world, that's got to stop. If you've got inventory, what you need to do is pick up a phone and not call somebody out around the world. You call FEMA and say, we got some stuff. We'll give it to you at a fair price.
Don't call FEMA. Never
that
call
stuff
FEMA.
has absolutely got to stop. So that's hang on. So that's what we're going to be looking for. And when we do cases like this, we're going to aggressively issue order after order to crack down on it. Now, this is not my role to take a bunch of questions, but let me tell you one other thing.
His role is to scare the shit out of you.
Story, which I'd love to share with you today, because this again illustrates one of the key principles of this president and this vice president, which is to wed the full force of the federal government with the full power of private enterprise. And just 2 days ago, we at the White House got an urgent SOS from the chief of police of the New York Police Department. And they are in a situation now, strain on their resources, where personnel such as their homicide detectives were having to go on into houses, and deal with COVID issues without protective gear. Now, the
Just
beauty
cough on them.
of this
If the police
president
come for you,
is
just cough on
because
them.
of his leadership, we were able to solve that problem in 2 phone calls. 2 phone calls. The first one went to Phoebe Novakovic at General Dynamics. Phoebe, can you call Tom Kennedy at Raytheon? I need you guys to basically scoop up all the Tyvek suits you can and find any gloves you can. This president.
All right, I'm back, man.
And the military efforts and the pride and patriotism you talked about earlier.
We'll just have to wait for Tommy to come back mate,
4,000
before we can turn this shit down.
delivered
Right.
to the New York PD within.
Right. Yeah, I got into an argument with a nurse today.
At the same time,
I wish I would have got it on film. But it wasn't really an argument, but
in Laurel Lane at UPS.
They just believe what you're told, mate.
yeah. Like I said,
literally
about how
watching
to,
TV. That's all I
Right.
say, mate. Stop watching TV. You're filling your mind full of
gallons
fear.
of hand sanitizer.
Not reality. It's only happening on TV. That's
Heading
where it's
up
happening.
to the
well,
NYPD
it's not
probably arrived
it's
today.
not only on the TV because I think she was reading a lot. You know, so it's also being, you know, believing what they're what the scientists and the doctors are saying.
Oh, yeah, they're pumping the fear out there too.
United Nation, and I couldn't be more proud of this president.
Yeah, exactly. And when I had said, you know, I got a doctor,
and my promise
it says this.
The president,
and you know, like the doctor that Richie had on, saying how he's saying, you know, it's just, you know, the one cell that fights it.
Yeah, I saw about half of that, mate. I was
Right.
where he was going. That was really
And
good.
she was like, well, he's misinforming you. Well, how do you know you're not being misinformed?
That's right.
One of the,
you know,
That's right.
so.
They just trust authority, mate. That's
This
what it
crisis has
Exactly.
is that
That's the
we are
problem.
dangerously over-dependent.
Well, this
local
one
supply chain.
scientist who
For our
supposedly
medicines,
working on a vaccine for the coronavirus.
Penicillin, our medical
He
supplies,
was talking about
masks,
all these
and our
different
medical
laboratories all
equipment,
over the world,
ventilators.
and all the
We
different
have
things that are
right
happening.
now, as we speak,
And he was talking
over
about
50
the
countries
university
have
in
already
Queensland.
imposed some forms of
That's the
export
state of Australia,
restrictions
all right,
in their country
That's,
against the rest
have
of the
been
world.
working on a vaccine for the
And what
coronavirus for the
what
last
we're
2
learning
years, and they've
from
been
that
funded to do the
is
research
that
for
no
the
matter
last
how
2
many
years.
treaties you have, no matter
Oh,
how many
that's nice.
scientists, no matter how many
And it's meant to
phone
be a
calls,
new virus, you know, novel.
Right.
and
But
push
they've been
countries
working
out,
on the
you run
vaccine
the
for
risk
2
as
years.
a nation
Yeah.
of not
And
having
he's a Nobel
any
Prize winning
vindication of
scientist.
the president's buy American, secure
So
border.
he knew it was going to happen before it happened. That's why he's a Nobel Prize winner.
Belief it is this
Yeah,
that
you're a Nobel Prize winner, you're automatically you
everything
must be a
that we see
scumbag.
there. So the
Every
Biden order, which is going through
Just an
process,
ass kisser.
will do a couple things. It was
Like
to
she
say,
said,
not
the,
during this
who was
crisis,
the
because we
Dr.
don't want to
Felser,
be
the
really
Trump's
clear.
guy?
Going
that-
forward after
well,
this,
he put out
this government by
in a
essential medicine,
article that he was writing his
medical
peers
countermeasures and
how it
medical
isn't
supplies
even going to
at the
kill
same
1%.
time, it will
It's
deregulate
0.1%.
FDA and EPA.
And then 4 days later, he says that it's going to kill,
And
you
then
know, what,
mitigate, because the
200, 300,000 people or something like that?
Yeah, we had the same fear
manufacturing
propaganda here,
on
mate.
US
I was
soil
saying between
has been leapfrogged
50,000 and
other countries, so
150,000
we don't have to.
Right.
worry
Well,
about
she had said, you know, when I said that, she's like, yeah, well, he's about to get fired.
different tax regimes.
You know, they're
Yeah.
probably
And the
firing
massive
him
subsidies of
because
foreign
he told the
governments
truth in that
actually
one article.
attacking our industrial base. So
Yeah, I bet
be
it
patient with
wasn't
that,
mirrored
sir.
anywhere else,
It's,
though, was it? I bet
it's
they
the
didn't
other
share
priorities
that
we have
article
right
around.
now are the DPA.
It was,
what the task
who had it on? Many Fish.
and anything from this crisis.
Yeah, I'm sure you
Never
watched
again,
Many
never
Fish, right?
again Should we have
I
to
don't know. I've
depend
heard of it, I think.
on
Yeah.
the rest
But,
of the
Right,
but,
world
well,
what I'm
on
saying is, yeah,
medicine?
the mainstream media won't be
And by
reporting
the
that
way,
story.
we've cut them out also.
Oh, all right,
Yeah,
right.
We've stopped orders going from certain places, and in a couple of places, like we had a
No,
big
they don't
order
like the
going
truth,
to Italy on an
It's
important
got to be fear, fear, and more
outfits
fear.
and
Right, there ain't no
and
truth out
ventilators,
there.
and it was going to Italy. They made the order a long time ago, and I said, "You got to let it go." They had an order, and I could have cut it under the act. I could have cut it. I said, nope, can't do that. You got to let it go. You know, they have big problems. We had an order going to Spain, and I said, let it go. I could have stopped it. I said, let it go. We're going to be fine. I said, let it go. So it works that way also. One other thing as to your question, oftentimes, and we've told this to the governors, Mike, we've been very strong on this, if you think there's bidding between federal government and
I'm just
state,
going to have another look at the clam show.
let us know and we'll drop out immediately, or you drop out.
Bozo.
Or we lower the price.
Team Bozo.
No. If we're bidding against each other, I said, find out who it is. And usually they know. Everyone knows. And we're notified, and we get
Notice
notified, and we'll either drop out or
Notice
they'll
that
drop out.
Trump and
We have
Pence,
another
they're both
problem.
wearing
There are 151
patriotic
countries
cards,
out there
red and
beyond the
blue,
states.
with a white
There
shirt
are
and a blue jacket.
151
They look like a
countries that
flag,
have
man.
this problem. And they're ordering
Notice-
too. It's really a mess. Now, in a little while, the hardest thing to get are the ventilators.
They're wearing
because,
flag suits.
you know, it takes a while to build them. And we have thousands of them being
Pump
built.
up the,
now.
pa-
In a
the
little while, they'll
patriotism.
be worth about
Make
$5.
everybody get behind the
Right
cause.
now, they're very valuable. And we're going to have a lot of them being shipped. In fact, that's why General Motors called up before Mary. That's why others called up 2 days ago. They called up that they're all in production. And
No worries, Tommy.
they're starting to arrive in a week and a half. But there'll be a time when we're going to build stockpiles. By the way, the states should have
Well,
been.
did you hear what Jen said about
Yeah,
Trump
when
and,
the state
and
stockpile,
Pence?
we've been
Like,
building
I've
them.
heard this a while ago, but
Oh, yeah.
the
Trump,
trumpets,
Pence,
yeah.
We're not an ordering clerk, we're a backup. And we've done
Yeah,
an
it's not a
unbelievable
mistake,
job.
man.
Like, for instance, who ever heard of a governor calling up, sir, can you build us a hospital of 2,500 rooms? And we built it. Can you build us 4 medical centers?
And didn't Pence run against him in the last election?
No.
With 1,000 rooms. And we did it.
I thought he was.
In Los
I thought he was
Angeles.
running against him at one stage.
We've been an unbelievable, we've done.
No, not at all.
These people. And thousands of people
This
behind
was
them.
the first time Trump ever ran.
Ideally, those hospitals would have had all this
Mhm.
equipment. Ideally.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I thought they were on opposition.
And I think they will the next time.
to each other.
You know, you heard the case where thousands of ventilators could have been had at a very inexpensive price. 3 years.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying, when,
Decided not to.
like, around the election,
Because they wanted to build a
that
road.
the
and they wanted
trumpets
to
are
build-
being blown because it was Trump and
It
Pence.
was $1 billion.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
We're talking about a lot of money for something that may never happen. Because normally on a ventilator, other than a pandemic or an epidemic, you
A
wouldn't
pandemic?
need anything like this.
Scamdemic.
Hospitals have 3 ventilators.
There you go, yeah, scam them.
And now they want thousands. I mean, they want thousands of ventilators.
Thousands?
Fill up a government.
Thousands,
They
say
said
thousands
there's
again.
40,000 ventilators. Nobody has ever heard of
Thousands.
anything like this. So they've done some job. Let me just tell you,
He's
when
a bad, a
Frederick
really,
Mnuchin
really
spoke,
bad,
they
bad.
want you to call not .com,
Really?
Yeah, he is.
.gov
Huh.
for the
Real bad.
application.
He's so bad.
information.
You wouldn't believe how bad this guy is. He's so bad. He's really, really bad. Really, 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 really bad.
If you don't mind. Yeah, let's go, please.
He's so bad he should be in
I
detention.
want to follow up from a question yesterday regarding the administration's denial of the expansion of Obamacare's special enrollment period in the wake of this pandemic. In your own words, VP Pence gave a 5-minute non-answer, but people facing this pandemic illness and
A non-answer.
most experts say that having health care is critical to our nation's health and
Yeah.
financial well-being. Can you assure Americans tonight
He's got his serious face on. Look.
Obamacare marketplace so that they can be covered?
Yeah, like, how dare you answer me?
Well,
Pastor?
We're doing better than that.
That's
Yeah,
the
no, I
crisis.
understand the question. We're doing better than that. We're going to try and get a cash.
He's got the most punchable face
And
out of
we're
all of them,
working
I
out
reckon.
the mechanics of that with legislature. So we're going to try and get them a cash payment because just opening it up doesn't
There's no cash.
much. So
You're
we're
not
going to
using
work it
cash,
out.
mother-
So we're going to try and get
Oh, well, all that you gotta do is put digits on a computer.
cash payment.
That's all it is.
I want to ask you about
Yeah.
that, but I also just want
But
to
the,
follow up on a
but the
couple
debt,
things you read
that's real
there.
for us.
The question earlier
Well,
about
that's the thing.
against each other.
Every president spends more than the president before him.
Long before.
Yeah.
the
And
pandemic,
Obama spent
on the open market. just
more
no
than all the
competition, you couldn't
presidents
get a great
put
price.
together
The states have to
Yeah,
stock
that's
up.
when he was in. His eight years,
They
he
waited.
spent more than all the presidents
They thought this
combined.
would never happen.
So
I think
Trump
Trump's
got
gonna
some
get-
catching
In
up
some
to do.
cases, were bare. And by the way, in
Trump's
some
gonna
cases,
beat it,
they
man.
weren't
Oh, yeah, Trump will beat it.
serviced. They did a good job.
I mean, shit, he just signed for $2 trillion, and he wants to sign for 2 more.
Times become normalized, and they will
They're
hopefully.
doing the same thing here, mate.
And actually,
That's a
We're-
total of
we're in the
4.
billion-
material because
we're
so
in the
much is being done right
trillions.
now in
Yeah,
terms of
the government's
protecting
pumping money
PA,
out left, right,
protective
centre for
outfits. A lot
people
it's
lost
gonna
their
be
jobs. We're
within-
getting paid
it's gonna be
$1,500 a
so for
fortnight if
the right
you
price.
lost
They
a
got to
job
stack
by
up for the next time.
by the government.
But we are
Right.
doing, and the admiral's
$1
done.
billion for I think
And
that's like
Senator Schumer wrote a letter to
50 billion or something. I think it's 50
military
billion for the wages.
You knew a
Wow.
little bit more. We have
And that's probably
one of the most
I
highly
don't know, I don't know how
respected
they work
people
it out. Maybe that's for
in the military.
I don't know,
The
a
admiral.
year, maybe. I don't know how they work
Very
it out.
professional.
I forget who it is, but they're laying off a couple big companies up here, and they're paying them. They're paying
That's what
them
I'm
for
saying.
2 weeks pay. They're giving them 2 weeks pay.
Yeah, that's what's happening here. Yeah.
Right.
Same.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
I-
same thing. This is
I don't know what they're going to do. I think they might have given more than that. Look, Russia.
Right. Right.
Russia,
Total one world government, one world
Russia
bank, one
talked
world
about
money. You know,
10
it's coming.
million
They're
barrels.
putting the
Russia
pieces pretty
and Saudi
quickly on
Arabia
the chessboard. Yeah.
are fighting over this, and as everybody knows, it's
It's hard to believe, man.
hurting Russia
It's
badly.
like
hurting-
Yeah,
I
that
never wanted
it's
this
here.
to happen, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is an easy one. It should be an easy one.
Well, it's because we spent
It may be
so
10,
long
maybe
talking
11,
about it, and then we're
exactly.
realizing
Maybe 10.
that it is here.
Hold somebody before.
No,
Maybe 10. And
we've all been fighting against it, mate, as
15,
much
maybe
as
it goes up
possible because we have knowledge, you know.
could be
but-
as
Right. Yeah. But well, that's what I mean. You know, we're like
Yeah, all the-
we're kind of
all the-
shocked
all
that
the
it's
ignorant-
here.
It was open
Yeah, I know.
before
All the
virus,
ignorant people,
and when the
man,
virus
they
came
can be-
along,
they
they
can
lost
thank
35,
themselves for
40%
being
of
dumb,
the
dumbasses,
world.
you know, it's their
And
fault.
there's an unbelievable.
They
look at
allowed
the ship now. Every ship is loaded to
Yeah.
the sitting out
Yeah.
place in the ocean. They're storage tanks. They're not even ships. They're storage tanks.
Here we go.
So it would be great.
Storage tanks.
It would be great for Saudi
Uh-huh.
Arabia. I hope they make that deal, but that's what they told me. They said well, I think it'll be hopefully soon. I think hopefully they'll announce something soon. Now, can a deal be broken? Can something happen where it doesn't happen? I guess. In which case, there's another alternative.
I guess.
I'd rather not see that other alternative. I hope they.
I
can-
guess. Aren't you
they
in
both
charge?
I think they both want to make a deal, and they're both smart. They love their countries. They want to make a deal. It's good, but it's also good for the world if they do, because you save an industry. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead in the back.
What do you mean by cash payments?
I'm going to let Mike, because we went over this very specific.
You know what I remember, Rick?
What's that?
Right. Thank you, Mr. President.
When the first time that
As I said,
I heard anything about
The
Trump,
president's put a
when he
priority
became
on ensuring
popular
no
for his
American
TV show, you know,
cost
Right.
The
of
Apprentice,
virus testing, and we've been working.
and his
every day
catchphrase was,
to make sure that
You're
Americans
fired.
know about the cost of treatment.
"We're all fired."
At this point,
Yeah, you're fired.
task force is
We've
working
all
on a
been
proposal
fired.
for the president to use some of the $100 billion that we're making available to hospitals to compensate the hospitals directly
Back in 1 minute,
for any coronavirus treatment that they provide to uninsured Americans. We're working out the details of that. The president will make a final decision tomorrow. We expect an announcement, but the president's made it very clear. We don't want any American to worry about the cost of getting a test or the cost of getting treatment. And we've expanded coverage through Medicaid. We've expanded coverage through Medicare. Health insurance companies around the country, including Blue Cross, just today announced that all of their members will be waiving all co-payments on coronavirus treatment. Before
Oh,
the
that's nice.
30 million uninsured Americans, the president has directed the coronavirus task force to find a way to make sure that they know we will find a way to pay for your coronavirus treatment. And the president will be addressing that and announcing that tomorrow.
Mr. President, a point of clarification and then a follow-up question. Yesterday, you said that you spoke to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis before he issued his stay-at-home order. Did you advise him to issue that order?
No, but I talked to him about it. And he wants to do what's right for the people of Florida. He's been a great governor. You could see that just by his popularity, which is extraordinary. We're proud of him. He's done a fantastic job, and he made the decision. But we spoke before we made this decision, yes.
And he had also said that he is considering putting people who are suspected of having coronavirus or who have tested positive for it in isolation centers, and that he could.
That I haven't heard, no, that I haven't.
So he hasn't consulted with.
I
us.
haven't heard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ebony Bowden from the New York Post. A few hours ago, Mayor Blasio, the mayor of New York, said that he is leaving their home with a mask.
Use the bathroom, mate. It took me a little while because I had to sing happy birthday 3 times before I ever washed my hands.
Federal level.
Well, I think they're going to be coming out with,
Did you see that
if people want to.
video that True Stream Media put out?
I don't think they'll be mandatory because.
No, I don't.
Yeah, well, Richie had mentioned something in his last video because
Wanted to wear them.
they put something out about washing your hands, like they were making fun of, washing your hands.
I mean.
Yeah, Brian was showing all these different songs about washing your hands. And
Right,
yeah.
All the parody songs.
But I will say this, they can pretty much.
No, all the celebrities pushing it, mate,
Right.
Can I also
Right. Well, that's Hollywood because everybody's under the spell.
some different?
That's right, man.
You know.
They worship the stars.
Studies that show
Right.
masks.
The fake stars.
Not even
Fake
used
stars, yeah.
people may actually increase the rates.
But it's idolatry. That's what it is, mate. That's why people haven't got a
A
brain.
little bit about the evolution.
Right. Yep.
They're all following morons.
No, thank you. So
Who's
I heard
this?
that from the conference today that we're triangulating
Oh, the lizard's
data
back.
that we know from the case numbers,
The triangle.
numbers,
The triangle.
I'm putting a mask on
numbers
now.
to create an integrated picture so that we can really support hospitals in their
Catch this fucking
and I
lizard's
think that
goons.
level of granularity is really critical. Secondly, I just want to make the point that we really applaud the governors that are looking at a whole of state or a whole of metro approach. And what do I mean by that?
By locking their
United
people
States,
down.
Going into this, had about 160,000
Now what?
ventilators across the United
By
States.
locking their people down.
Another 60 to 70,000
Yeah, she applauds them.
times what most of the European countries have. But it's a matter of distribution to need, and I really applaud the
The New
governors
York's under
for
martial
bringing
law
together
100%.
their public hospitals with their
Well, it was a couple of days where they were hunting people up in.
across their state.
They were going door to door to find the New Yorkers up in Manhattan.
Every county,
Yeah.
and that's why we're looking.
They
at
were looking for other people that
move through this.
weren't in that barrel.
Very tailored.
Oh, so this was
those hospitals.
This was
I mean,
the
there's a
Boston bombing.
reason why President
door.
Kushner have been very much
right.
involved in finding out what the
What's
public
that?
need.
So this is like door to door, all that Marines.
Yeah, yeah, like they did, yeah.
Boston
Yeah, like
bombing.
they did on Boston bombing, yeah.
To
They were looking for people that did
Where
like
they
there's
were too busy.
I forget how many boroughs there are in New York. I think it may be 5.
And their supply chains.
And they were looking for
To the community.
one,
front
you
of
know,
the
borough,
fight.
people that didn't live in that borough in Manhattan. They were going door to door looking for
And listening to the
people that didn't
frontline
live there.
workers.
Because they had a tip off or something that people were going to the other barrels, like family houses. and-
Governor or the federal.
You know, if you're being
Criminals.
locked down, wait, if you're being locked down, you should be able to go where you want to be locked down at.
Every county.
You know,
will
you should be able to go to your family's house if you want to. You know, like your brother's house.
That protect the
them.
frontline
Don't tell me
healthcare
what to
workers
fucking do.
and protect
Right.
patients
Right.
with the ventilators to make sure that the supply chain is aligned with the need as it happens. Now, you have to have very good data.
You voluntarily lock
order to
yourself in your
be able to
house.
Work in that
You're
level
already
of granularity, and that's what we've been working on to really develop that level of
Just
granularity.
go straight to jail. Take yourself straight to the jail and
So
say,
I just wanted to
lock
say
me up.
one other thing about
I'll give up.
testing.
Keep me
Just to
safe.
give you the bottom line data of what we're seeing. We appreciate the groups who are reporting. Not everyone is
Oh,
reporting.
man.
And this is part of us trying to understand at a very granular level. We do have 2 states that do have 35% positives, and that's New York and New Jersey. So that confirms very clearly that that's a very.
You ain't got
clear
confirmation of shit, bitch.
Huh.
Louisiana, though, has 26% of their tests are
They're
positive.
not even convincing
Michigan,
liars.
Connecticut,
They're
Indiana,
pathetic
Georgia,
liars.
Illinois, so that should tell you where the
They
next
can't produce any real
are
emotion.
16% test positive.
Right.
Colorado, DC, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts are at 13%.
Not even
There's a
trying.
significant number of states still under 10%, every one that I didn't discuss.
People just buy it.
California and Washington remain
Even they can clearly see that,
rate.
you know, she
Finally,
has no emotion.
improving.
No emotion.
for testing
Soulless
being done,
vessel.
still a
mate.
high
Soulless
level
vessel.
of negatives in states without hotspots, allowing them to do more of this surveillance and containment. And then prioritizing this new route
Yeah, surveillance and
to
containment.
those areas that may not
Great.
have the same amount of access to the Indian health
That ain't they ain't order words, you know, surveillance and containment. No, they're not order words whatsoever.
feeding into surveillance.
No.
Now, we know that our people waiting for tests, and they're waiting for tests because
Not waiting for a test.
areas became very, when they got onto the logarithmic curve,
SDs.
we prioritized people whose decisions, where the test decision would make it critical for their care. We prioritize hospitals, and we prioritize nurses and doctors and frontline workers. So that means if you went through a drive-through or you went through your doctor, you could.
Nobody went to a drive-through. Nobody went to the hospital.
So the mask.
Yeah, I took my mom to get an MRI today,
In a
and
very
they wouldn't let me in
There
the
is
building.
experiential data.
I walked
We
in the
look at
office with my
communities
mother,
that have often
who was
hospitalized
elderly.
parents in
She
general.
needs me to like write for her because her hand shakes and,
themselves.
you know, she can't write.
Their mask and
She had forms
we
that she
look
had
at
to
the
fill
rate
out,
of this
and I had to take the
those
fucking
populations.
form
And then we
outside
look
of the
at
office,
evidence.
fill them out.
Put those two pieces together. Let me
Yeah.
tell you one thing.
Yeah,
that-
and, you know, and then after I filled them out,
washing your
the
hands.
lady didn't
You don't
even
want
get out
people to
from
get
behind her
artificial
desk to
sense
put the bracelet on her.
because they're behind a mask.
Handed me the bracelet, even though I'm not supposed to be
Remember,
in the
your eyes
office.
are not in the
I
mask.
said, "Here, put this
So
on
you're
your mother for me."
touching your eyes, you're closing your
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same-
And then about
You
10
don't
minutes
want
past,
people to
I went in
realize,
and asked
"Oh,
the
I'm wearing a
bathroom.
mask.
bathroom.
I'm
I
protected.
was going for the patient.
Others. You may be protecting others.
I had to leave and go to a Wawa to use the bathroom.
That mask is protecting.
You weren't allowed to use the
exclusively
bathroom.
from
No, I wasn't allowed to use the bathroom.
that you can get
What the
infected
fuck?
because the number of
Yeah.
asymptomatic
Yeah.
mild cases
No.
that are out there. And so this worries us, and that's why the debate is continuing about the mask. Because we don't want, when we're trying
if you're in the
tell people
hospital
that every single person in
and
this
you're a
country
carrier,
stay 6 feet
they're
away
going to get it anyway.
Right.
that needs to
Right.
be
Like,
hands
they would have
constantly.
got it
That's
as
what they
soon as
tell
I
us.
walked in the office
And
with
the
my mom
stigma
if I
that we
had
do,
it.
That's
a
right.
mask is
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what's the difference?
So in the
Yeah, that's
when
the
the
fear that
advice
they're pushing.
comes
But
out,
yeah,
there
everyone's
should
still
be an
going to the
additive
supermarket. Public transport's still running.
rather than
Right, right.
subsidy.
That's what my wife
We
just
want to
said.
make sure
She
everybody
got on the
gets
bus the other day,
subsidy
and they made her get on the back
guidelines
of the
that have
bus,
gone out. And
and
to do
everybody had to huddle onto the back of the bus. No one was allowed near the driver.
Evidence we're
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
saying
yeah, I believe
What's
that.
a
this?
high number of these tests.
Babies
Yeah,
and
they're doing
all
that.
were all in the back of the bus.
False negatives.
They're doing that. They're
So-
doing that here on trains as
Roche and
well.
Abbott tests.
Right. Well, where's the social distancing there when you're on the bus?
That would almost be impossible with having 35.
Even on trams here, they've got a they've got like a fucking medical
If that was
warning
true,
virus
you would have
sign.
100%
Like,
positive. or
6 feet back from the driver, and you're not allowed to pass that.
What I
that
can
line.
tell you
Everyone has to
is
be
the
behind
number
it.
of positive tests is tracking very closely with the number of cases diagnosed. So
I went to buy tobacco yesterday.
I will look into that. I
Right.
look
And
at
I
Roche
bought,
and
I
Abbott
bought from a
numbers every night.
Chinese tobacconist, right?
They're trending exactly in the same way.
And
And
it-
that's
I
important. when
always
you're
talk to this guy, you know,
to
something
really
most- a lot of people
validate,
don't like him,
does
but
this same site,
I get along with
so
him.
I'm
I know
looking
what
between
people,
testing
people just like
sites
to
to see
see
are
off,
there
I think. You can
consistencies?
argue with him or ask him
Is there
any
an
questions, or he
anomaly?
doesn't like the tone of your voice. He
to make sure
gets
from what
angry,
you
you know.
just very
Right.
specifically asked. So I
got no
will
patience.
and look
He's
at it
like,
more carefully. I
Okay.
I'm
haven't
not
seen
ripping
that
you off. It's
anomaly.
not expensive.
This
We've got
is
other
the
shops.
same
that don't like
platform
that.
is being used across
But,
the country, and that's
yeah,
a
well,
range from
yesterday, and
what I reported.
he's got a mask on,
positivity
and on top of the
up to
mask,
35%
he had a
positivity,
clear visor,
that
like you use if you were grinding metal, you know?
also what we're seeing
Right.
with the hot spots, the
And
number
I
of
said, I like,
cases, Frankly, I mean, we need to talk about it, but it also tracks with the hospitalizations, independent of diagnosis,
And
and
then,
the
uh,
mortality that we're seeing. So
Hey?
all of those pieces.
What did
factor
he do
in.
when you did that?
Getting a false sense of security or the.
Oh, he didn't look happy. And then, what do
Well,
you
I'm
want?
telling you, I'm still missing.
Like, hurry up, get out of here, sort of thing, you know?
Reporting. I
When
have
I left,
160.
when I left, I just looked at him. I said, "Don't
We've
worry,
done
mate.
1.3.
You don't have to worry.
So
It's
there
only a
is,
toll."
and it could be those sites. So we do need to see all the bill.
Oh, man, I don't
We
want
need
to see
to
people
report.
freaking out. You know?
We're still not receiving 100%.
All right.
Dr. Burks, with regard to requests, the president's sample collection took 1 minute. Results
we all
were
should get a hazmat
15
suit.
minutes. I
If I
realize
could film,
the United
walk into a
States,
supermarket
when
wearing.
will everyone get to take a test that works that quickly and you get results that quickly?
Well, somebody did that. Brian was talking about. It's a great idea. We should all do that as a laugh.
Prioritize
Right.
And see how stupid they are.
access to testing now. And who do we mean by that? We
And
mean
start yelling what Voyage did. No human contact.
No human contact. Stay away. Keep your
governors of
distance.
the North
Computer only.
that may not have these high throughput machines that are often
The gas, man.
coast and in high metro areas, Colorado, and then across the West Coast. So we've prioritized the presidential 15.
Can she pretend to care?
Indian Health Services,
Right.
Even
public
try.
health labs, so that they can support nursing home testing and other areas where we think surveillance is absolutely key. So at this moment, there
Surveillance. Yeah, we need more surveillance.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
key.
1,200 of them are going out in that way.
More of those tests need to be made in order for
They
more
are
people.
being made.
Yeah. Okay, so in a matter of.
There's a newspaper story in my paper yesterday, man.
Because today, there's
Very small story
2,000 of these
Right.
about
already out.
about the government.
We're trying to find out exactly where everyone is, because you can see that gives you amazing
Yeah,
flexibility.
I'll find it, man. I'll read it to you.
Because
It's
if
about the
people
government
would allow it to
using
be loaned
smartphones
to a
track
state
people.
that's in a hot spot
Okay.
where you want to do additional surveillance.
Mobile data to track
18,000
you.
tests,
The
18,000.
government is considering using smartphone data to track
And it really
public
gets
movements
your
during the coronavirus pandemic.
About how we can
The
prioritize.
Department of Home Affairs said it would explore
At the same
all
time, we're
options
moving out what
to
is
reduce
new.
the spread of the
So
virus.
really figuring out who should
Information
those go
from
to?
smartphones is being
How
used to
can we
identify
ask
crowd hotspots
communities,
in
because
countries
these will
such
be in
as
the
the US and Britain,
to share
and
those
to ensure
machines
social
into the
distancing rules are being
community to do
adhered
the
to.
testing now.
Commentators said the move could be accepted by the public if created with strict rules and for a limited time.
The point of clarity.
22 countries are using phone data to track citizens during the pandemic,
The phrase that
according to research from Top 10
is the guy
VPN.
coming out
And the
and
technology is most popular in Europe and Asia. That's the whole story.
Wow. You know, I don't know if you watched Tommy's live stream last night, but he played a video where the 5G that they're installing
They were asking people to.
is going to be able to control nanobots that are already in us.
Gatherings of 10. We're looking at,
Yeah,
we wanted to be clear, if you have a family of 10, we don't want you to be split up.
We've still got a
But we don't
soul
expect people to be
connected to our
having
consciousness, man.
dinner parties, cocktail parties.
We,
I mean,
we're
I know
stronger
you've
than that,
seen
mate, I
the
reckon.
slope in the United States versus
I don't think it'll work on us.
in Italy.
You know that, like, they're already putting nanobots in certain foods, right?
Algorithmic.
Are you
I know,
you're
it's
aware
falling
of that,
from
right?
Country after
Yeah, it's
country
falling-
having
it's falling
done
from the
that.
skies, man.
What it means in the United
Well, no, but
States is not
I
every
mean that may be too. You know,
So
they're
we're
coming from the
only as
chemtrails,
strong as every
but
community,
they're
every
already out saying that they're in
every
certain foods.
American following
Yeah,
the
I wouldn't surprise me, man.
guidelines to
Like
and
M&M,
I tell
Mars,
her,
Candy
and as
Company.
it is today,
That's on
not
Google.
every American.
What's that,
They have
Mars?
nanobots,
So this is really a call to action.
like
We
M&M.
see Spain,
Yeah,
we see
chocolate,
Italy,
Yeah, shit like that.
we see
But
Germany,
it's
and we see
5G
others
video
because
that he
they've
played
done their
last night.
We
They
can
mentioned
do ours.
Diet
But it means
Coke,
everybody has to take
Coca-Cola,
their
like all
responsibility as
Coca-Cola products have nanobots
Luckily,
in them.
Follow up on oil, please.
I stopped eating all that shit years ago, man, so I should be all right.
Did you have to make any concessions to get
There
them
was like
their production? Like, did you?
10 things that they ran off that have nanobots in.
They
Yeah,
want to do
I'm
that.
not
It's good for their
And
country.
they were saying how this 5G, like some of these nanobots are already programmed.
Yeah,
And
no, he,
It's about the COVID-19
and
outbreak.
some they can actually
It
send
appears as if you
programs
for
too
save the
to
lives
do
of
certain things.
oh,
No, I
yeah,
heard
I've
that
heard all about this,
a little while
yeah, but
because I
yeah,
just went to the news
I think it's
conference by the
fear-based,
Secretary of Defense about that.
fear-based knowledge,
I
man.
don't,
I'm
I
sure,
don't
I'm
agree with
sure
that
it's
at
not,
all.
not,
Not at
not,
all.
I'm
Not
sure
at
it
all.
exists, I don't deny it, but I'm not
Thank
gonna
you.
worry about it.
And this
We give
morning,
it,
once again,
we
that
give
we
it
got
power.
off to a late start
I think we'll
and
have it,
should have
you know, but
pushed harder.
I believe that
Governors in other
we're
states
still
would say
warriors, man.
they
I don't think
rely
it's,
on the federal government to assess the situation and how risky it
that's
is.
my opinion.
And they want to know how would they have
I don't know
known
what you're
to
talking
start
about, yeah.
sooner without your guidance?
Well, they have experts, and frankly,
And vaccinations too,
long
man.
after we came out and talked about
Right,
it,
yeah.
what I have known to cut off China. I
Well,
cut
they
off
say
China
that's
early
the only way they could
If I
pass
didn't
a
do it,
virus is if it's
You
injected.
wouldn't believe.
That's right.
So how would I know to do that? How would I know to cut off?
And all the
Europe?
people that
Cut
are
off
testing
Europe early?
positive, they got the
I
vaccine,
mean,
the
you
flu
have
vaccine.
Right, right, yeah.
People
That was
need
another thing
bad
she
things
was
were going
pushing
on, and they gotta
vaccines. This nurse that I was talking to
And-
today.
Oh, yeah,
Others got
she's
off to a
pushing
late
it, yeah.
start also. But we cut off
Oh, I
China.
got a,
If we didn't cut
the
off
guy that I
China,
work with,
we would have been in
his
so
mother's a
big
nurse
trouble. And we cut it off.
in a hospital.
Right.
We cut it off
And I
way
think
early.
apparently she's been seen.
Follow up on the insurance point in a separate
Wrapped up in
question. The payment
accuracy or
colleague
dream.
can't be in the room. On the insurance point,
But apparently,
well,
these anti-vax.
is there going to be an
A lot of the
opportunity
healthcare workers are being
for
forced.
insurance companies, if in fact
That should be interesting to see what happens.
compensated for uncompensated
Right.
care,
Right.
are the insurance companies going to also get compensated for extraordinary expenses that they may have, or are they assuming that cost?
So we haven't discussed it, but we're talking to them. Getting them not to pay copay in the case of the big ones was a tremendous thing. That's a lot of money they gave up. But we're discussing that with the insurance companies. We'll let you know. It'll be pretty quickly. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question on Japan, sir. They are expanding their entry ban to include the United States. Are you planning to take any similar action to ban Japanese nationals from coming to the U.S. as a result of this crisis?
Well, we're looking at a lot of things and a lot of different bands. We have more bands than anybody. We had bands when bands weren't fashionable, if you remember, right at the beginning of this administration. It was for different reasons. But we've had bands long before people thought of bands. When I did China, it had never been done before. I was the first one to do it. Remember that. It had never, according to what I read in all the papers, this had never been done. This is a terrible thing to do. And 4 weeks later, they were all saying, we're lucky we did it. So we're looking at it. No, we heard that.
Trump needs to wear smaller
I think
glasses
it's
when
fine
he
that they
spray
do that. They're trying to
tans his
protect their
face.
country, and we have to protect our country. Yeah, of course.
Mr. President, I asked you yesterday about stay-at-home orders and if that, decision should be left in the hands of governors or if you're considering telling the entire nation, stay at home.
Yeah.
So just today, Georgia's governor finally issued a stay-at-home order saying that
When I was driving around,
had been
man,
infecting people before they ever felt bad, but we didn't know that
Should have known
for the
that
last
last week.
24 hours. Is that ignorance, gross
He's a good governor, Brian Kemp. He's a very good, he's a good governor, and he had to make his own decision on that.
Go home, you idiot.
I think we're about 85%.
You're gonna die. Go
I
home.
think it's about 85% of the states have got to stay at home. Brian's a great governor with his decision. He made that decision. Ultimately, he decided to go along with it.
Gotta
And
entertain
they're
myself.
doing it.
Hold on for a minute, Matt. I'll be
In
back.
many respects. Yeah, go ahead, please.
This is another question from my colleague who couldn't make it in today, from Emily Gooden at the Daily Mail. I had a question in regards to the
Really
Russia
failed.
landed at JFK with medical supplies. Did the United States ask Russia for this aid, or is it just accepting it?
And we're accepting it. It was a very nice offer from President Putin. I spoke to him the other night, as I told you, and they had excess medical equipment things, and I'll take it. I'll take it. I think it's very nice. We've had some from China.
Takes it, all right. Takes
We
it right
also
up the
help
poop.
other countries. We like doing that. Like I said before, if we have excess stuff, we let it go out. We let some go out where, frankly, they had orders for it, and I didn't want to stop orders. It was a very nice gesture on behalf of President Putin. And I could have said no, thank you, or I could have said thank you. And it was a large plane of very high quality medical supplies. And I said, I'll take it.
Any further aid in your country?
We asked for it, but he was very nice. It was part of the call. He said, we have it. It's additional. They have very big difficulties with this virus also, as you know, Russia. And I thought it was a very nice gesture on behalf of President Putin. I could have said, no, I don't want it, or I could have said, I'll take it. And you know what I said? I'll take it.
Except further aid.
If they say things that we need, I'd take it. Sure. Nice gesture. No, I'm not concerned about Russian propaganda, not even a little bit. He offered a lot of medical, high quality stuff that I accepted, and that may save a lot of lives. I'll take it every day. Please, sit back.
Takes it every day.
You tweeted that you stand with the people of Iran at the beginning of your presidency, and you'll continue to
Takes
stand
it. Doesn't give it much, but you've always taken it.
given the fact they're so hard hit with
Oh,
coronavirus.
they're very
It's too
hard
small,
hit.
that's what.
They're very hard hit. In a lot of ways, they're hard hit. They're hit with their economy, with their military, and with obviously the virus. They're very hard hit.
Would you consider easing sanctions to allow?
All right, I'm back, man.
to get in?
Well, they haven't even asked us to do that. Okay.
He's gonna take it, Rick.
People, not.
He takes it every
You know
day.
what?
Oh, yeah, he takes it every day.
If they want to meet, would love to meet and would love to settle the whole thing out.
Huh?
I doubt they'll meet.
So realistically,
take
how
it
does a
back.
person in Tehran pick up the
Oh, yeah.
I think they love America. I think the Iranians
My
love
wife's on the front line, you know that?
to be free. I think they'd love to
What's
have.
that?
My wife's on the front line.
I remember Iran many years
She's a
ago.
nurse?
Yeah, she's a home health aid.
Doing real estate deals in Iran. They were
Yeah, she's on the front line. She's battling there every day.
They were very successful. And then one day that came to an end.
What's that?
The people of Iran, they
Can you
remember
believe it?
No,
a
she
long
don't
time
believe
ago,
it.
but not so long ago. They remember it.
She's like, I got her.
They love what we stand for.
I guess
We're
I
not
kind
looking
of
for cha- We're not looking
broke
for
her cherry
government
with
change.
her.
This country's been through that many
And
times.
when I first started preaching it to her, she really didn't believe it.
who are maybe concerned
But
about?
then the more and more I started showing her,
You know, I put it out very publicly.
I slowly woke her up.
With respect to the
That's good,
virus.
man.
And yeah, and then she started believing everything. Like,
Are you
you
encouraged,
know, she
perhaps?
believes in Mandela effect, everything.
There are many countries that
I'm
feel.
good.
Knows that this is a scam,
They've been a very hostile country.
you know, and she's telling other people too. Like, she's trying to wake up her client.
$50 billion giving.
I've been
them
trying for 10 years, man. I'm not getting
Green,
anywhere.
fill up this-
Right,
Do
right.
you have a moral responsibility?
Her client's a big Trumper.
I have a moral responsibility.
And like I showed that clip, you see that clip where Trump said, well, the one dude said this is an exercise, and Trump's like, well, then you should have told me.
Talking about us. And what happens is.
Did you see that clip?
Because they have a very big.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's like
virus, a
one
very
of the governors, like
one of the.
Pomoa or something like that. I forget. Pompeo.
I happen to believe what I see.
Pompeo's like giving a
And if they wanted help, we give them help. Yeah, you have one in the back, please?
and he says this is a live exercise. And Trump's standing off to his right, like right behind him.
Different states.
And he leans into him and he says, well, then you should have told me.
We just
And
enacted.
you clearly hear him say that.
Masks. Are there any?
And like you can read his lips too.
There are other things besides
You
masks.
know,
that are.
I had that clip, I sent it to my wife, and my wife was telling her client about it, and her client didn't believe her.
That was the
So
number
then
one
she showed her the clip,
What we've been
and she like nearly
request based
hit
on
herself.
what we've been trying to do over at FEMA is say to the
Yeah.
state, well, if you would like ventilators, we need to see first looking.
I've been telling people about empty
For example,
hospitals,
in
but
northern
they
Jersey,
wanna
they're
cycle.
going down to southern Jersey and they're finding ventilators and
Yeah.
trying to
So
locate
like
them
my mate,
where they
my
have
mate with
the
the nurse,
hotspots.
nurse,
The
mother
second thing
that's a
that we've
nurse.
done is we've asked them to survey for alternative ventilators.
My wife's really the only one I ever woke up.
And the ability to convert them to ventilators. So we're
I've
asking
been
people to be
working it-
forceful inside their
working it
state
like
before they
you're
come to
for
the
10
federal
years, man.
government.
Not getting
The
anywhere.
third thing we've been asking states
Only-
to provide what
only
their
in health.
utilization rates are. So everyone's asking for
Right.
everything.
Well, my wife just told me that
from his local
I
hospital.
kind of woke up a security guard too.
And he said, well, you don't have a COVID patient.
Wow, cool.
Yeah.
Why do you want 250 ventilators?
He'll probably quit his
Well,
job.
We just want to be safe. We're very nervous right
What's
now.
that?
You have all over the country.
He'll probably
There's
quit
a lot
his
of
job.
people are asking
No, he didn't. He's still
what else
working
they
there.
need at the moment. And the job of FEMA,
He was right along with me,
try to make sure that we're getting
questioning
real
this
data
nurse today.
from the states, that we can make
Oh,
real
no,
time
it is.
allocations
Yeah, yep.
based on the data. And right now, what's happening,
Yes, he
Yes.
was.
a lot of the different cities and states are providing.
And I told this nurse I want to
We're
see
talking to them
proof
daily. They're updating that
that a
information.
virus can live outside of a cell.
To make much more
Yeah, they can't exist.
decisions. on
Right.
where
I
they
said I
can
want to see
You also have
proof,
a situation
physical
where some
proof.
states, FEMA
You know,
allocated
Even if
live
he
on
shows it to me in black and white.
instances where in cities
Can
they're
live-
running out.
It can,
States still
it
has
can
a
live
stockpile.
on cardboard
And the
boxes
notion of
and
the federal
door handles
stockpile
for 3
is
days.
supposed to be our stockpile. It's
That's
not
what
supposed
she
to
was
be
saying. It can live on your clothes.
encouraging the
And I
states
was like,
to
well,
make sure that they're assessing
it can live on your clothes.
their local
I was told
local
laundry detergent kills it.
trying to fill it with the supplies that we've
Yep.
given them. The same thing with the masks.
Oh,
the
I was told
mask
sunlight
is
kills it.
actually an item that wasn't used as frequently in the
It just
medical
can't exist without a host, man.
mostly for
Right.
disease.
Yo, it can't even pass
and
from like a liver
It's
cell
actually,
to
it's,
a brain
it's
cell.
actually,
of the
actually a
N95
physical
mask.
reaction to
What the president and
poison
vice
that's
president
been
were able to do
inserted
in
into the
Congress
body,
was to
man.
get the waiver so
The
that
body
you could
cleanses
expand the
itself of
pool. So a
poison.
lot of the masks were
Right.
used for the construction.
It's not even a real
Now
thing.
there's a much bigger pool of masks in
reaction.
the country. There was a stockpile. They distributed that based on where they
People
thought
are morons, man.
it would go, but a
They
lot
just
of that
believe the
still is stuff
bullshit
that the
forever,
states
Right.
go down to the right places
Well,
within the
that's
state.
why.
So I would
That's why it's
encourage
got to
you
be
new governors
itself.
saying that the federal government hasn't given
You
them
know,
what
it's
they
not
need.
that
I would
you're just
encourage you to ask them
brainwashed.
to have you
It's
look within your
actually
state
accurate.
to make sure that you
The
have
prob-
been able
the
to
big
find the
problem too
resources.
is that
Unlike
people
other
who work in the
countries, a
medical
lot of the
industry,
medical system in America
they're
is
trained by
private.
the
It's
pharmaceutical
not
industry.
a public government controlled. So you
Oh
have
yeah, they got to back it.
to get the data from what's in their state.
Yeah,
Look at it in
that's
that
what
way.
they
and then
say
make
they're
sure
funding
they're
it, but they're really
resourceful
fucking
in a way to
not
do that.
funding it.
Also
They're
ask them what the
providing all the
utilization
tests
percentage
as
is,
well, you know?
because if
All
one
the
year
effective-
asking for more ventilators, and if the federal government
Well,
says
they
that
know if they don't, they'll be out of a
not to
job.
have ventilators sitting in a warehouse where you have
It
another
supports-
state where you have people.
supports their
who use it.
industry,
So,
you know?
what we're trying
Right.
to do is make
Who cares
more
about everybody else? It's just
ventilators, masks, any other supply we can get to make sure it's
It's
going
just
to
a business. It's all.
I wonder if you could weigh
It's
in
an
on those
industry of
reports.
death.
I'm sure you're aware where unnamed White
Right.
House officials have
There's no
described
cures. It's just
running
treatment.
a shadow task force. How do you describe your role? How do you describe
You
your
know, cure some of them here and there. If they're lucky, they'll get
President,
cured.
Vice President to run the task
But
force.
we're
Vice
really just treating them.
I've been serving really at the direction. of the Vice President.
There was a doctor
Get involved
here
in different
that
projects. The Vice President and I speak
was
probably
signing
5,
exemptions
10
for
times a
people,
day.
so that
But everything that I'm
children
doing is at the
didn't
direction of the Vice
vaccinated.
President. If some people are
Right.
talking, that means they're probably not informed
And
of what's going on. But I can assure you that with Dr. Bird, Dr. Fauci, the Vice President,
to a public rally
times a day to make sure that I'm accomplishing
people
and
that
focusing
were,
on the objectives that the
who
Vice
were totally
President
against
deems
it,
are
you know,
priority.
and he was supporting them.
The national stockpile.
But he wasn't on camera. But they used that video of him. He was unnamed. He didn't usually say his name. He just said, "I'm a doctor, and I'm doing the best I can to protect children." And I'll continue to do this.
A ventilator from the national stockpile.
So children aren't
State. In other words,
damaged
how
from
sick
these
does
poisons,
somebody
you know?
have to be?
Right.
You can hear it talking, you know, and everybody's clapping and cheering.
Well, that's not the issue that's not the
And they had
critical
the
issue. You have
mainstream media use
basically put the request and there's yes, their utilization.
the medical board to
So
deregister him.
it's a very simple formula.
I think he might have even been he might have even been put to jail.
And by the way,
Or
some
been to
governors
jail.
we speak to are
Really?
and they don't know what's in their state. You know, some
Demonized to the max.
and they'll know to the number how many ventilators they have in their state because that's the first thing a good manager will.
That's what happens to people
what
that
a lot
care,
of
man.
voters are seeing now.
Try and stand up with
Like
too many
be a
cameras.
mayor or a governor.
Doctors
Yeah,
are the
it's
same.
jail or
Honest
death,
doctors are the
right?
same.
Competent
In the
manager
same boat
in
as
a
us,
time
mate.
of
We're
crisis. This is a
very
time of
few.
crisis, and you're seeing
Right.
certain people are better managers than others. So what I would say is that the way that the federal
You know, I
government
watched the video earlier. I'm trying to find it.
your data, right? Don't ask
Their
them
doctors
know that when you don't know
are
what you have in your own state,
scripts
you're scared. You ask your medical
for themselves.
They don't know. You have to take inventory of what you
Because
have.
of supposedly
to show that there's a real need, and so
a
a lot
cure.
of things because most governors off the bat didn't know what they needed.
Yeah, it's a certain medicine.
Blood check, Admiral Giroir.
Yeah, malaria medicine.
Container
They
where every
use it.
couple hours when a request comes in.
Furies
we'll
don't-
update the
the Furies
request, we'll
turn the
vote on the
TV off.
request. And then if there is something that they want to elevate to the task force.
Right, and these doctors are like writing it for themselves and their family.
Literally tracking.
Oh man, they're just poisoning themselves, man. That's blind faith to the extreme.
Interacting with governors and health systems, and that
Spreading your whole family is guinea pigs.
I want to thank the health commissioners and all of them that have been sending hospital data in. I think it's really critical and important to all of us. New York City has been providing information.
Use you.
Now,
That was a big one.
these hotspots.
I first played before you did,
Where
but
they
mine
are
was
with the rising number
baby.
of cases,
Just
where
walk
they
back in the
are
door.
their curve, what can be
What's up,
predicted,
Tommy?
is really ensuring
Man,
that
this
people
witch
get
is still
what they
talking.
need as they need
Hey,
it. So,
Well, she was off for a little bit. She came back on.
and I had to use 20. I'm intubating.
Gag
20.
me.
Yeah, it was the Corbett report. Anybody watch the Corbett report?
I have before he, yeah, I have at some point.
Like, did you watch today's?
Oh no, I don't watch it like that, but I have seen it before. Why? What's
All
up?
right, because, hold on. Let me. I'll be right back. Let me get off these earphones and listen to this medicine.
Because I think early on we sent a big bolus out.
I need more coffee.
Well, go ahead, brother. I'm back. I can. You need to do what you need to do. Hey, good people. Suit Q, Brenda, everyone who's still hanging around. I don't blame you if there's a better stream out there. Some of y'all have probably left, but appreciate the ones that have stuck around. Thank you. I don't blame you for not wanting to see these people too. I'm getting tired of looking at them. They're witches and warlocks. That is for sure, man.
But that means all of us have to work together. And I think that's what's been really important.
Right.
There was a lot of cops out there posting up, getting ready for the midnight lockdown around here.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, Tommy, check this out. Today on the Corbett report, they the doctors are writing prescriptions for themselves. What is Chloroclear? Chloroclil. It's called Chloroclil, and supposedly it cures the coronavirus.
Oh wow.
And yeah, so all these doctors are writing it for themselves.
But now, is that truth or is that a setup to make us want it too?
No, I think it's the truth. It was on the Corbett report.
Right. I mean,
I don't. He's pretty truthful.
Yeah, but is he being set up too?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
See what happens.
Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. I'll definitely look into it. No doubt about it. Yeah, a lot of people out and about scrambling, trying to get stuff before the lockdown here. Right.
Yeah, you got a madhouse down there, Tommy?
It's getting a little crazy. People are definitely trying to get what they need before the storm hits, before the lockdown.
Right. What part of Florida are you in, Tommy?
I'm in Pensacola, Florida.
That's where my wife's aunt's at.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lived here off and on for 31 years. I mean,
Right.
Yeah, I moved here when I was 15.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll be 46 in July, so almost 31 years. Yeah, in July 31. Oh man, and this is uncharted territory for Pensacola for sure. We've had Hurricane Ivan that came through and devastated this area, but even then, it just. I don't know, man. There was a curfew and stuff like that, but it wasn't no martial law or no, all this demanding stuff that they're putting on us.
Right.
They're definitely setting up, the system, the B system, and they're gonna try to use it on us. See how it goes. If you believe the Bible, then they're gonna do this for 3.5 years or so, and just try to conquer everybody, enslave everybody, you know, or kill off as many people too as they can to depopulate the earth.
Right. I can't imagine this shit for 3.5 years, man.
Well, yeah, but I mean, unless there's a rapture, then yeah, we're going through it, brother.
Right, right.
I mean, you know, it's the plan. It's the way that it works. You know, it's meant to be.
Don't.
Unfortunately.
Thank you, sir. I don't want, in fact, I want to praise the states.
She wants to praise the states for listening to the federal liars.
They've had steady, small,
Ugh.
and they're doing a lot of testing.
Testing.
Positive
Test
are
these,
under
witch.
5%. I mean, we have a whole group of states who are testing, and their positivity rate is under 5%.
Swear, dude.
We know what it looks like on the
So much evil on that stage.
13%, then 15%, then 26%, and then 35%. That's what we're trying
Bananas,
to
man.
prevent.
Bananas.
Metro areas that are
We're in the twilight zone, people.
And so if you're in a metro area or you're in a small city,
Oh, man.
please make sure all of your friends and family are following the guidelines. That's the best thing we can do.
And you know, there's something to them wanting to keep us away from the older people more than this bug thing, man. It's like, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's too early for me to say my theory on that, but there is something peculiar going on. You know, that they're so demanding about us not seeing our elderly relatives.
And they're closely associated.
I agree.
The people are doing a very good job, including the people that
They're trying to kill them off or something while we're not looking.
When Deborah was talking about Italy, she was talking about 1% the other was lower. You have mostly states that have been unbelievable. So she wasn't talking about the average of everything. She was talking about an individual
Crazy, man.
state, which is, I think, still
Very.
Italy's having a hard time. By the way, Spain is having a hard time. France is having a hard time. But our states, generally speaking, it's like lots of different countries all over. We have many of those countries are doing a phenomenal job. They're really flat, and I think that's what you meant. I don't know.
Well, I didn't even get what I paid for.
But I thought that's what I
That
understood
figures.
she meant. Yeah, please.
Because coronavirus is present in all 50 states. You said before that when you import mayors and governors to be serious about it, once it goes up, the efforts are too late.
Where's Mad? Oh, he's still getting his coffee?
I guess, yeah.
I'm back.
He's back. Thanks again for holding it down for me, Matt.
Some states are not probably as good, or for whatever reason, or they also live a lot closer. You know, New York is very dense. And California's pretty good. They've got a very good record going so far.
I'm just texting my sister real quick to let her know I'm home and she can come down and see me and
We have states that are
visit for a little bit, maybe put her 2 cents in too.
Some states that I maybe wouldn't have done this.
And
they're really flatlined. Hope they stay that way.
we'll listen to him, and then after this, I'm gonna cut it off. So let's just listen to what
Isn't
his.
that the point that you want those states to
Yeah,
stay
the questions
flatlined?
sometimes.
Yeah,
are good.
that's what I'm saying. No. But when Deborah mentioned about Italy and our country, she wasn't referring to our country. She was referring to one.
Here comes the drama.
She's encouraging people to do a better job of following these social distancing measures. That's what I'm understanding.
Okay, so my understanding, I'm going to let her say it, but I think that everybody would have to be thrilled with the way most states are doing. Thrilled. The flat line.
I'm not thrilled.
States that almost no bump. I mean, I would think. Now, then you have others.
You'd only be happier if they started killing us.
That's different. But you can't condemn people living in a flatliner with people living in something where there's the big bump or the bigger bump.
They're all
or
fucking
more
jail.
To Italy, where they have some very unique problems. In all fairness to Italy, they have some very unique problems.
Doing a great job of being prisoners in your own house. Great job. Great.
A lot of them.
How many do we have?
So why don't I bring you the whole deck again, and we'll divide out the states so you can see them, because you really have.
Lizard alert.
That's why I started with there are states where you've heard me talk about how concerned I was.
Which
These
alert?
are
Which alert?
states that before the guidelines went out, or
We'll
right
cast a
after the
spell
guidelines
on
went
you, my
out, and you
pretties.
can look at it on the website.
It's the Wicked Witch of the Wayside.
About when governors made clarity about closing their states.
Here comes
It's
my kitty
was,
thinking I was calling her.
Social distancing, the washing of hands, the bars, the doing takeout. And you can line that up with the presidential guidelines. And not all states, when the presidential guidelines came out, immediately followed the presidential guidelines. Not all states did. There are states that also may have gotten many more seeds from outside communities. That certainly is one of the issues that New York and New Jersey, Connecticut, and Rhode Island are facing.
She's so believable.
Came in from multiple places into those states. It was undetected early on, and they have a very logarithmic curve. What I'm saying is even one
Still
of those,
undetected, you liar.
one city is one curve too many.
I thought Trump was talking. Well,
I am
damn, this witch keeps coming back.
Yeah, he put her on real quick.
Because of the
And as far as I know, this curve has been flattened.
the outlier curves.
Sure is.
That doesn't happen anywhere else.
Flatten that shit right
Feel
out.
better if every state did a stay-at-home order.
Well,
Would you
I
feel
think
better?
most of the states have done that. I think if one death from this is one death too many. I mean, I come.
Oh, you gotta go to war.
One
because
death too many.
We know what
Or
to
1,000
do. I
or
know we don't
2,000.
have a
Yo,
vaccine.
my son looked up the other day, 500,000 children die of diarrhea a year.
Others are doing it.
We're not closing the fucking world down from diarrhea.
You're listening to diarrhea from the mouth right here.
Right now.
I know it's really hard.
Diarrhea for you.
I know it's hard to remember. I mean, I have to say to myself every day because I'm around very important people. to,
I'm
like,
around
never
important
touch
people.
anything. And I'm just like paranoid now about.
Oh,
touching.
Nancy's getting emotional.
People are too. I mean, it's not in a place where.
Yo, that's another thing. That nurse that I got in an argument, she said she won't even breathe in the way of her children.
I understand that. We're all trying to protect.
Yeah. She won't breathe towards her children.
Everybody is
Sad.
trying really hard. And I just, like really, really hard.
No, her children walk around with plexiglass in front of them.
That evidence. So it's like,
My wife said, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
asking everybody to apply what
I
works.
want to
And
eat
know
your
it takes
children.
amazing attention to detail. Because the minute you
Your
forget
blood.
or do something, you're like,
The one cashier was like,
This woman scares Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
faces.
She ate Hillary.
Many states have started low,
That's just a clone
and
Hillary
slow.
now. She ate Hillary.
And then they stayed at a good level. Some really stayed at a great level. Some
Yo, are they talking about putting Hillary in prison again?
looking great. I was watching it. 'cause
Q probably is.
I heard something like that somewhere today. I don't know where it was.
An interesting point.
Probably on
Because
Alex
after money
Jones.
dropped, it was low, and all of a sudden it went up very rapidly, and now it's one of our true hotspots, right?
Oh dear.
So-
Oprah and Tom Hanks as well.
Right. It looked like it was doing pretty
I'm
good.
8
and then
minutes
all of
late for a
sudden it
bucket
went up.
bong. I know
So you have
that.
that too. But I'll tell you what, we have states that have been really
A fucking
incredible
bucket
in
bong.
the fact that they have kept so low. They have not yet seen the bump. And I hope you don't. I hope you don't. And you have a couple that for a lot of different reasons, and that's not to blame anybody, but they are at a higher level, but very few. I think, Deborah, I mean, I may say, I think most people have actually followed the presidential, you can call them whatever you want. I would never use the word dictates, because if I use that word, I would be in
The
such
guidelines,
trouble.
dumbass.
Put me in trouble.
Presidential dictate.
We make a recommendation.
He's taking it to another level. He could have just said guidelines.
Good job.
Right. Yeah.
It a little bit.
I'm a dictator.
But
he's a dictator.
I think on average, really phenomenal.
Dictate D's.
I think we've done phenomenally.
He dictates Mike.
I had that graph the other day. I don't know
Dictator,
if I assume you saw it. Everybody in the world saw it. But you look at all those lines on the bottom, one color after another, all different, representing different states. It's all crowded at the bottom. And then you had two that were up, but you had, I don't know, almost every one of them was down low, very low. So there were a lot of people listening. And I just didn't,
Very low. Very low.
or neither does the country. Because I don't want this country working so hard and then have press that is, in this case, maybe misinterpret something. Because I might have I might have, when I
Just
heard it, I was
interpret
surprised at
these.
first too, but I understood what Deborah meant. But I think it's very important.
I
because
understood.
You to be accurate. One other thing, just a quick
Yeah.
thing. So what I found is when governors call me, I mean, I think in
They
every
call you
case, they've
chump.
always been so nice. So nice.
So nice.
I've seen them and heard
So
them.
nice.
Good
Thank
day,
you very
President
much.
Trump.
You have done a great job.
So nice. He takes it every day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then I'll
And
see
Dick hates it every day.
the opposite party.
Takes
Almost.
it up the ass
It's
every
so
day.
nice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But
It's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
They're very generous. They're very nice. They thank me. Everything's great. We're doing a great job.
They give me a hand job every time. Every time they give me a hand job every
Very
I
time.
nice.
realize there are some people
Phoenix
because of
is very
politics,
nice. Very nice.
that if they say we want 1,000 ventilators, and I'll say no,
There he
Jim,
goes.
I want to give you 5,000 ventilators. They'll say, thank you. You are the greatest president that's ever lived.
Greatest.
Then I'll see
Get
them
the fuck out of
on
here.
paper or see them on a show, and they'll say, the president didn't come through for me. I'm very disappointed in the president. And we have a lot of that. They're very happy when they talk to me. Then I see them. But there are some people, if they asked for 500 of something, and if I gave them 5,000, they will say, you'll say, how's the president doing? Well, we don't like the job. To my face, they're very nice. But then sometimes, I guess they assume.
This guy's
I'm
like
for something,
this
but I-
guy's like the drunk guy at the bar. He's got a great story.
Especially vulnerable population.
He just won't shut up.
Population, and that's especially when you're here. I wondered if you could address what the federal government is doing to protect.
Well, it's
inmates.
vulnerable and that it's close together.
Very entertaining when you're drunk.
I can't tell you what age, but a lot of young people in prison. Some people.
Yeah, that's where it should be.
have not done that at all, but some states are letting people out of prison. Some people are getting out that are very
Free
serious
D's.
criminals in some
They're
cases.
leaving them, they're letting them all out of prison to make room for the new people they want to put in prison.
Maybe,
Yeah, they want to put D's in
Philadelphia
prison.
comes to mind. So we'll see.
They
see
wanna
what-
put
what
this
happens when,
mean
we don't
is-
like it, the people don't like it, and we're looking into see if I have the right to stop it in some cases. Okay.
Do I have the right? I have the right.
6.6
million Americans filed
Well,
for
there's no-
last week. We haven't heard you talk a lot today about what they're going through. So,
Oh, I think it's. I
what's
think
your
they're.
message to them?
President?
I think it's terrible. So look, 4 weeks ago, we had the greatest
He
economy
just told everybody he's not in charge.
in the world, in the history of the world. We had the most jobs ever in the history of the United States, almost 160 million jobs. And then one day, I get a call from Deborah, who's fantastic, then from Dr. Fauci. And
Dr. Fauci.
Dr.
Yeah.
Fauci.
Less than 1% Fauci.
They said, we may have to close it up. I said, close what up?
Close
They said, close
your
up the
bunghole.
country. I said, what's that all about? And we discussed today, and probably not since 1917, came to that conclusion. And he was a fantastic person, a brilliant person. And this is what she said, has it ever been this bad? And I think I can represent that you said no. And part of it is a contagion. It's
Only
so
when you have a
contagious.
boner.
It's like, if you sneeze, I probably get it. Who ever heard of a thing like that? Okay. And this very talented reporter is bailing out. Okay, he's out of here.
Yeah, he's
I don't
tired to hear
blame
your
him.
bullshit
But it's
lies.
a very contagious thing, and probably the likes of which we've never.
Can't take it anymore. He's gone.
That.
See ya.
But 1917, so that's over.
I want to
100
see a
years
reporter
ago.
get up
That
and
was-
bend over
it's
and
been
moon
written
his
about
ass
many,
one
many
time.
times.
You know,
It was
moon him.
Whether it was 75 or 100 million people, I've heard from 50 to 75. I've heard 75 to 100, but it was tens of millions of people. Now we have the
Tens of
advantage of
millions.
communication.
He loves the numbers, doesn't he?
This could have been just as bad. I mean, here we can read on the internet. We can see what
He
to
loves
do. We can
numbers
have
and
these
death.
meetings. They can watch
Lots
on
of death,
television,
death,
which
death.
they do.
Lots of
A
death.
lot of
Yeah,
people are
lots of
watching.
death. Yeah, yeah.
A lot of people are watching, and they say, "Gee,
And a orangutan colored dye.
I'm a
but in
good killer. Good
1917,
killer. Yeah,
they didn't
yeah.
have that option. You know, they didn't know what to do. They just noticed people dying all over the place. Think of it: 75 to 100.
See,
million
die,
people
die, die.
in this country died. To me, it's a great question. How come more people didn't die?
How come more people didn't die? Yeah, we thought more people were
going
gonna die.
And went to Europe. I mean, we lost a lot of people, but
lot,
relatively
a
we
lot.
lost very few compared to Europe. So this is a terrible thing that happened, and
Terrible.
what's happening now?
It's not great.
People and jobs.
It's either great or not
look at the
great.
position I'm in. We have built all together, everybody, not me, everybody,
Everybody.
greatest economy in history. And all of a sudden, people come in that we respect or we know. And here's the thing, they were right. Everybody questioned it for a while. Not everybody, but a good portion questioned it. They said, let's keep it.
Everybody. Not everybody.
We did that. You saw the other graph. And whether it's true or almost true or maybe not true enough, the number was 2.2 million people would have died. 2.2 million.
Whether it's true or not.
Would have died in a short period of time. The last could have been even shorter. I always notice a horrible one where it goes high, it actually comes down a little bit faster. It might have been over faster and you would have lost 2.2 million people. So they come in and they say, we have to close up the country. And I say, you know,
Get back to the script, Don. You're fucking it up.
fabric of this country, to people that had great jobs, great families,
Great.
no problems
Great.
with money.
Great.
The beast says close it down. You got to close it down.
And all of a sudden, they go from that to having no job in one day. They never even thought of it.
Yeah, you did that.
6 million people unemployed. Unemployment numbers get released, and
And
you
you
see
proud.
6 million people. And it's an artificial closing. It's not like we have a massive recession.
People like you.
It's artificial because we turned it off. Think of what we're doing.
It's artificial.
We're saying,
Yes, it
Everything's
is.
artificial
go to
with you
work and we'll
fucks.
pay you. Everything's the opposite. It was always go to
Everything's
work,
upside
make a lot of
down,
money,
opposite
do
ass
well.
backwards
The
when it comes to
American
the government.
Because of a hidden enemy, we're saying, don't go to work and we're going to pay you. Look at the money, $2 trillion. And we will probably.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
You want to get the restaurants back, you give
Yo, we're getting checks for $2 trillion.
I can make more money than having a yard sale than your freaking $1,200. Get out of
They
here.
were before.
No, he's giving us $2 trillion, Tom.
When they
So,
ended.
so Rick,
2 trillion
And when they
lies.
started doing well, but
it's not two. It's
But
not two.
the boom
It's
of the
not
restaurants is when they had
it's not
deductibility where
2.3 billion.
corporations could use them. So, and entertainment. That was a great thing.
Can we get some more Lysol
They
on the
closed it
sky
and then
too,
they
please,
closed it
sir?
again,
Oh,
and
save
it
us,
wasn't the
save
same.
us.
But when you go back, you do that. But it's
Isn't he spraying vitamins?
for money now at zero. You know,
It
we
was
were paying
vitamins, now it's
5%,
Lysol.
4%, 3%. And we can borrow long term for zero.
Oh, shit.
Literally zero. You know that. Because we're considered the safe investment all over the world. They want money in the United States. That's where they want the money. So I know better than anybody.
Money, 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 money.
It's horrible. But you know what I want to
Money.
be able to get them back.
I'm
fast.
waiting for him to say,
When this is
coronavirus,
over,
you're
it's gonna be a
fired.
day we're going to celebrate. Everyone's going to go to work, and I think we're going to have boom times. I think it's going to be great. And we've learned a lot.
Great.
We've learned about
Gonna be great.
We've learned about reliance on other countries. We've learned so much, that I think we really have a chance to be bigger and
Did
better.
you hear that China's reinfected?
Come back very quickly.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. They said China's reinfected.
So we will see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yo, why did they take the president's seal off of the podium? Anybody know that?
Yeah, because they're not what they say they are. They're showing us probably.
Is it because the UN's taken over?
Yeah, probably. Yep, I reckon.
U.S. citizens on board. I think the Zandam.
That's what those ships are. They're UN.
There's my piece of crap, Governor.
Those hospital ships are UN colours. You know, the red.
Right. Right.
Oh dear, these folks just make me sick. They really, 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 really do. Hey, Trevor, what's
Yeah,
going on?
I think the biggest part of the ships being brought in was to tell you who's running the show. You know what I mean? It was a big signal. You know.
Trevor wants to know why people aren't dying.
Because there isn't a dangerous epidemic.
The government's the danger.
Yes, exactly. The martial law threat is a danger.
You know how many people they were like, huh?
No. No what?
Oh man. Woo woo woo. So
All the followers are the danger.
anybody that follows and supports Satan is the danger.
Yeah. That's what I was saying the other day, Tommy. These people have got to make a decision and they've got to do it now. They've got to get out. The good ones, they just got to get out.
Well, indeed, people are. I think people are making the choice now. They are choosing good or evil or whatever. And
It's the time, man. This is the time to make the right choice. Get on the right side of history, you know?
yeah, yeah. Yes, exactly. I'm just looking here. See what else I had to share video wise, but holy moly.
Doing anything bad with it.
Okay. Are you going to use it all?
What do we got?
I cooked it. I bought it.
Naughty Beaver is live. Have y'all ever watched Naughty Beaver?
No, I never even heard of her. Or is it a him or a her?
Him.
No, I never.
Naughty
yeah,
Beaver.
Never
Yeah.
heard of him.
All right, let's check out Naughty Beaver. I'll play some of it real quick.
Well, good evening, everybody. Naughty Beaver. How do you do any impromptu live stream? How's everybody doing up there?
Not sharing, Tommy.
Does this mic sound good? Like nice and
Yeah.
steady where it's not cutting off at all? Good sound. My last live stream was all cut off every couple seconds. Let me know if you guys hear everything.
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Let me
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's on 5x5.
I know I spend my life talking to myself in the basement, but generally it's good to acknowledge there's somebody on the other end that can hear me.
He's a cellar dweller.
Living proof
There's
that I'm not a
almost 400 people watching in just a minute.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he's got a huge following. He hasn't gone live in a while.
What's his name again?
Naughty Beaver.
Naughty Beaver.
Delay. 20 seconds behind me. I think YouTube always puts a delay in it so he can block me. So everything sounds good and sharp. I don't want to make a long show. What I wanted to do, I was recording some videos today. I was like, getting into the middle of this, it's just magic. So what I thought I'd do tonight, I want to show you guys some clips from two different things. One of them is doom porn, as in Epic Economist. So it's just one of those, it's like one of the end of the world kind of channels. Been bonding every day for like 20 years that the world was going to end. But it's like an economic channel, just warning things of the future. And then to parallel it, I want to go over to this higher self channel and talk about, there's this Michael Love character I was talking about. Like Naughty Beaver, it sounds a little bit suspect, like perhaps a pen name of some sort. It has substance to it, but I want to show you guys the difference between, like say with Cosmic Agency and a channel with digital voices. This is what's really epic. And I'm actually going to show you guys an excerpt from her live stream the other night, just a couple minutes that I was recorded because they were asking about Q. Who is it? And live right on the show, the Palladians told her right through the internet who it was and who's behind it. So we'll kind of tie it all together. Just to put what I expect to see, I guess, in the coming times is the best way to put it. Some people never understood my Lord of the Rings video. I'll spell it out for you guys while I'm actually having a show. I just impromptu uploaded this. And we got 9,000 views. How exciting. It's mine. So this is ours, guys, for people that don't understand the higher artistic mastery of Naughty Beaver, how I convey very powerful messages to you guys that are truly awakened.
Thank you, John.
For those that have actually watched Lord of the Rings, people that have never seen it had no idea what the hell I was on about. There's if you really confuse elderly ladies that are on my channel, I'm sorry about that. Go watch Lord of the Rings. It's funny as hell. There's just some people that don't quite get this. But this ring represents the gaze of society. The world is focused on this. This is what the Ring of Power was in our minds a few months ago. Whatever it is, you could pick and choose. Somebody that's awake and realizes it's just a ring. But the world, whatever its problems were, whatever gold it lusted for in this reality, there it sits in the ring. Save the whales, save Mother Earth, save Africa, whatever thing you gave power to, that's what you worshiped, prayed, believed in. That was our ring of power. There was the symbolism.
My own.
See, and I was roping you in with a bit of theatrics to distract from the true meaning, very deep, very spiritual meaning. And suddenly, out of nowhere, the ring is just tossed aside. That's society that we live in. Everybody on earth knew what that ring meant, but we tossed it aside. Good. For what? And there's the symbolism. That was the meaning of this video. For those that didn't quite understand that, nothing else matters in the earth but toilet paper. The psychology behind it is everybody's just out to save their own ass.
There you go.
Your ring hole.
Just for those people that just didn't really understand that video, that was like more artsy kind of higher meaning behind it all, if you will. But it's very true. Now the whole world's obsessed with toilet paper. They don't care about the ring of power. That's not going to wipe their ass for them. Right? That's all I was ever trying to tell for those that didn't quite understand it. So I just wanted to give it kind of like a Banksy, you know, maybe down the road I'll get an academy for this or something. But it was great to see actually a lot of people, they actually got the meaning of this, the symbolism behind it all. Just throw away the ring of power for toilet paper because that's what the media told us is the real focus of the world. So let's get to business. I don't want to make this too long of a rant tonight. I had to point that out. It's so comical. I just seen it as I was thinking of this lady's channel. She might be following. Oh, yeah, Susan Canada. Wow, nasty. But it's a lot, like, more or less, maybe a little bit older crowd that tends to follow me. They might not watch Lord of the Rings. So I'm sorry. This was very impromptu. It was kind of an on-the-spot recording, pardon the pun. But to me, it had to be said. I just took off my ring and, yes, naughty. Cried to the people. That's good that a couple watched it. That's probably as far as it'll ever go. At least you guys understand me. So let's get down to business. You guys want to watch a little doom porn? Yeah? Doom porn on the Beavers channel? It's like, it basically just, it's one of the channels. It spells out all the worst possibilities. I cannot disagree with many of these channels. And I can't. I see their points of view. I was watching like Atlantis Report. I'm sure some of you guys might watch it.
Oh, I've got an Atlantis Report video to share with
It's
y'all.
good to know. It's good to have people think ahead of the worst possibilities. But what's even better is using your mind to manifest an alternate reality. That's kind of what I'm going to point out tonight. So we'll just delve into business here and see how we're all going to die in the coming weeks. Now, one of the things that I want you guys in your head to ask yourself, do you think this guy, whoever this is, watches Pleiadian messages and knows anything about aliens or claims to be a starseed, has ever noticed the spaceships flying all over the planet or any of that? The chances are he was, well, of course not. It's an economist channel. Exactly. These are the people that are going to get broadsided on this planet, not the starseeds. That's one of the differences in reality. And you're like, yeah, it's easy to get sucked back into the Matrix reality. There's nothing else happening in the universe. This is the only way you can see life. There are no alien ships. It's all a mind game. Let's just talk about money. Well, that's the reality you've created, and that's the reality that you'll experience. Watch, it's only a few minutes long here.
The whole world is going through very difficult economic times. Supply chains are being disrupted.
This is what kills me off the get-go. It's been like a couple of weeks or whatever, but like, I realize a lot of people live poor and work poor in this world, but you're making pretty big generalizations. Myself, I don't spend money on anything, and my mother is like the most frugal person on the planet, always saving for a rainy day. But amazingly, how you get generalized into it's the whole world's problems after 14 days. A lot of people are like, yeah, I guess I never thought of that. Like, that's the problem. Not the whole world is like America. A lot of us come from poor nations, so we always have money for.
He's in Canada, by the way.
It's not a debt-based reality. However, it's important to point this out for a lot of people because a lot of people They're like, well, my house is paid for. I have money for food, but they'll fall victim to that kind of mentality. Yeah, we're gonna die. It's like, no.
Disrupted. Entire economies are collapsing all over the world. The United States is the largest economy in the world, but also it has not been spared by this global economic meltdown. The U.S. economy has also been shut down at this moment, and we are at the verge of a total collapse. If the U.S. economy remains shut for the next 2 or 3 months, we will witness a historic number of layoffs that has not been experienced.
Yeah, so all
for
those
many
jobs
decades.
that President
What
Trump
has already
created will be
happened
gone.
so far
and then
is
some.
difficult to believe. It's just last week when the Department of Labor announced that more than 3.3 million Americans had already lost their jobs, and they were filing for unemployment benefits across various states.
Yep.
This is more than 4 times compared to the last all-time high unemployment claim figure. Things are getting worse every passing day. And this week, experts are warning that the number of unemployed people will continue surging as more companies and businesses shut down their operations. This is the most challenging time for the United States economy ever, because this level of employment was lastly seen during the Great Depression back in the 1930s. Shutting down the U.S. economy will save many lives. But at the same time, the economy will be crippled. It might take many months, if not years, for the United States to recover. According to a survey that was recently conducted, most
It won't
Americans say they will lay off more employees at some point in the next 3 months if this economic meltdown persists. In this survey, it was revealed that 49% of American companies are likely to conduct layoffs within 3 months,
The
while
robots are coming.
11% have already conducted layoffs in the last 2
Robots
months.
don't get
If
coronavirus.
this economic fallout continues for the next 3 months, it is unimaginable what will happen to the unemployment numbers. We might wake up one day only to realize that 30 to 50 million Americans have already lost their jobs. This is crazy. But the Federal Reserve has already warned that up to 32% of Americans might lose their jobs. 2%. If this happens, the Great Depression will look like nothing.
Yep.
Economists are warning that the United States is about to enter into another Great Depression if this economic slowdown continues for months. If the economy remains paralyzed for much longer, the GDP will shrink to levels never seen before.
Yep.
Many companies will go bankrupt. The economy of the United States is already at tipping point. This is just the beginning of an enormous economic crisis.
It's right there. I'll bring you guys to the show.
Yeah, you don't know it.
This is what he, without looking at the doom porn. Yeah, I know it's depressing. That's why I call it doom porn. But this is what I'm going to show you guys. This is what I'm talking about, the nexus point in human existence. Many, like Americans per se, or around the world, they follow Q. And, you know, different alliances on the earth, and so on and so on and so on. They have a story that they were given.
Fuck you too.
And that's a fraud. Report is that the takedown of the cabal is happening now.
Sorry, mate.
What I want to
Fuck
show
you
people
over
about
and over.
I believe that there is a cabal on the earth, terrifying evil, yada yada yada. Would you really care if the world shut down for a couple of months to wipe it off the face of the earth? And that's something to show people. Outside of that, and to me, absolutely sounds great. I do not mind my life being inconvenienced for losing money or to get rid of this stain off the soul of the human race. That's one of the things I'm trying to show people is the positive side and actually what I expect. This is why I brought this particular video up. If all of this has true meaning, if it does, I could care less in the least what kind of carnage comes out of a month or two. Like having to take down the cabal. I'll talk about you at the end of the show. So I just want to point this out for people. This is the nexus point forming. This is what the Pleiadians are talking about.
Somebody
There
asked,
are
is Q a quack?
multiple different outcomes happening
in
this
the
time.
chat just a minute ago.
Number one, You get shut down for a while, the flu passes, and everybody just goes back to work. Number two, the planet could sink into the true draconian debt, like absolutely everybody
stands for
buried in
quack. I
debt
like
on
that.
measure, and it's saved for all eternity. So literally, the Draco reptilians win the game. It would go literally right to hell. Like, yeah, right. It's all going to be what the world leaders or whatever comes out of this time. The board is set. The virus,
The Ouija board.
whether, it doesn't matter who you believe started it. It's at the pace. It's at the bar. You can't push this off for 6 months into the future. So this is where it's all coming into line. It's now or never. That's what I'm trying to show people. You can't just, we can't arrest the cabal because the world's collapsing. What better time in world history to do it? So
Almost
that's what I'm trying
1,100
to-
watching.
You show people, like, in terms of the different realities. Like, yeah, this guy per
You
se,
ain't doing shit,
there's nothing but
unfortunately.
no cabal, there's no aliens, there's no whatever. Well, when I show you who Q is, and Q's going to put its money where its mouth was, and I'm going to point it out. This is
We're still waiting.
where it's all coming into line. I'm not going to tell you what I believe. It doesn't matter. I would love to see the collapse of all these banking cartels and whatever. However, at this time, giving them infinite money printing and sending out videos saying 50 million Americans are going to be unemployed, that doesn't jive. You have infinite money printing. Why don't you start, road projects, fix up the rotten infrastructure down there, like Pennsylvania, destroyed from floods? How was
They
there in
never fix the
2012?
roads.
That
They
state
say they're
is
going to, they
destroyed.
never do.
Those are the things I rant about. And
They're doing road work everywhere. Man. Everywhere you go.
Because that's slavery. It's all fake money. We pay real interest energy. So I'm expecting certain things. Now is the time. It's not going to happen in the future, is what I'm just going to point out. It can only happen with any success in this moment. It's the only chance where the people would, what the hell with it? I have no idea. So just pay attention. If it all has purpose, who the hell cares? If none of it has purpose and all of this was a lie per se, the world's going to fall into hell. So everything this guy is saying is, in fact, or will be more or less closer to the truth. So that's the only reason I did this. I just kind of want to put a little excitement, but mention it to the world that this isn't going to slip under the rug. You're not going to say certain things. Channelers aren't going to say certain things. Palladians aren't going to say certain things. Q is not going to say certain things and just brush it under the rug if it doesn't go as planned. It's like calling it all to the surface.
The Federal Reserve has been trying to save the economy by pumping trillions of dollars into the system, but this may not work. The economy is already dysfunctional. People are not working, and injecting more cash to the economy will only cause
Dysfunctional.
hyperinflation. The Fed
That's
has
the
already
fucking plan.
an unlimited quantitative easing program. They've announced they'll be buying mortgage-backed securities and treasuries. They have plans to
They want to make
purchase
these
assets worth up to
dysfunctional.
$700 billion. At the same time, they'll also finance them.
There's my other piss off. Mortgage-backed securities. It's like the biggest frauds ever created in the universe. And that's the cabal at its finest. Creating fake money, fake reality out of things that don't even exist.
Fuck Fannie Mae
Somebody
and
wants to
Freddie
sell some
Mac.
peanuts on the market and they trade
Both on crack.
fake this and paper that and futures this and minor that. It's a fake reality.
Exactly.
That part that terrifies me. If you're buying up their screw up just to set them free to do it again, this planet will fall. It's guaranteed. So I'll point out this truth yet
It's
again
not
to
a
people.
globe.
It's mortgage back.
It's not a glove.
It's exactly the same as 2008. At this
I'm
point
not
in time,
alone.
the way I see it is you're
We're
letting
not
the
alone.
cabal or the
My
super
kid is
elite
here.
off the hook. If it has the means to end, so be it. If it doesn't, world finished. That's the way I see it.
Purchase municipal and corporate bonds. This looks like the Federal Reserve's final solution, but at the same time, it is dangerous. This uncontrolled
Danger,
printing of
Will
money
Robinson,
will erode
danger.
the credibility of it. America might end up becoming the new Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
American corporations
Sure will, that's the
and even
plan.
individuals are being bailed out by the Fed. This is turning out to be the biggest bailout in the history of America.
Bail D's
To
out.
this unlimited quantitative easing, the Fed Reserve is printing a lot of money without any regulation. And this
Treat these out.
the well-being of the system, even if we are going through an economic meltdown.
Milk
We've already
these.
taken a very dangerous. You might have a lot of money keeping a few products in the marketplace, and this will force the prices to double or quadruple.
I just
This
said that.
will be the end of the dominance of the
Oh,
U.S.
yeah, that's hyper-
They're going to give us all this money,
Reserve currency.
and then they're going to make the price double and everything.
Money by the
Yeah,
Federal
it'll cost you
Reserve
$100 for a loaf of bread.
will not lose much of its value.
Oh, you
And
want
it'll be too late
TP,
before we
We got the
realize
right
that the
price
dollar
for
has
you.
lost 50% of its value. We might also wake up to realize
We
that
already have the American dollar, man. We're 60
no
cents.
longer in use for international trade. No matter what amount of cash the Fed will pump into the economy, there will not be much improvement. Actually, the Fed is doing more harm than good to the economy. Opening the economy is the only solution. People have to work. People have to create real value in the economy. There is only one
We're
way
coming
to
in.
avoid all this. The United States
Oh,
back
man.
to work as soon as possible. However, this might not happen at the moment because President Trump has already extended the economy closure period. This
Now, one of the things I want to point out with you guys, if you watch Richie from Boston,
Yep.
I'm not going to rant on this. I'm just going to show you the link to the video, to the article. It's right here. Dr. Fauci said COVID is a flu.
Hey, what's up?
Look right here, guys. The New England Journal of Medicine. Click on the link.
A
Open up.
0.1
Fauci.
chance.
So
Yeah,
this
0.1.
television speak. You have to speak like to your other professionals, or you get thrown out of the organization. This is what the world's supposed to be looking at. People actually went to school their whole lives, and they don't lie to each other because they'll get run off. So what did Anthony Fauci say? I'll just grab one phrase right here. So this is his scientific findings, and it's not what Donald Trump is making him say. It's what he says. On the basis of a case definition requiring a diagnosis of pneumonia, the currently reported case fatality rate is approximately 2%. Certainly very limited. If you get a diagnosis of pneumonia as a result of COVID-19, that doesn't count all the other hundreds of thousands of infections. If you get pneumonia from it, as a result, the case fatality rate is approximately 2%. So in truth, the death rate is 2% of those that get pneumonia. Not everybody that gets the flu gets pneumonia, like 99% of the world. So
That
if 1% gets pneumonia from the flu, 2% of the 1% would die. It's very important to point this out. Normal, like children don't get pneumonia from the flu, as you're a sickly little individual per se, but it's very critical before I listen to too many rants coming out of the president. In another article in the journal, report mortality of 1.4% among 1,099 patients with laboratory-confirmed COVID-19. These patients have a wide spectrum of disease severity. If one assumes that the number of asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic cases is several times as high as the number of reported cases, the case fatality rate may be considerably less than 1%. This suggests that the overall clinical consequences of COVID-19 may ultimately be more akin to those of a severe seasonal flu.
That part.
Exactly what the Palladium said it was 2 months ago in China.
I don't know
with Cosmic
Palladium, though.
Agency. Regardless of what it is, with their study and findings long before, when you look at the date of this article, this was only March 26, 2 months ahead of perhaps a world-leading doctor, if you will. It's the flu. This is what they said to her. So they didn't like.
It's
They're
not
not
the
saying
tumor.
it's what it is per se, but it's identical symptoms. This to the flu. So they were not lying. If unless we're in on it with Anthony Fauci, is what I'm saying. This is what I was trying to show you guys about the power of Cosmic Agency, where I'm always looking. I always want to. You know, I'm always looking around just to try. I'd love to outdo them, disprove them per se, but this is the thing: when an actual doctor comes out and gives the same findings,
1,265
even though
watching.
what he's saying publicly is a little bit different, but he's got a president breathing down his neck. I just want to make the point with you guys. It's very important that there you've seen it. So nothing after 2 months has disproved what they said. It's very critical for people just to see it with your own eyes. But it's very important when you look at these types of things. Yeah. which has a case fatality rate of approximately 0.1%. So a mild flu average death rate is 0.1%. A severe flu average death rate would be, say, 10 times higher, or 1%. So this could be considered on average a severe
scary, ain't it?
or a pandemic influenza.
So I have this article. I should print it out and paste it all over Philadelphia.
SARS or MERS, which have had a case fatality rate of 9.
Hang on just a second.
Dr. Fauci.
If it was serious, if it was still SARS or MERS, their numbers are already proven. They already looked at this. They already have the statistical figures around the earth. If it was SARS or serious,
Okay, what were you saying?
on a low end of the scale,
me?
it would be 90% death.
Yeah.
I was saying I have this article that I should print it out
When you break it
and
down,
post it all over Philadelphia, like put it on telephone poles and shit like that.
to be considered SARS.
I just might do that.
Mild is 9,
Right.
36, and I don't care how much they need.
Put it in mind. Less than 5 hours to lockdown.
On the planet, so they say it's not 9%. So just wanted to show you guys that it's just important for people to see. Right? It's a bloody variant of the flu. Right. So the thing is with the
Well, you're
world,
going to lockdown at midnight, Tommy?
it's the psychology of all this that the Platonists
Yeah.
are talking about. You know, your mind does more
Yeah,
damage to the body.
at
or
12
very
o'clock,
good.
the whole state of Florida,
So if you take
you
a
can
little
only go
child,
to the
like your
grocery
little brother,
store, Home Depot,
take your nose and you wipe it on it
you
and
know,
start
work
telling him
if
he's
your
gonna
work
die.
is essential.
It's the same
You
thing.
know, I
Yes,
mean,
we're already there.
Prepare
We've
yourself
already got
for
it.
I know, but you
Every
guys,
other jail
no
telling you
offense,
your
brother,
face
but
is
you
going
guys
to fall
aren't
off,
Southerners,
everything
you
else
know,
is gone.
hillbillies
Of
and
course, it's
rednecks, and
psychologically going
you know, I mean, you might
bottom
be your own
line.
version of it, but I mean,
They're
Floridians
leading doctor.
just don't,
The
you
bloody
know,
flu.
we don't
Got
take
the same
authority and
odds
take
and probability.
this kind of
Now,
crap
the
too
reality
well,
check
you
is
know.
that they don't have masks.
We don't
Yeah.
like to be
Canada,
trapped.
America, which will prevent basically all of it.
Yeah.
But the
I
problem
don't
is,
know,
Yeah,
man.
but unfortunately, most people are scared shitless, so they'll go along with this shit.
Well,
I'll show you
the other
article.
problem, the other problem with Florida is that people come here from all over too. So we do have a lot of sheeple here too, or whatever. You know, yeah. So, but there are a lot of patriots here, man. That you know will end up and on the right side if this thing hits the fan wrong. You know, yeah.
You know, I was last weekend. I was on Johnny 50 on a live stream. You know, have you heard of him?
No, I don't think so.
Do you want this for Steve?
He's a big auditing channel,
me a piece of
top
bread.
auditing, you know.
Do you want Peter?
No, I want a piece of bread.
And I was in the chat, and he was
Just sit down.
he was doing a show about the lockdown, you know.
Right.
I was asking him dropping comments, asking why are you promoting slavery and imprisonment, self-imprisonment. I thought auditors were about freedom, you know. I'm very disappointed, you know, and they wouldn't even answer. No, you know, no one. I was just getting abuse. It's saying it's real, but it's not real. You have the hospitals, all the hospitals are empty.
Yep. But see, they're expecting they are expecting to fill up the hospitals with all these people that are false positive, though. You know.
I just want one.
Piss me off, mate. These people, mate, they're supposed to be about freedom, and they're not helping, you know.
Yeah.
Fellas, I gotta run out to the store. I'll be back.
All right, brother man, no problem.
All right.
Thank you for joining.
Thanks, mate.
Welcome.
I'm gonna drop out and I'll chat you when I get back.
All right. Yep. No doubt about it. We'll be here.
Choppy
Yep.
here,
Do. Thank you, Rick. Be careful out there in your journey to get whatever you need. I think I'm in for tonight, unless there's something I forget that I'm pretty good. I think I'll be in for the night, and I've stocked up on extra cat food, extra cat litter, and extra canned goods and different things that
I've got a plan. I've got a plan for people if they're worried about getting harassed by the police when they go out. Just keep a bag of shopping in your car.
Well, I've got a video. We can ditch this, and I've got a video that I wanted to share anyway about what happens if you get pulled over. So let's check that out. If you get pulled over, being out and about. Hang on, let me get to that. Shout out to Naughty Beaver though for his side of things, his input.
He's right apart from the queue. Apart from Q, he's right.
Aliens like he does or whatever, but I mean, I I do talk to the Lord. Let's put up. All right. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Bear with me, folks. It's 7-Eleven here. 9 minutes. Bucket long time.
Starting to buffy him.
Oh no, I say
signal
no.
shit.
We can't have that. Everybody's home again and using their internet, apparently.
Yeah. They're watching cat videos.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? Can the police pull you over during for driving in a lockdown? Let's check out what this guy has to say. We're not going to watch all 15 minutes of it unless it's really good, but we'll see what we got here. I'll put it down low quality since it's just a dude talking. We'll put it down the lowest quality. Oh, I got a damn ad, it looks like, too. First. Yep. Let's the ad get on by. Okay, skip ads, and we'll put down to 144. There we go. All right.
Here's Steve Lato.
I know what you're thinking. You're asking yourself, Steve, recent events in the news, a lot of states are on lockdown, shelter in place, stay-at-home orders. In fact, I did one specifically on that happening in Michigan. Governor Gretchen Whitmer signed an emergency order number 2020-21 and said that you need to stay at home unless you have an excuse not to be there. And so I've had several people ask me, Steve, you're out driving around and a police officer pulls you over. Will a police officer pull you over? Can a police officer pull you over? And what happens if a police officer does pull you over? Are these bad things?
Going to jail.
Are there ways out of these things? And as I was thinking about this and discussing it with some of my friends, a good friend of mine named David Sloan, who is an attorney in Texas at the law office of David Sloan, wrote a very good piece and posted it on Facebook, and he sent it to me and said, Steve, have you been thinking about this? I said, it's all I've been doing for the last 24 hours. I was driving around yesterday. I had to run some errands, and the errands I ran, I believe, fall within the exceptions to the executive order that Governor Gretchen Whitmer signed for Michigan. And I drove by a couple of police officers, and I actually, in my mind, did the little mental gymnastics. What would happen if that police officer pulled me over right now? And the first thing I thought of was, well, I'm by myself. So in the spirit of the order, that's about as social distance as you can get by putting yourself in a vehicle, no one around you inside the vehicle. I can't get germs to anybody, and they can't get germs to me. But I understand it's not the spirit of the order, it's the actual order. So as I was thinking about this, Mr. Sloan's piece crossed my desk. I sent him a note to David, love your work, love your writing. Is it okay if I use this as an outline to introduce this topic and go through it? And he said, knock yourself out, my friend. So, Law Office of David Sloan, the Dallas police. Now, he's in Texas. The Dallas police have announced through the media they're going to be stopping people to enforce the shelter-in-place laws. If the police stop you merely to inquire if you are engaged in an essential activity and nothing more, they are doing so unlawfully. And that was one of the questions that crossed my mind, because in Michigan, I'm allowed to go do certain things without violating this order. And so
That
as
part.
I'm going to do those things, especially by myself in a car, I have to look over and say,
They pass these laws, your rights are gone, man. That's right.
But here's the guy telling you what's the fact though, that they aren't supposed to just pull you over like the Stasi and question your every freaking move.
Yeah, well, yeah. I know, but that's what we're under a state of emergency, so the police have unlimited powers now.
They want you to fear them, don't you dare go out and expect that you're just going to be able to go where you want to go without questioning and showing your papers,
Yeah.
The Stasi.
I just reckon keep a bag of shopping in your car, you know.
I know what they're going to say. Oh, you'll have to have a receipt that shows you within, reason.
Yeah, keep it in the bag. Yeah, keep it in the bag.
Yeah, but the time.
Buy some shit. Yeah, buy some shit from the supermarket fucking every day and get it in a bag.
Every time you go out, you just stop and buy a candy bar somewhere. Here's my receipt for a candy bar 5 minutes ago, motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
But a candy bar is not essential, so that wouldn't work. You'd have to say gas or something, get a receipt. Yeah.
Buy an apple.
This is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Seriously. Yeah. You're gonna have to go to a website or call a number for permission to go to the grocery store.
Oh, that's the next thing. The next thing will be you'll have to show ID to go to the supermarket, and then your entry will be recorded. And then if you try and come back again in the same day, in the same 24-hour period, they'll deny you access. You know what I mean? That's going to be next.
This has got 123,000 views in a week.
a guy in a car by himself driving someplace. What right would they have to pull me over? To find out? To ask? Well, absent their observation of your having committed some other violation, they need reasonable suspicion you are engaged in some criminal activity to stop you and restrict your freedom of movement.
Bam!
Reasonable suspicion is a legal standard of proof in the United States that is less than probable cause, which is the legal standard for arrests and warrants, but more than an inchoate and unparticularized suspicion or hunch. It must be based on specific and articulable facts taken together with rational inferences from those facts, and the suspicion must be associated with a specific individual. So a police officer sees you driving down the road by yourself. If there's someplace legally you could be going there. And for the police officer to say, well, no, I was just had a hunch. They're going someplace else. It's not how it works. So he says this for them, of course, would be a no-brainer if the shelter-in-place law applied to all persons at all times under all circumstances, and then they saw you out and about. So remember, if it actually said lockdown, you stay in your house, you leave your house, you're breaking the law. Well, obviously, the police officer sees you then leaving your house, you're breaking the law. But there are so many reasons why you can legally be out right now that a police officer can't tell
freedom-loving criminals
which of those things you may or may not be doing. And that's the important thing.
Breaking your balls.
In Texas, and again, this is David Sloan speaking, residents are allowed to leave to buy groceries, get medical supplies, exercise, and do other activities that are necessary for health. That's worded a little differently than we have it here in Michigan. I'll get to the Michigan order in a second. And businesses that provide essential services, such as food, medical needs, and maintenance services, will remain open. And thus, their employees are free to travel to and from work. I know people.
These are free.
To people. I've heard from people. I've had people send me copies of the letters that their bosses gave.
Liquor stores are essential services.
If you get pulled over by a police officer, just show them this letter. And the letter says, on letterhead, this person who has handed you this letter works for us, and we're open for these reasons, and blah, 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 blah. And they sign it. So those remain open. Their employees are free to travel. Likewise, these laws have not been implemented state or nationwide, and citizens have the constitutional right to travel, which can certainly entail passing through jurisdictions that have implemented them. And so I've mentioned before, in the Michigan order, if you're in Michigan but you live someplace else, you're free to travel as long as you're leaving. And if you live here and you're currently out of the state, you have the right to come in and go home. And if you own 2 homes in Michigan, you're allowed to travel between them. So all kinds of reasons you might be out. The only way, and again, David Sloan, The only way they can establish whether you're in violation is to first illegally stop you and then violate your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination by making inquiry as to your reason for being out and about. This is America, last I checked. And again, that's David Sloan speaking. So now he points out there could be reasons why they pulled you over. So for instance, if you're speeding, or you ran a stop sign, or you perhaps were driving as if you were intoxicated or in distress, et cetera, they can always initiate an encounter. But again, if a police officer saw you run a stop sign and pulls you over, you know why I pulled you over? Oh, you ran a stop sign. Okay. Why are you out here right now?
Why?
You have to answer that question. Why would you answer the question? Write me a ticket for running a stop sign or don't. Now, I know many people say, Steve, I seem to recall you did a video a long time ago about how to be
Where are you going to?
And I was working on the presumption in that case, you'll remember. Specifically, if you get stopped by a police officer and you've done what he thinks you did, you were speeding, you ran a stop sign, you ran a red light, you did something stupid, and you know it. There's certain things you can do to try to alleviate the likelihood of getting a ticket, okay? But in this instance, when you get pulled over in these troubled times of ours, I would heighten the defenses a little bit and say, you know something, at this point, the bigger concern here is if the police officer says, where are you going? And you say, I don't know, I'm just going down here for such and such. If it's not on the list of approved places to be going, you might find yourself facing more than just that ticket you get for rolling a stop sign. So remember, he said that even then, you are not up.
2 people, man, got fined for fishing. 1,600. What happened?
Wow, that's crazy, brother. Fishing while they're supposed to be in lockdown.
We're not allowed to go to the. We're not allowed to go to the beach.
Right. Yep.
Obligated and should never provide any information as to your activities that day. Okay? The burden is upon them in court to prove you were doing something wrong and not upon.
Yeah, I went to my crack dealer and my meth house and the meth dealer's house, and yeah. I went and robbed the bank.
I was just visiting my squeeze. Just visiting my squeeze. You know, for a quick booty call. And after the booty call, we hit the glass dig. You know what I mean?
Yes, officer. I got some Corona. You want one? Here you go.
We hit that glass dig. We hit that glass dig. We hit that glass dig. Yes, we did. That's right.
Take me to hell, jail.
On you to prove that you weren't. This isn't civil asset forfeiture. Just take the ticket and don't say anything if you might be in violation. And as Mr. Sloan says, we'll let them try to present the evidence in court somewhere down the road. So, and he ends with a caveat, and I don't blame him. Of course, I encourage everyone to follow the law. And the purpose of this post is not to encourage you to break it. And I personally think the shelter-in-place rules and the stay-inside rules are good. Okay, for the time being, it's the good. I think of everybody. That's my personal opinion.
You. Bye.
But because my concern is.
All right, we get the point. We can tell the cops that don't ask me where I'm going or where I've been. Give me my ticket and shut up. All right, how about this? Let's check this out. A tale of 2 Trumps. You'll enjoy this. Not the commercial. Oh, that bucket bone got me. Boo-ha. Hold that moment. Ha! He over here.
Taxi! Uber! Paddy wagon! That's no way to fire a billionaire! You don't know where North Korea is!
You can't fire me! I was just here on the tour!
Can't live like this anymore. Maybe it's time to take a good hard look in the mirror. Ooh. Hey, not bad. Oh, wait, that came with the room. Mirror. Don't put it off. Take a look.
Be funny if you said mirror, mirror.
Oh, hello, handsome. No, Donald, cut it out. No time for that. You gotta be honest. For once in your life, get one thing off your chest where you were at fault. I'm not 100% consistent. Whoa, a little weight just came off me. More. You cheat at golf? You cheat on your taxes? Oh, you cheat on your wives. Come on, go for it. Here goes. You've been acting like a narcissistic sociopath, and 64% to 67% of the people hate you! Yes! You blame other people for everything. You fired the head of the FBI just because he's smaller than you. You hired Asian kids to take your testimony, and you never paid them. Oh, no more guilt. Now buckle down, get off Twitter, and do a little reading. Who cares if your lips move? Russia's doing terrible things? Vladimir, sorry if I woke you. No, I don't care if I'm waking you. You tiny bald fascist! Leave this great country alone! No, Chair, it's okay. I'll brush my own teeth today. Oh, I just thought of something else. Get Rosie O'Donnell on the phone, tell her I'm sorry, and she was great in the Flintstones movie. Melania! Melania! When you see me, I'll be a new man! Oh, that was terrible. But a dream like that has to mean something. Find the takeaway. Donald, tweet what's deep in your heart.
You like that?
Alec Baldwin wears a hairpiece. Sad. Alec Baldwin does Trump.
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin Trump.
Oh dear, this thing is messing up. Let's see. All right. It's not working for me. Oh yeah. Why is Bill Gates building so many doomsday bunkers? You want to watch that?
Building what?
It says why. This is the name of the video. Why is Bill Gates building so many doomsday bunkers? Are we still okay?
That's people and bullshit.
All right. Do y'all want to see that? The thing on Bill Gates?
No, fuck him.
You said no?
We'll have a quick look. See how long we can stand it.
Yeah. All right. What happened? Okay. Here we go.
If you shop on Amazon. To see if there's a better price out.
Guys, welcome back to another episode of Atlas Survival Shelters. I hope you're doing great today. Guys, if you like watching my videos, make sure you like, subscribe, and as always, share my videos. But guys, keep coming back to my channel.
What happened?
I talk about bomb shelters, survival, prepping. I also tell you about good companies, bad companies, good news, bad news, and I've got a lot of good stuff coming up. But today's video is about Bill Gates and all his millions of dollars he has spent on bunkers. Now, Bill Gates is a guy like me. He's rational. He's not a cuckoo. Neither am I. But no, Bill Gates has been talking so long about
Bill Gates is a piece of shit.
About this. When the richest man of the world is worried about something and he's spending his own money, and the rumors are tens of millions of dollars on some of these lavish bunkers that he's got, you better
he's
listen.
He's a friend of Bill Gates.
Man is on the inside and you are on the outside. Trust me, he's part of the Bilderberg Group. He's part of the New World Order. That man is on the know, okay, in the know. And I mean, even more than president of the
He
United
likes
States.
it.
The president doesn't get invited to the Bilderberg Group and all that stuff, but Bill Gates
This
does.
guy's an evil piece of shit too.
If you guys want to have some fun, get on
Wow.
Google and start Googling these things. I'm going to read some of these articles. I want you to look at them. If you don't think that he's worried about that, look at this article. It says Bill Gates and America's millionaires are building underground survival bunkers. Here's another one. How scared should I be? A contagious disease will wipe out humanity. Here's another one. Billionaires are preparing for the apocalypse. Do they know something you don't know? Another one. Bill Gates fears plague that could wipe out humanity.
Bill Gates of hell.
Here's another one. Bill Gates
Gates of
thinks
Hell
the coming
Foundation.
disease could wipe out or could kill 30 million people within 6 months, and says we should prepare for it as we do war. And these articles are everywhere, guys. I mean, I'm just not
Bill
making
Gates-
this up, but you know the
Bill
one
Gates
that
of
I like the
Hell-
most is this one here. It
And his
was
wife is
printed by, and
Melinda.
I'm going to read it to you because he actually quotes me in this one. I like this. It says
See,
Bill Gates
oh,
builds
man.
nuclear bunker, tells staff to leave the country.
Bill Gates and Melinda Gates.
Construction of
He
a
sucks
nuclear
Bill
bunker
Gates'
in his
dick.
Seattle property, and has advised long-term employees to leave the United States before the following weekend, says a member of the staff. He didn't say how
He
long
built a
we should
bunker
be
for
away,
Bill
but he
Gates
said
for
we should
free.
definitely leave before the following weekend. Said
This
Mr.
guy loves the New World Order.
Mission.
Yeah,
He
shit.
watched the construction of the nuclear bunker and explains it is large enough to
Unbelievable, man.
hold a handful of people only. Besides the nuclear bunker, several smaller tunnels and bunkers
Bill
were
Gates
built
works for the
underneath
New World Order with a group of powerful people who are trying to control the world. He's a great guy.
fortress.
Yeah, he's like me, he
Explaining
said.
the bunker has entrances and exits.
Yeah.
For
That looks like an
as well
underground
as, listen
dildo.
to this here, guys. Escape tunnels, decontamination rooms, Swiss-made air purifiers, and
Very
bullet
deep underground
Have we ever heard?
in a big hole.
Oh, damn, man. Stupid shit. Oh, I can skip it. Okay.
Heard that before. So, guys, when you get a bunker, make sure you got escape tunnels, decontamination rooms, the Swiss-made air filtration
Get to the
system.
bunker!
Otherwise, your shelter is not going to be the shelter you dreamed of. See what I mean? Told you.
He wants to be in Bill Gates' bunker.
Apparently approved of the final construction only after being repeatedly
He wants to be in
assured
Bill Gates'
he is
bunghole in Bill Gates'
survive in
bunker.
the underground structure in the event of a 500,000
Might
pound
change
blast.
his mind if it happens.
Megaton. Guys, let's listen to Bill Gates in this interview.
Oh,
Let's hear the words from
no.
his own mouth.
Fortunately, there's very few things, and most of them are very low probability. Some big volcanic explosion, gigantic earthquake, asteroid. But at least in the nuclear case, you've got to say we take it quite seriously. We budget a lot of money, have a lot of people who think about nuclear deterrence, and I'm very glad that work's being done. And I rate the chance of a nuclear war in my lifetime as being fairly low. I rate the
No,
chance
'cause
of
you got a
widespread
virus.
epidemic far worse than Ebola in my lifetime is well over 50%.
Yeah, because you're making it happen.
If we look at the 20th century, we look at
Ebola.
of the 20th century, I think everybody would say, oh,
Wow, man. I can't believe this guy is promoting this fucking asshole.
Yeah.
This
People
New
are
World
lost.
Order freaking mold.
They're fucking lost. People,
This
everyone
guy-
I talk to, most dumb ass zombies out there think Bill Gates is a hero. He's being put up as a hero at the moment.
He is the gates of hell. He's trying to
I can't
be.
believe people don't know. I can't believe people watch his documentaries and speeches and think he's a great guy. They're not paying attention.
This man is so evil to the core. He is a New
I
World
know.
Order whore.
He is.
oh yeah, there must be a spike for World War I. Sure enough, there it is, like 25
And
million.
he's so happy.
A big spike for World War II, and there it is, it's like 65 million. But then you'll see this other spike that is as
Yeah, it was red. You see, it was red like the red dragon.
large as World War II, right after World War I. And
And he keeps laughing. Keeps laughing.
most people, a lot of people would say, well, what? What was that?
Blowing his ass off.
The Spanish flu. I knew it was going to be something like that.
Spanish flu.
Flus. There's flus that spread between humans very effectively, and there's flus that kill lots of people.
What?
And those two properties have only been into a wide.
There's two flus. There's my evil flu and the regular flu. Ha 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 ha.
Spread flu once in history. Well, that is Spanish flu. We have no idea where it came from. It's called the Spanish flu
From you!
The Spanish press was the freest. They were the first. And so in the epidemic history, that's the big event. I funded
family probably invented it.
Uses
He funded a disease modeling group. He just said, yeah, he funds every fucking thing.
He's family of the disease, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's the virus, folks. This guy right here is the virus. Look at
computer
it.
simulation. And that work has been phenomenal in helping us target our polio eradication
If
resources.
he bites you, you're
and,
dead
which
on
parts
the
of Nigeria
spot.
should we work harder on? And it's very natural if you have a group like that to say, hey, look at something like the Spanish flu in the modern day. Health systems are far better. And so you think, hey, that wouldn't be very bad. Well, we tried it. And there are some assumptions we had to
Yeah, we
make.
tried it.
But what we showed is that the force of infection because of modern transport, which compared to 1918 is 50 times as great. And so if you get something like
Bill Gates, Bill Gates speech he gave at the TEDx talks in
I streamed that. Yeah, I streamed
in 2015.
I don't know. I streamed one of them.
You know, the one he gave in 2015, he was predicting a worldwide pandemic due to a virus in 2015. That was just after Ebola finished. And he said, we need to learn our lessons or the next time's going to be worse, you know? And that's being pushed on mainstream media, you know? And, oh, see, he's such a genius, this guy. He was right way back then. He really was onto it, you know? We should have been paying attention. We're all so stupid, blah, 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 you know? It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah, they've tried this so many times, man, and now they're getting some success. You know, but where's the Zika virus? Where's Ebola? Where's all these other ones that they tried? You know, that said they were going to kill everybody. You know.
I wanted to get a shrunken head.
Yeah, well, Brian was hoping they'd use it on his balls, you know, but you know, bring them down a little bit. You know, they're so big. You know. Yeah, I tell you, man. I really hope that, you know, Brian gets the surgery he needs and not on a FEMA ship. You know. I know he's trying to tell us that there's no harm in going on the FEMA ship, but you know. I don't want to be. I don't know, man. I don't want to be trapped in a ship, you know, where they could possibly do something. You know, I'm not gonna. You know, I don't want a tour of it. I don't even want a tour of it. You know.
You don't want a tour?
No, I'm sorry. I don't. You know, I mean, I don't care if they ain't doing anything funny on it. I'm good. I'm good. I've seen it.
What Nataketa was saying, man, was that you can't have surgery on a ship because it rocks around. You know, it has to be a stable environment. It has to be.
Well, they're not out on the open.
Otherwise, otherwise people are going to be having.
Hey, they got robot surgeons.
Yeah, but people are going to be having fucking unwanted surgery. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know it could happen though. You're right. If the weather got bad.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to cut your liver out. Sorry, slipped. Sorry, my fault.
Yeah. Yep. Crazy man. All right. We'll listen a little more of this.
Of how within days, it's basically in all urban centers of the entire globe. That is very
it's not a globe.
Eye-opening. That didn't happen with Spanish flu.
Oh, 1918.
Oh, look at the scary numbers.
The opportunity to do more than just let its course is really only in the last decade. Basically, when you talk about drugs, you can talk about small
Yeah, 'cause you've been
molecules,
around.
you talk about these complex biological proteins, which is a subclass called antibodies. Antibodies are the molecules that the immune
Antichrist.
system naturally builds to attack disease. Today, the idea that somebody's
Antibodies, anti-human, isn't it? Yep.
That's right on.
Antichrist, yep.
And the Ebola
Ebola,
epidemic
there you
showed
go. You
me
had to bring it
that
up.
we're not ready for a serious epidemic. An epidemic that would be more infectious and would spread faster.
Everything they do is satanic. Yep.
This is the greatest risk of a huge tragedy. This is the most likely thing by far to kill over 10 million excess people in a year. We don't need to invest nearly what we do in military preparedness. This is something where less than $1 billion a year on R&D, medical surveillance, standby.
They're pushing the war aspect.
Military, so
The
they
war propaganda.
in terms of all the logistics here. This can be done.
See, he just said train the military for it, man. Fuck that. They're coming, dude. They're coming.
Yep.
I'll get out on my bicycle and ride around or something, man. You know, I'll see what's going on.
Yeah, you ride a bicycle, man. You're exercising. You're allowed to exercise.
Yeah, that's essential, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll get a GoPro and just ride around and see how many 5G towers. I took a picture of one today to show y'all at some point. If it, you know, I do have it on my phone, but yeah.
5G towers.
And you know what? Every day I'm going to do a little 30-second clip or something of chemtrails just to show everybody that they're still spraying here. They might not be spraying in your area for some reason, but they're definitely still spraying right here every day. You know, it is what it is, but they're not going to let
It's still
up.
happening here. Yeah. We had a blue sky day, man, one day, and then they started spraying in the afternoon. The start of the day was full blanketed, full white blanket of crap. And then later on, storms, mate. Major flooding, Wouldn't stop raining.
And it ain't
Heavy
Lysol. It ain't Lysol to save you. Trump ain't got them spraying Lysol up there. It ain't vitamins. It ain't Lysol. It's heavy metals, folks. It's heavy metals and nanoparticles. It should be taken more serious than than people take it.
Yeah, I know it's a threat, man, but I think we're protected from that, man.
Well, I'm just saying it's an evil agenda, and I don't like evil agendas.
No, I know, but we've got the spirit on our side.
Well, certainly, but still, I don't like it. I don't like that they're trying us. Period.
No, neither do
I. Yeah. They're playing God. They're trying to play God and control the weather, and and make it. Yeah. All right. Here's Mr. Gates of Hell.
And we may not get many more warnings like this one to say, okay, it's a pretty modest investment to avoid something that really, in terms of the human condition, would be a gigantic setback.
These ads are always on, man. Always see these ads.
The richest man in the world has so much worry that he's worried about a plague. You better start worrying too. And I'm telling you guys,
I'm not going to worry,
this is realistic.
asshole.
It sounds like something out of a movie. Matter of fact, talk about a movie.
Yeah, because it is a
Pretty little
scripted
clip there
movie,
from a
bitch.
show called Life After Armageddon. This is a movie that was made like 10 years ago or 8 years ago. Basically, it's a movie about what would happen if a plague hit the world, and basically about 95% of the people would die. Okay. Basically, if
I'm gonna look that up after Armageddon. But what'd you say, brother?
Yeah, they're always showing us what they're going to do. That was a TV movie. I saw that as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if maybe I did too. I don't remember, but yeah, this guy loves to lick Satan's dick.
Oh, he loves it, mate.
Yeah,
you're worth $100 million. and this world gets hit by a plague, your money's gone. It doesn't matter how much success or money you got. Your worth is what you can carry in your pockets or what you can bury in your bunker. So the mentality of so many people is, I've got $10 million. I better put some of it in the ground because it's an insurance policy. It's not a matter of if you're going to need it. It's just a matter of when your family's going to need it. Now,
let's go dig up Bill Gates' bunker.
Yeah, let's go get it.
Yeah, let's go get it.
all want to not have it happen in our lifetime. Now, I'm 57 years old, and I thought I would never see the things that I am now seeing in this country. This America has fallen apart in the last 10 years. It's amazing what I'm seeing now. I just
because of the New World Order, you dumbass.
Yeah, that you're in love with, you idiot. See, these people are. That's how blinded they are. They don't even realize that they're a part of the shit, the problem, and the. Oh my goodness, man! Can I reach in there and choke?
We didn't divide ourselves. Fuck, you know.
Man, this guy's a freaking clown.
He's lost, man.
So I can only imagine what the next 10 years is going to be like. It's going to be sad. But guys, the writing's on the wall. If you're watching this video, you need to think.
I'm not worried because I'm going to be in Bill Gates' bunker in his bunghole.
Bill's going to save me. Save me, Bill.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't want you to live in fear. I don't even live in fear. I'm probably one of the most prepared preppers in all.
Yeah, you and Bill Gates
of the world, not just America. I have redundancy after redundancy after redundancy.
Okay, can we get his address?
I have 20 water filtration systems. I've got pallets of food out in the shop. I've got pallets.
He did.
He did.
Of water.
Stockpile these.
More guns. I could equip a couple platoons with guns, and I'm talking a couple guns each. I have so much ammunition. It's like no one's probably more prepared than me. And if you are,
listen to this guy stroke himself, man. Oh my God. Who the hell is he? Oh boy, man.
He's bunker boy.
Yeah, bunker boy. Yeah. I guess bunghole boy. Yeah.
Are out there and you're more prepared to me. Don't send me a message because that means you're a smart prepper. You don't tell people what you got, and if you
just did, you dumbass. Don't tell me what you got, but I tell you everything I got. Oh my God.
Tell anybody anyway because I don't remember shit. But I don't want to know where you're at. I don't want to know about you. But you got to live your life. Now, 1 minute or 1 hour of every single year, you all are preppers and you don't even know it. When you sit down and you read your insurance policy on your house and you write a check out for $3,000-$4,000 for the year, you are being a prepper right then and there because you are preparing for a disaster, whether it be a tornado, a wildfire, a flood or something. You are preparing and you are paying money. The sad thing is every year you pay it over and over again. And then you go to State Farm or your insurance agency and you write a check to the car company and you're buying the insurance for your car. You are preparing for a disaster. That's why you're doing it. And then you guys have health insurance on top of that. And that's very expensive. And you're preparing your body to be able to pay a bill. So what's the difference in having a shelter to prepare you to keep you alive? There's none. There's no difference. So guys, if anyone ever thinks anyone's crazy for having a bunker, the person who thinks they're crazy is actually the crazy one. Guys, it's the only insurance that you're going to.
God said, don't. He talked about how the elite were going to bury themselves. Go in caves and shit. So, yeah, no, you're not supposed to go hiding from the face of God.
We'll stand and fight, mate. We're not going to go.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm not. I don't need no bunker, buddy.
Against the disaster
bunker
that
buddy.
Nobody wants to talk about. If you're a billionaire,
I'm your bunker
and you're
buddy.
Watching this video, you already have a bunker. Okay. If you're a multi millionaire and you're watching this video and you don't have a bunker,
call me. Call me home.
He likes,
quick, okay?
he likes deep dark holes.
Average American, and you figure I can't have a bunker because only millionaires can have bunkers. You're wrong. You can have a bunker too. That's why I created the NATO series of bomb shelters.
Let's see. Damn, that's pretty big. I don't know.
These are
Yeah,
shelters
that's
that
a
are
good
built
setup.
in the house, and they start, believe it or not, under $10,000. So if
Shit.
it's just you or you and your dog or you and your wife, you could have a small NATO safe shelter in your garage. Just add it, and it would double as a tornado shelter, as a fallout shelter, whatever it may be. But guys, you
A grow
can
room.
be a prepper. All you have to do is have a place to have your shelter. So
Shelter
you
D's.
want your shelter because we have legs here in this particular video. You want your shelter to have an NBC air filtration system. That means nuclear, biological, and chemical.
I'm gonna
So
piss
what we're
on your
talking
air
about
filter,
here
buddy.
is biological. If it's an airborne plague, the air
Filtrate these.
that I tell you,
I'm
will
a piss down his air pipe.
for every known biological on Earth right now. Chemicals, I'm not so worried about. Now, if you're near a chemical plant, there was a big explosion, it released a lot of chemicals. That's when the C of the
Made in
NBC,
Switzerland.
nuclear, biological, and chemical comes into play. So not many of us are worried about that, but it's good to know.
I'm
that
gonna
your
fart
shelter is
down
an
your
all-natural
windpipe.
shelter, and it will protect you from fallout, biological, and chemical. And that's what I make. So this is why I make my shelters airtight. So those people who are watching this video, I'm sure, and are not making their shelters airtight, they're idiots.
They're
Okay?
built with massive technology.
In, they're going to let smoke in, they're going to let gases into your bunker. So guys, this is why Atlas makes its shelters all
Better doors than the space station.
waterproof, and in some cases watertight. Okay. Now, as you know, if you've watched my channel, there's several types of shelters I make. I make round, square, monolithic, concrete,
Triangle, pyramids.
multi-plate. I do all types of different shelters. So there are different shelters because there's different things that people want to be protected from. Now, if you only want to be protected from a tornado, all you need is a tornado shelter.
Why has this guy got a bunker if he trusts the government? Who does he think's coming to get him?
Tornado shelters.
Right.
But if you
Us,
want to be
us.
protected from a
Yeah,
and then
seriously.
a biological attack, and then a home
Who's he
invasion,
scared of, mate? He's not scared of the New World Order. He loves it.
I make shelters that are on steroids. If you just want a tornado
Just
shelter,
like Bill
follow
Gates, he's
God's
scared of
Oklahoma
us.
or something that make nothing but tornado shelters. But
Yeah.
I'm the right guy for you if you're watching this video.
This guy's retarded. He is retarded.
He's got a lot of ads on his videos. He's trying to make money.
Start.
He ain't getting enough
When the
money.
army knocks on the door, of his bunker, he'll let him in for coffee and crumpets, mate.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, he's this dude is sick, man. I just can't believe that. Oh, there's people out there like him, but they just
It's a huge contradiction. He's a huge contradiction to himself, man. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know, man. Oh god.
Kind of well with right now is the concept of building the house on top of the shelter. So this particular shelter right here is called the Wynado, and the Wynado is designed to go underneath the house. And the reason I call it Wynado is because so many people are turning it into a wine cellar or into a gun room as shown here, or they could just turn it into a
Grow room.
like I show right here.
Yeah, grow room,
Guys,
what I was
having
thinking.
a shelter under the house is very fun. It's very cool. And in the world we live in, it's very practical. And with a starting price of around $25,000, having a shelter doesn't break the house. So you regular people who are building just a regular house in Texas for $200,000, you can spend the money and have a shelter now. I have made it to where shelters are not going to break your bank account. If you have an existing house and you want to add a shelter in the backyard, the same shelters work in the backyard. It's just not as fun because having it in the house with a secret entrance or a little
Yeah, you
sliding
like
kitchen
secrets,
counter
don't
that
you?
Go down inside.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Nice Masonic
Oh.
floor.
Like
Masonic
this
floor.
image here. Imagine this. You go behind
Damn.
this false wall, and there's a shelter back there. Now that is cool, guys. You got to admit it. We all want that. I mean, what red-blooded American doesn't want a house with a secret?
This guy thinks he's Batman.
A secret bunker under
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
I do.
Or a child molester.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part.
I mean, that's why I'm going to build me a new house and put all these bunkers in it.
Yeah, maybe.
Guys,
Come here,
think
kid.
about
Look
doing
what
that. Right, and when you buy
Look where we can go, kid. In the wall. Come here. Yeah.
asshole
Asshole.
Atlas Survival Shelters, we do it right. We're using.
Hey, kid, you want to meet Bill Gates?
We're not
man.
making our own air systems. We're buying air systems from Israel, Switzerland, Finland, and these countries make these NBC air filtration systems that are very expensive, but they're military grade. And the best thing about most of them is if you lose the power, you have a manual crank, like the lady right here.
Crank these.
That's easy.
Oh yeah, it almost makes itself go for sure.
So keep in
Remember
mind
that movie?
in the
What
size
was
of
it
the air.
called with Sandra
Always
Bullock?
redundant here.
Safe room, the safe room or something.
Safe place? What? A safe room?
Sandra Bullock had a safe room or something.
Oh yeah, the movie.
Sandra Bullock made it.
Panic room. Panic
Yeah.
room or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Panic room. That's
Yeah. Right. Yeah, the rich have the. Yeah, they've had it for forever. The elite all the way back. I mean, they all their mansions, their castles. They all had tunnels and hidden rooms, chambers, because they're so evil and they like to do evil things to people and they want to do it out of sight from the rest of the people or whatever. So I'm telling you, it's so they can do nefarious things.
They can escape.
Yeah,
They
and
can
escape when they need to, of course. Yeah. So yeah, they ain't fooling nobody.
Air system. So if you lose power, you can operate it manually, and you got to always prepare for the worst. Okay. But as far as Bill Gates go, I don't know any facts about exactly how much he spent, but I've only read articles and heard rumors. But apparently, his house in Seattle, I've seen gossip where he spent as much as $20 million building a fortified fortress. Now, the richest man in the world, supposedly he built a bunker at every
Must
single.
be surprised because he's hated.
What'd you say?
I said I'm not surprised he spent $20 million on fortifying his house because he's hated by a lot of people.
Yeah, and if he's in Seattle, he knows that there's going to be an earthquake someday, a big one out there.
Oh yeah.
He has got a bunker to get to. And that's the mentality you should have. People ask me, like, well, where should I put my bunker? I was like, well, if you have the money, put a bunker in your backyard or in your house. And then maybe if you have the money and you have a ranch already or farm, put another bunker out there so you can bug out of the city and get out to that other bunker. And that would be your long-term bunker. But you want to have a bunker that you could be into in, let's say, 30 to 60 seconds. That is ideally how fast you need to get into your bunker. If a disaster is happening, like, I got 5 hours, I got to get to my bunker, and it's happening right there, you're screwed, guys. You got to be able to duck and cover, and you got to duck and cover in your bunker. So keep that in mind. So, I know the people who watch these videos, I see you guys in Europe and Australia and all over the country. I see kids. And
You're watching it, aren't you? You've been watching them, huh? He said you've been watching him, man.
Yeah, we're watching. Yeah.
He says you've been watching his videos in Australia.
Only now.
But he said your neighbors have been. Oh dear. Yeah, what a freaking idiot, man! Wow. Unreal. Atlas Survival Shelters, I guess is his name. Do you know how many people have seen that video? Holy shit! 900,000 people, over 900,000 have seen this video. Wow. It's probably because of Bill Gates' name in it.
Yeah, probably.
19,000 thumbs up, 1.6 down. I'm gonna give it a down too. What a freaking jerk! That was June of last year. I'm almost curious to see what he's doing now. He's probably really freaking out now.
He's bunkered down with Bill.
Yeah, he's already in a bunker with Bill.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't have any new videos. He's in a bunker with Bill already. Let's see.
They're taking in turns inflating each other's balloons.
Not 2 days ago, Big Boy Bomb Shelter is here. Coronavirus makes U.S. airports look like ghost town. See if a $500,000 bomb shelter passes genius inspection. Jeez. Crooked bunker builder exposed as FBI snitch. Hey, that's him, isn't it? Oh, jeez. Wow.
I can't see that video.
This guy has over 200,000 subscribers, man. Oh, my gosh. Wow. What the hell? We saw right through him in 5 minutes, and these people are obviously...
Yeah, I know. And all the people watching, mate, they all love him. I think he's great.
Man. It's ridiculous, dude.
So these are people who think they know what's happening, but they still got no idea, man. No idea.
Look, I wore a MAGA hat through the California airports. Watch what happens. You're a dumbass for wearing it anywhere. You ain't gonna ever see me with no MAGA hat. My God. How to grow food and plants in an underground bomb shelter. Yep. Now that you need to do. But I don't want to hear it from him. Yeah, let's see. Why the USA should break up and become American Union. The American Union. What?
He's calling for American Union.
And it says immigration or Black Lives. What? Racism, NRA, Congress.
This is Agenda 21 shit.
Okay, I got one of those for you too. Since you mentioned that, I've got Agenda 21 video too for you. Thanks, man. You're right on there for me. Let's get away from this creep. But if you want to subscribe to him later, man, here's his channel. He's popular in your country.
I'm not watching.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Don't you want to keep up with the Joneses?
That's about all I can handle, mate. What you showed me.
Yeah, I know. I barely got through that, right? Oh dear. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Oh my goodness. All right. Karen B's live. No more news is live. Trump's Wall Street Wolf Pack. I don't know if I want to watch that. Let's see. Yellowstone super volcano scare. Well, anyway, we're gonna go ahead and go Reptiles Among Us. That looks decent. All right, we're gonna go to the Agenda 21 video. I don't even know if we have anybody in here right now. I hope so. Thank you for being here. I'm subscribed to 883 people. How many people are you subscribed to? How many channels, brother?
I think I was up close to 1,000.
Yeah, I'm getting there. 883 it says right here, and I have 370 videos that I've uploaded. Wow, that seems like a lot. Sheesh. All right. Watch later. Yes. That's what we wanted to see. Oh, yes. Go back down to the bottom of the list. I've got 408 videos saved in the watch later list. Good grief.
Yeah, I'm not subscribed to many channels on this channel, but on my real one I am. Yeah.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
I only have one YouTube channel, and this is it. I don't have a backup. I don't know if I'll ever make one. I'm not in love with YouTube like that.
Yeah, no, I got kicked off my channel. I haven't gone back into it yet.
Yeah, I know. I got you. Yeah. I wasn't. Yeah. All right. This is Landis report that Naughty Beaver mentioned earlier. This is Agenda 21 unfolding in front of our eyes. worldwide totalitarian police state. Let's check it out. Of course, there's an ad. And
As an IT pro right now,
15 minutes from Bucket Bong. Can you dig it?
I started without you.
Go to waste, especially a government-manufactured crisis. The elites needed a pandemic lie to shut the countries down. Now they have it. With over 3 billion people throughout the world in lockdown, countless businesses forced to close and going bankrupt, and social distancing from the COVID-19 invisible enemy the new norm, indeed. This is unprecedented in the world's history. The politicians are doing the same exact thing as they do when they get us into war. The governments are closing down entire economies. They and the media have declared fighting the virus a war. And just as they take us to war after war with no exit strategy, so too, their lockdown war strategy has started the Greatest Depression with no exit strategy that can stop the global economy from crashing. We are going to see crime levels going off the charts. As the little people cannot pay the rent and bills. These politicians are all telling us what to do because they do not have to worry about getting paid. They steal our money in the name of taxes. You cannot put millions out of work and not expect this thing to explode in a way we have never seen before in history. This thing was going down before. They only propped up the equity market with trillions of dollars created out of thin air. The world is being led into the age of biological terror with controlled demolition of the economy that is already causing unprecedented carnage across markets and around the globe. Instead of fixing the broken healthcare system, they would rather kill off the people who need it the most. This is Agenda 21 unfolding in front of our eyes. The Fed will be the government of the government. Here being played and robbed.
It's not a globe and it's not a pandemic.
Welcome back to the Atlantis Report. Please take some time to subscribe to my backup channels. I do upload videos there too. You'll find the links in the description box. You will also find a PayPal link if you want to make a donation plan to kill us. The global cabal of UN Agenda 21 is behind global warming, regionalism, zoning, land and water use control, wealth redistribution, weakening, and eventual replacement of the dollar as the world's reserve currency. And now in 2020 we are witnessing martial law in countries around the world due to a manufactured disease. Mass mandatory vaccines will be here soon. People will be begging for a vaccine. This is a war against the people. This is unfolding before our eyes. It's all been manipulated to change life dramatically as we know it. The dots are connecting now faster than ever, and the picture looks ugly.
Connect these.
Agenda 21 will reduce the human population from almost 8 billion to around 750 million.
Woo!
This means that the UN is planning on killing
Scary
just over
numbers.
90% of the global population. COVID-19 is just one step closer
I don't
to
bother
this,
killing us, partner.
and it seems to be a huge step forward. The Green New Deal is Agenda 21 too. Oh, it just encapsulates everything these elite want in one document. Today Americans would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all peoples of the world will plead with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown.
Fear
When
these.
presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government. Said Henry Kissinger a long time ago.
Screw
Deception is a
Kissinger.
state of mind in the mind of the state.
Yeah.
Behind the ostensible government sits enthroned an invisible government owing no allegiance and acknowledging
Shadow
no
government.
responsibility to the people. The individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists. 98% are still sleeping, and the ones who are aware feel powerless. But why?
I'm not powerless.
Our fate isn't sealed. I strongly believe that once awareness has hit a critical
No, we're
mass,
not.
it will spread exponentially like a virus. Mass media obviously didn't say a word about this. A few years ago, the people of Iceland overthrew their government and banking system. The global economy was already set to crash. They wanted to shift blame and reward the criminals with trillions of our money, amongst other agendas like killing us off. And things are about to get just a little crazier. In 4 days, rent is due. Hard to believe, but this is the first new month since the coronavirus lockdown. Millions have been nervously waiting for the relief package from the government, but that will arrive a month late. As the bills pile up, rent, car payments, credit cards, etc., millions will begin to get scared about more than just catching the virus. They will be demanding relief to go back to work or just to start stealing what they need. So far, the public has been intolerant of the restrictions on movement,
Crime
loss
is going to go through the roof.
of socialization, loss of
Crime is going to go through the roof. People are going to be bashing each other
man,
with toilet paper and fucking bread. And
Yep.
it's going to happen.
Seriously, dude. The not haves are going to take from the ones that do have.
Yep. Yep.
And
then they'll get the martial law. Then they'll get the martial law that they were begging for.
Yeah, exactly. The bigger city you're in, the worse it's going to be. You know?
You dropped out on me, mate.
I said if you're in a big city, it's going to be worse.
Oh, it's going to be worse. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
That's where all the police are, mate, in the big cities. You know.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Yeah. This is some decent stuff here.
creation, etc. I believe that patience is coming to an end. The emergency state is now out in the open for all to see. Unfortunately, we the people refuse to see what's before us. Most Americans, fearful and easily controlled, would sooner route
Not me.
No,
themselves to
we're
fight
like- we're not
last
fucking
roll of
happy.
toilet paper than they would their own freedoms. In a time of universal deceit,
What?
I said we're awake and we're not happy.
Right. In a time of universal deceit from Satan and his minions. Yeah.
Some universal deceit. Truth, was it? Truth, yeah, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Yeah.
Yes. 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 Amen. It's
That
a
was
club.
George Orwell, man.
Don says it's a club and we ain't in it. That's right. And they ain't
It's a big
gonna let
club.
you in it.
Yep, and we ain't in it.
Yep.
telling the truth is a revolutionary act. There is no such thing, at this date of the world's history, in America, as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinions, and if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. The business of the journalists is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of mammon, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. You know it, and I know it, and what folly is this toasting an
Sell
independent
out
press?
pieces of shit.
They are the tools and vassals.
Huh?
Sell out pieces of shit. The biggest enemy of humanity, mate. Mainstream media.
Yeah. Yep. They are the tools and the vassals of rich man behind the scenes. Huh. Behind the scenes.
They're the biggest traitors to humanity, mate. They really are.
Yes, traitors.
They're the ones
indeed.
who
They are the
they're the
jumping.
ones who promulgate the fear. You know.
Yep. But then they've got the solution. They've got the save. The thing to save you. Of course, too. They make this shit happen. Then they let you go crazy, and then they're like, "Oh, but come run to daddy, and we got you.
Daddy's here. Yeah.
Run to Trump or run to whoever. Yep.
Jacks, they pull strings, and we dance. Their talents, their possibilities,
Tell me I'm pretty. Trump wants to hear. Tell me I'm pretty. I mean, good grief, man. Get the.
and their lives are all the property of other men. They are intellectual prostitutes. If voting made a difference, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. Democracy is
right. It'd be illegal if it made a difference. Yeah.
Doesn't make a difference. Don't do it.
Yeah.
simply an illusion.
It's stealing your
If your
energy.
vote never
that's all.
changed anything,
Yes.
it would be illegal. Left, right, liberal, conservative are all the opposite sides of the same coin, with no basic difference, and all the outcomes are always preordained. We are trapped in a corrupt system. A rigged game we cannot win, however, we vote. We agree on one thing for sure, that is to get rid of the central banking system that enslaves the world. Cancel all debt and start over by living within our means on a personal and national level. How can a country maintain a AAA credit rating yet has to borrow just to service the interest payments on the existing debt? We can't even meet the interest payments, never mind reduce the initial loan debt. Try that with the mortgage on your house, see how far that will get you. We allow ourselves to be well and truly screwed, sad to say. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true, the other is to refuse to believe what is true. Bill Gates is going to force us to take vaccination with a microchip into our right hand because cash has the COVID-19 strain on it. The Internet of Things is 5G, the Skynet grid surveillance grid, and the frequency weapon grid will bathe us with radiation and radar, scan us 24/7 and scan everything. That's why everything will be connected to the Internet of Things to create the body for artificial intelligence. A sensor eye transmitter on every street light on the road, hundreds of thousands of them or more at the moment, and more being put up. DARPA already has the brain. It's the Internet. Not only that, but they also want to be able to predict the future with this technology and weapon grid to use as a weapon.
Predict these.
I predict the future because they make it happen. It's easy to predict it when you got the script.
Exactly.
Against humanity if we all start protesting or something. 2030 is the bottom of the grand solar minimum. You will know by next year we are in it. Prepare now, prepare, build a greenhouse, save seeds, can food. We are in trouble if you are not prepared. We are gonna be micromanaged in 2030 by AI, and this agenda is pushed now by psycho-technocrats elite to achieve that goal, and sadly, most have Stockholm Syndrome about this fact. Destruction of humanity is imminent in the name of greed. I hope the justice will prevail and stop this madness. The real menace of our republic is the invisible government, which like a giant octopus sprawls its slimy legs over our cities, states, and
they're not invisible anymore, we know.
name. The little coterie of powerful international bankers virtually run the United States government for their own selfish purposes. They practically control both parties and control the majority of the newspapers and magazines in this country. They use the column
They
of these
practically
papers
control it. They do
or
control
drive
it.
out of office public officials who refuse to do the bidding of the powerful corrupt cliques which compose the invisible government. It operates under cover of a self-created screen and seizes our executive officers, legislative bodies, schools, courts.
Gonna let Rick back in. Hang on. Welcome back. Let's hold on. He's
Yeah, it's just me. Hello. Anybody home?
all right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. All right, I got to hit the button right beside it. You know, it's invite or leave the studio. That's kind of stupid to have it right there like that. But, you know, yeah, invite or leave studio. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Rick, man, come on, computer. It's in there now. All right. Good to see everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging around. Rick's going to join me and Mad Pieman here. We're going to finish off this video, and then we'll go from there. We've already been on for 4.5 hours. It's crazy. And, you know, again, I appreciate you guys covering for me earlier when I went out.
Here I am to save the day.
Howdy.
Coronavirus is on his way.
Oh dear. Wow. So,
Yeah,
all right.
I just wanted to say about the
Yeah.
about when I first learned about Agenda 21, man. I went into I reckon a mild depression. I reckon for I don't know how maybe a couple of weeks. You know what I mean? I was really worried and fearful of all of humanity being wiped out. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't think that's a reality. I think that's what they want us to fear. You know what I mean? They want us to On
So
all,
you, you
all
think
angles, you know, on any
that
way,
Georgia?
you perceive reality,
You think
they
that
want you to
Georgia?
be fearful. You know what I mean?
I'm
So
sorry.
I think it's another controlling mechanism. I try not to pay attention to that.
Right. You think
PK talks about that, man.
the Georgia Guidestones were put
I
up
really don't think they're going to do that, mate.
to put fear in us?
It's just going to be a reset, and we're just going to be made slaves, you know?
Got you. So did you hear my question, man?
Where's he going? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Did you hear my question, man? You hear me?
No, I think I can't hear. I can't hear you, Rick.
You hear me or no?
I'll have to go and come back.
What's going on?
I don't know. Matt said he couldn't hear me.
Huh?
Okay. Rick was talking. I can't hear him.
Yeah, I was. You hear Tommy though?
I'll jump out and come back.
Yeah,
So,
you know how
try
that is. Yeah, he just needs to come back out. Go back.
All
in.
right.
That's all.
All right.
It's probably because I went out
Say so.
earlier or something. I don't know, but
Yeah.
go ahead,
Back
Mike.
on, so-
Man, come back. We got you. I gotta do this hit anyway. But come on back.
Yeah, I seen a video earlier, and they were saying it was like how what Matt just said, something about 2030. I mean 20 Agenda 2021. It was by the year 2030 there isn't going to be a natural born baby. They're going to be doing
Genetically modified.
like some kind of modification to the baby.
Genetically.
There won't be a natural born baby by the year 2030. No, it
Yeah.
wasn't GMO,
They'll
baby.
be
No, yeah.
Chipped at birth with a vaccine, mate.
Well, no, it wasn't just chip. It wasn't like chipped. It was something like enhanced somehow. You know, not it wasn't with a chip, but like you know how they mess with CRISPR. It
Yeah.
was something. It was something like that.
Yeah,
It-
they're modifying the DNA, man. Yeah.
Right, right. But it had nothing to do with like putting a chip in it. But I forget what they like technically said. I'll see if I can't find it on my phone. But yeah, that's what they said. By the year 2030, there won't be a God birth child, which is
all
sick.
test tube, baby.
Yeah, kind of something like that.
Yeah. It's all a part of the
That's so satanic, man, isn't it?
Right.
Stopping natural childbirth.
Mm-hmm.
They hate. That's how much they hate us. They hate creation. They hate the way that we give birth and the way that we carry women carry a child, and the
Right.
whole process. They hate it. They just hate humanity. They hate us. That's what Antichrist means. Antichrist is anti-human. So just anything evil is Antichrist.
Agreed.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, was that movie? Children of Men. Have you seen that movie?
Children of Men. I may have. I just don't remember it.
Yeah, I just don't remember, but I do. I definitely seen it.
It was it was another apocalyptic end of the world movie. Geez, who was in it? I'm trying to think of the actor was. It doesn't matter. But, basically.
Yeah.
It might come to me later. But anyway, the main point of the movie was Billy Connolly was in it. He wasn't a star, but he was in it. But anyway, the point of the movie was that no women could give birth, and there hadn't been any children born for like 20 years. And this guy goes to meet his friend, who's Billy Connolly, and he's a hippie. He lives in the bush, like a hermit. And he meets this woman along the way when some shit goes down, like towns being attacked by soldiers and people are running for their lives. He helps her escape, and she's a black woman. But anyway, they get like a resistance to smuggle them out of the city, like in the back of a van or something.
Right.
And they eventually find their way, to Billy Connolly's house. And like you don't know what the movie's about at the start, right? But sort of by the time she gets to that house and the truth comes out about the timeline that they're in, and no women have been allowed to give birth, have babies for the last 20 years, and if any authorities see them on the street, a child or a pregnant woman, they'll grab them and take them away. You know what I mean? So there was some heavy messages in that movie. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, we're definitely probably on that path, and I think probably more than the elite fucking wiping all of us out. It's more likely they're going to eliminate us over time by controlling childbirth.
Yeah, but they want to get us down to a certain number so they can control us, though.
Yeah, well, that might happen eventually then through their eugenics programs, birth control and other methods that they're going to use to make women miscarry, or who knows? You know what I mean?
Right.
There are many ways to do it. Vaccines have what do you call it? Sterilized women in Africa that Bill Gates supplied. That's well known. They can't give birth anymore. Once they got vaccinated, they were chased out of the villages by men with big swords and sticks. It's like, get the fuck out of here. They don't want you here, mate. You're a curse. They know when they see him. They know who he is. They know he's a demon. Who's talking? What's going on, Tommy?
I'm here. My sister's supposed to be coming over, but I don't know what happened to her. I guess eventually she'll get here. Hope she's all right. She only lives a mile down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Oh dear. So let's finish up this last little minute or two of the thing
Video.
Here. Yeah, video. Come on. Man, I forgot to stop and get a mouse somewhere today. Oh.
You never got one, huh?
Whoops.
That sucks.
Yeah. I need a mouse. I need a mouse.
Oh, wagon.
Reports, newspapers, and every agency created for the public protection. I see in the near future a crisis approaching. It unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. The money powers prey upon the nation in times of peace and conspire against it in times of adversity. It is more despotic than a monarch, more insolent than autocracy, more selfish than bureaucracy. It denounces as public enemies all who question its methods or throw light upon its crimes. I have two great enemies, the Southern Army in front of me and the financial institutions at the rear. The latter is my greatest foe. Corporations have been enthroned, and an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money power of the country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until the wealth is aggregated in the hands of a few, and the republic is destroyed. Abraham Lincoln, letter to William Elkins, November 21, 1864. Just after the passage of the Debt-Causing National Bank Act, June 3, 1864, right before the assassination. When people finally realize that they are the ultimate source of power and energy on this planet, they will understand what the AI programming is all about. You are the ultimate battery that the powers that be want to run their system on. This was the Atlantis Report. Please like, share, subscribe, and...
Your TV's pretty loud in the background. There's somebody.
Sorry.
Hey, Tobin. Hi, nice
No,
to see
it's
you.
that video. I'm trying to find I found the video. It's by Flat Water.
Uh-huh.
The most important video you'll ever watch about the NWO plans being manipulated or implemented. I'm sorry.
Implement, yeah.
I didn't know you could hear it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was playing pretty loud there. You can mute yourself if when.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm sorry.
But I mean, it's all good,
Whammy.
brother. So what's up, Matt Pyman? What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm me. Still swinging.
Yeah, I mean, we could wrap it up at 5 or whatever. I don't know who's live now or who's going to be live later, but yeah.
Karen Bay's on here. You want to wrap it up?
I'm not sure that we will, but I'm just saying. Let me look and see if there's any good.
Yeah, well, Brian's live.
Oh, he is live right now.
Yeah, I'm around.
All right. Well, let's go over there real quick and look at what they're doing, and maybe we'll just watch it for a little bit or something. Oh yeah, I got to open up another thing here. Hold on. Still screen sharing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see Brian live.
Karen B, you might be on Karen B show.
Nurses, truth.
Ridiculous. If there were thousands of bodies piling up and they were putting them in these trucks right out there, or like in Ecuador in the streets, they were just, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's crazy. It's crazy that people
Hi, Brian. Hi,
people
Karen.
think the hospitals are empty. They think there's a pandemic. The hospitals are empty.
Look at this picture right here. How come there's like everybody in hazmat suits except for like that dude in like flip flops and his shorts? It's like, why is he even allowed to be there? People are dropping dead in the street.
There's your proof. That's all you need for some people. Oh, they're just throwing bodies in the street in Ecuador because those Ecuadorian, you know? I didn't even know there was
It's like wrapped in
I've
plastic,
heard these,
spraying it.
heard these stories about dumped in the street. It's supposed to be.
This is what the guys Jen said were working at Walmart, like spraying sanitizer around like Ghostbusters. Look at these
In
guys.
Hungary, they're supposed to be throwing
What
bodies in the
is
street.
this mess?
So
Hilarious.
so stupid.
Right? Like
Oh, they
these
just dropped the coffin on the footpath.
laying in the road
No
with
problem.
dead bodies in them. That is ridiculous.
Good spot for the coffin.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
No standing, coffin parking only.
Even without getting into this fakery aspect of it, I mean, just the inconsistencies and things. Like I can go to the grocery store and there's like 1 million people. Like it's not Black Friday at my grocery store at all. It's just like regular grocery store, but they're acting like regular people. So there's no social distancing going on. There's a couple little things they did, like the girls that work at the cash checking place.
The coffin in the back of the
window. Besides
Man.
that, there's nothing.
That's ridiculous,
People
man.
past each other.
Look at that.
Everything's fine. So
Wow.
if there was really a pandemic, why would they let
Bring
that
out your dead.
act like that?
I'm not dead yet.
Why are they airplanes? International flights even. I mean, come on, dude. Come on with that noise.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And
It was. I found it. It was designed or augmented babies.
And how about the whole telemedicine, Karen?
Yeah, designer babies. Yeah.
The what?
Right.
The telemedicine.
Yep, they've been.
Oh, yeah,
that's been in
the
the works for a long
telemedicine.
time.
Yeah, it's CRISPR.
This is wrapped in plastic because it's brand new, not because of there's COVID. They're brand freaking new coffins. Dude, look up how expensive a coffin is, you guys. Just go. I mean, not that anybody prices coffins regularly, but if you've ever had somebody die, then you know that coffins are not freaking cheap. Okay, coffins. Like, this is like
I could have got a bigger truck, man.
$2,000
But not even fit.
You know, 5,000, 6,000. I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars, and they're just like saying that they're like strewn in the street with infected bodies inside of them.
Yeah, the 18-wheeler must have been full.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Can I put a positive? Try and put some positive spin on
Oh
it?
no, that wasn't Los Angeles, was it?
I don't know. Look in the bedroom.
I know it's not all rosy, guys. I get it. But sometimes we're going to try and put some positivity on it. And it's warranted positivity. And again, something we talked about a lot is the aggression of these people picking up. But what I want to get into now is the creativity that this community has gained. And has gained over the last...
We're the fucking best.
I mean, the people making music.
We're blessed.
Doing art. The people
Blessed by the best.
voice out there now. The people that were doing all the
We're
acting.
blessed by the
and the
best.
last year.
Fuck the rest.
The creativity and people really, really come alive, Karen. Have you noticed that a lot? I mean, I see people on my Facebook now that I know a good truth is for a long time, like people that I actually follow and they have discernment, but they make a lot of just posts. Well, they're all going live doing videos now. They're filming their hospitals. They're doing it's turning everybody into
Film
what I'm trying to
these.
say is with all the creativity and stuff, maybe it's and you know, hopefully we'll come out of this in a few weeks. I can't put a time frame, but let's just say we come out of it in a few weeks or whatever it is. I think we're going to be a lot stronger as a group. I think it's bringing us all a lot closer.
I don't think, no matter how much of us do that, I don't think we're going to come out of it, man. I really don't.
Doing his own podcast now, bringing people in like that. Steven Jenner on a roll.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotta have hope, man. That's all we need.
We have faith in
a little
Jesus.
something to make everybody smile.
At some
Before we,
point, it might
open
get
up the
worse
phones
before it
and
gets
just
better, but
shoot
it
all
will
the
get
shit, okay?
better when
That cool
Jesus
with you?
comes back.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Give everybody a smile.
All of it'll all come to an end.
From Roxanne's show today.
For 1,000
Oh,
years.
that's
Right.
cool. I was just thinking
We're
about
all,
that.
we're all using.
That was cool.
We're all using the spirit, man.
Yeah.
That's what
so
it is.
a lot of us, even I, have written rap songs, okay? Which I know are not great. The lyrics are okay. I can't rap the shit, okay? But I have fun doing it. And over here, you have 007. I don't know if you guys have been watching his streams. If the mods can please link 007's channel. He is awesome. He's been on my show before, several months ago. We talked a lot of Mandela Effect and Flat Earth and just a lot of stuff. He's very talented. He's doing live streams, playing the guitar and singing. Have you caught any of that, Karen?
Yes, he's very good.
Yeah, he's very good. And we need some of this, guys. We need some of this. And, you know, I love Roxanne. She's awesome. And she's also doing like streams with her kids, like cooking and stuff, like doing stuff with her kids. So I just think they were I don't know. I just said, why don't you have karaoke tonight in the chat? And she's like, all right, I'll do it. And then before you know it, it took a little bit to set up, but she belted it out. And this was just a really positive thing. And I just want to play it.
Go.
I thought this was awesome. Something for all you right now. And I'll shut up.
Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future holds.
Wow.
Try and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be counted. Don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be bad. You gotta be bold. You gotta be wiser. You gotta be
drink
hard.
Budweiser.
You gotta be tough. You gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool. You gotta be calm. It's all stay together. All I know, love to save the day. Hear what your mother said. Read the books your father read. Try and solve the puzzles in your own sweet time. Some may have more cash than you. Others take a different view. My, oh my, yeah. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Don't ask no questions, it goes on without you. Leaving behind that the place. The world keeps on spinning, can't stop it if you try to. Come is the same, just staring in your face. Whoa. Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future holds. Cry and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. My, oh my, You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. You gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day. Got to get low, got to get bad, got to be wise, got everything.
Awesome.
Got to be wrong,
Great voice, man.
got to be wrong. All I know is love will save the day. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser. You gotta be hard, you gotta be tough, you gotta be stronger. You gotta be cool, you gotta be calm, you gotta stay together. All I know, love will save the day.
Woohoo!
Awesome.
I loved that she did that.
Bravo.
Dude, that was just
Encore.
so awesome. That's what we need. We
love Roxanne.
more of that. I thought that was just fucking awesome when she did that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You know, she just wanted to make everybody smile. And it's not about, you know,
Yeah,
I
man.
thought she did a great
Lift.
job.
We need a lift, man. We needed a lift. Fuck yeah.
Richie from Boston just posted a new one.
And she's been killing
The,
it.
the guy he has on it
250 people here right now.
got kicked off of YouTube for what he said. He got his channel booted for talking about the coronavirus and how it's,
During this whole thing.
it only travels unless you get injected.
They're always streaming over there. So definitely check out her show. She's live basically all the time now. And she's been one of the people really hard.
How long have they been going for?
They just started, Karen and yeah, they started at 9 o'clock, I think.
She does have a good voice. She does.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't listen too long.
I thought it was awesome. And she did walk like an Egyptian as well.
I missed that. I'll have to find that one and put, where's that one? Play that one.
Oh, it's right here if you want me to.
Oh yeah, play it. What's
Walk
up? I
like
heard
an
it.
Egyptian.
Yeah, we can play it. Why not, right? We're not doing anything.
No. It's double feature.
Two for Thursday.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Fucking awesome.
Who, what?
Don't know the
Oh,
exact
you want me to put it on?
second.
There you go.
Don't you know if they move too quick?
I just don't understand what is going on with her mic setup. What is all that stuff? Like,
I don't know, but this chick's crazy. This is awesome. Look at Rich on the right. He's crazy.
rad.
Look at him.
Start your feet
Love
up the
that guy.
street and bend your back and lift your arm down and pull it back. Knock as hard you know. Oh, well. On the Cadillac. If you want to find all the cops are hanging out in the and dancing all away. All the spin the clubs cruise down the block. All the Japanese with the yen. The party boys call the Kremlin. And the Chinese know away. All
They look a lot like Egyptians.
the the gonna stop say way
Way away,
Oh my goodness.
Rad. See, you must marching along to it.
Walk like an Egyptian.
You go, man.
See, this is cool. Who would ever thumb this down? Who would ever not like this? You're not.
Probably a bunch of swine-loving penguins.
Probably.
Legendary.
Good fun, man.
Legendary
Good
tonight.
fun.
Legendary. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was awesome. Well, I've gone through like all the show notes. I don't really have a whole bunch of stuff to present tonight. We've been doing it every day for weeks. I've done 3 shows today, and I just want to talk to people tonight. Are you good with that? Or do you have anything you want to discuss before we open the phones?
No, we can talk to people. I mean, there's always something to discuss, but we can talk to people. Did anybody go and watch my stream from last night? I streamed in the middle of the night last night, and I read the Gateway program.
Walk like a corona
We didn't, so can you tell us a little summary? Can you give us
like a corona victim.
version of it?
Well, it's a basically it's a paper written by someone.
Stay 6 foot away.
Program, which is a program that they were doing, which involved
That's right. Don't get too
human
close to my
consciousness
face.
and you know states of meditation, using different methods to get yourself into these deeper states of meditation where you would control the vibration at which your brain frequency was vibrating at, and you put yourself in tune with the ether, right, at 7 hertz, whatever it is, where it's oscillating at 7 hertz.
Excuse me.
And so anyway, you do this, there's all these techniques that talks about it, like what you can do, that you can get access, you know, information that isn't available to us in the physical world. I mean, it talks like that. I mean, it just, all those things about what you can do with your, with human consciousness, how powerful it is. That was last night.
People are asking to link it in the chat, guys. Just go to her recent videos. It's the video before.
Huh?
Right there.
Yeah, it was last night.
A new story on the radio.
Right, over 2 hours. You
It's like
2.5 hours. Yeah, it was 2.5
domestic
hours.
violence has gone up 15%.
And that was just part 1. Then part 2, I will talk about the handbook. I have the intermediate handbook where it talks about like how it was talking about the different breathing exercises and techniques. Well, I have the handbook that goes into more detail about the techniques, and it has the affirmation that you need to say and all that stuff. And there's also, and you can also get the Hemi-Sync soundtrack that it talks about in there to try to do that, achieve those meditative states if you want to try to do that. I've actually listened to some of it, the Robert Monroe stuff. I sent you one, Brian.
Yeah. I know you did.
really like those. I haven't done one for a while. I need to start doing those again. But they actually are really cool.
I should call in the Brian show. Wow, live on your show, Tommy.
It ties in with all of them.
Oh, all right.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm an expert then. No. Okay, a couple
Whatever.
things we can talk about actually before we go.
Hey, somebody should.
All right.
People are asking about that video. Did you rewatch that video? Because I did, about the guy that people think he was getting forced the vaccine, and there was a scuffle in the little the little room they were in. Did you see that video? Mac put it in the group chat earlier.
Oh yes.
Give Brian a ring a ding dong.
If that's real,
Ding ding dong. Ding 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 dong.
Vaccine. Although I didn't watch it all the way to the end, but he said all he was saying is you can't make me put a needle in my arm. So to me, I was like, well, is he just trying to give an IV or something like fluids, or I don't understand what the problem is.
Swing.
Yeah. So I'm not really sure. People are asking, so I don't know if it's real or fake, guys.
No.
I can't really tell too much from that. I really don't know. And if he was getting forced a vaccine, how would that video get out? Especially when they knew the video was recording, they knew all about the phone. So if they were going to forcefully hold it down and give it back, yeah,
right.
Oh man, was it live stream? So
live stream. I downloaded it. I have.
What are you cracking there, man? A Corona. You got a taste of the Coronas?
And I'll play this other video that I have.
I'm on the front line, mate. I'm facing the threat head on.
Kind of a hot topic. I don't know where I did the whole 5G discussion.
On the front line. Who sings that? That's a Truther song on the front line. I forget who sings. I think that dude Tommy was talking about 7 6.
What happens? I do see that it.
I know I got it on my playlist on Spotify.
You know, it's going to be switched on
the front.
Yeah, maybe it's Bizzle.
Where it's at. I get all that.
I know it's a Truther.
Play this little video.
It's truth music.
That.
Yeah, nice.
I'm trying to pause it. Hang on.
I used to look for truth channels, truth music channels before, man, but they're hard to find now.
Yeah, now they're all over. A lot of them are all they're not all over, but
it's hard to find any good ones. Man,
talking to employees that are installing this stuff, though, maybe she should go a little extra. Maybe get to sink in with them.
Oh yeah, I watched this.
Hi guys.
Yeah, we watched this last night, Tommy.
No. Who do you work for?
For Community Fiber.
What are you laying?
Tommy subbed this girl.
Fiber. What kind of fiber?
Fiber optic 5G1.
But you're not supposed to be within 2 meters of each other, and you're supposed to be essential. Is this essential work?
I think so. I don't know. He just sent me to do the job. I just
So I don't understand. It's not essential, and you don't work for the NHS. So why are you doing it? Does it not negate the government's guidelines?
Yeah, if you want to make a complaint.
Who do I complain to? Who's the boss?
I have a number for the petition board. Where is the white band and the red barrier?
But do you know what you're doing now? You're laying 5G.
Yeah.
Do you realise that, don't you? Yeah? So you know that kills people. You know when they turn this on, it's going to kill everyone, and that's why they're building the hospitals. How do you feel? Do you have children? Do you have parents?
I thought 5G came from towers.
What did you say?
Are you content to continue doing that job?
Yeah.
Are they paying you?
He asked if he was the parent.
You just admitted that you're laying 5G.
Told him what?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't know enough about technology.
Because I know fiber optic has been in the ground. That's been we've been having that, and that's fine because it's wired.
Yeah, we got that.
Other is a two totally separate thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. People were passing it around.
Huh?
The whole thing. What's your
Double.
What's your take as of right now on this whole thing?
No, I didn't.
5G.
Oh, Bob says fiber optic feeds the 5G transmitters. Well, I guess, but fiber optic was already a thing, though, right? I mean, it's not just because it's fiber optic doesn't mean it's 5G, though. Is that right?
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's true. Fiber optics has been around since like the 90s.
Fiber optic, and they said 5G.
We've only just got fiber optic, man,
Oh.
last year.
But I thought 5G would have to be in a tower. I thought it would have to be. That's what I don't get. Would there have to be a tower?
Yeah, you got to have a tower, otherwise it won't work.
I feel dumb asking this question right now. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, there has to be a tower to push the waves out.
Phones.
You know, but the 5G just makes it quick. The Wi-Fi quicker.
Give us a ring dong dutchie.
You know, but you can
Every
still
time I
hook
say that,
up to it. Too.
What's a dutchie?
It won't work with it.
Sounds good.
If you don't know what the Dutchie is, pass it.
Here we go.
In this realm, you're all Brian and Karen. Is this?
Who's ringing? Is that Tommy?
JM, how are you guys doing?
Hi, JM. How are you?
Pissed off, confused, and surprised at how
What's up,
easily
man?
the fucking sheep take downloads.
Tommy.
Yeah, what's up?
Fucking insanity. You talk to the people.
Man, can you hear Tommy?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
What can you tell me?
No, I don't think he called you, Tommy. I think he was just saying,
Oh.
you know. I thought he thought that you were calling.
I got you. Yeah, there's 320 people watching this live show plus us. Wow. Yeah, their show is growing. This is
Definitely growing, yeah.
Yeah, this is unveiling the realm. Whose channel is this? Karen's channel? It is Karen's channel.
Yeah, it's on Karen's channel, but they go back and forth. They'll do Brian's next week and
right.
then Karen. And,
Yeah, it's just confusing sometimes which one they're on, but yeah. So anyway, let me see how long we've been on, and then there was probably some other videos.
You've been live for 5 hours.
I know. Yeah, it's a little over 5.
Yeah, you got more videos. Watch it. Why don't we watch that Richie from Boston video?
I don't know what was it. What I looked at it, but I don't know if it sparked my interest though. I'll be honest.
It's about the guy that some guy got kicked off of YouTube for talking about the virus. And I don't know what else it's about. Like, I think it's like a 10-minute video. It's a 14-minute video. I'm sure Richie goes on about a rant. Or no, it is all the guy, I think. I'm scanning through it now. Yeah, it's all this dude that got kicked off.
Yeah, well, I hate it for him, but I'm not gonna have a sod story if they kick me off. I'm just gonna be trying to find somewhere else to go on.
Right.
I get pissed off when they censor me and take my videos off. I might say something about that, but when they finally take me off or whatever, and my channel's gone, then it's gone. It is what it is.
Right.
I'll be on Facebook and I'll be on DLive or somewhere. Twitter for sure.
Yo, Voyage is still alive.
Wow. From early.
Is he still on?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Wow.
Yes, he is. He's got 2 people watching. Well, 3 people watching him.
I watched it earlier. I was watching it. He had like 24 people at least, I'd say, or close to it.
Right. It's in Dutch, right? It's in another language, correct?
Yeah, his language.
Right. Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, we were in the chat before the start of it.
All right, yeah, I got what they were just talking about. It's that dude J-Boss has a video out. America forces man to take a needle.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, J-Boss has got a video out. It says Americans force man to take a needle, real or fake. And they got these guys standing around in the suits, their little blue suits. And this guy's got his shirt off. And supposedly they force him to take a needle. But again, how real can this be? because the people there that are giving him the needle know that he's filming it.
All right, are y'all ready? I'm about to play this. Play a couple videos.
All right, yeah, go for it.
We'll go back to that and watch that, but I definitely want to get some of these in that I had saved from earlier for this show. So
No, yeah, go for
all
it,
right,
Tommy.
this is check this out. Urgent care practicing mock drills for coronavirus patients. Mock drills, yeah.
And wait, this was put up today?
I don't know. We're gonna see.
Okay.
It doesn't matter when it was. Well, yeah, it does kind of, but yeah, they could be doing it now while they're waiting on patients.
Right, right.
Yeah. Either way, hang on. I'm gonna let it load up here. It's trying to load. Come on,
No, well, can you leave me one?
Oh my goodness, man! I don't know if we're gonna get to play it. I don't know why it's.
Patient works at an
There
elementary
we
school.
go.
So right now, they're shut down until
Oh,
Wednesday
because you
for
can
a
see
deep
me.
cleaning.
Hold on, man. I gotta stop cam because this is, it's just normal to. You can see I'm smoking a blunt with my sister though. See there it is. All right. So if you hear me coughing, yeah.
Both of these cases,
Sorry
the
about
patients have not recently traveled overseas. This is what we know. There are now at least 64 confirmed cases in the United States.
This
None
is old,
reported here
yeah.
in Georgia. Worldwide, there have been about 83,000 cases since December. And the global death toll is now more than 2,800. As that number and number of the people here in the U.S. with coronavirus keeps growing, health clinics are preparing now. Hope For It shows us how one clinic is running test drills on mock patients.
At American Family Care in Marietta, Ariel is today's patient. She's someone showing possible symptoms of coronavirus.
I've recently traveled outside of the country.
Medical assistant Roderick Moore jumps into action, giving her a mask and taking her into a designated biohazard room. He suits up in protective gear and gives a brief exam. Friday, I got a first-hand look at this emergency drill where doctors treat mock patients.
We're taking the necessary steps.
All right, I'm over that one. Volume though. That was weird. All right. Here is the U.S. No Mercy arriving in Los Angeles. I want to see this real quick because this was put out by the military. It's got to keep muting on me. There we go.
No mercy.
This is put out by the U.S. Navy. America's Navy, forged by the sea. All right, and then we have, here's the New York one that they put out for the No Comfort.
Comfort into crew 33, mate. Comfort crew. CC 33. Those beds are on casters, man. They're on wheels. You feel
Right.
like beds on wheels? On a ship. Really?
On a ship, yeah, yeah.
That looks inviting. Not.
Been in the Navy about 4 years now, and it's gonna be my first one. Pretty cool to be a part of this and be a part like of the mercy.
Pretty cool, huh?
You know, working together
Matt's in that.
with all these people, and just makes me realize.
This one is on the Mercy, too. The No Mercy. Oh my goodness, man! Come on, internet.
We broke the internet, Tommy.
Obviously, look, it's loaded, but it won't even play. It's already loaded. Stupid, man.
Pretty cool to be a part of this and be a part like of the mercy, and you know, working together with all these people, and just makes me realize how lucky we are, like, to have each other and to have the Navy.
Surgical technologist. Bullshit.
Be a part of this team.
No gloves. Look, no gloves.
Yeah, I know.
Be sterile.
Surgical technologist.
Watch how many times they hit
There,
it.
there you go. They're a little late.
No, watch in a
You
minute.
can't do surgery on a ship, on a boat at sea. You just can't do it.
Look, he's washing it. He's put the gloves on to wash it, to sterilize it. But
And
then
then he
watch-
takes the gloves off, right? Yeah.
Yes, listen, they'll take the gloves off when they're putting the kits together, the surgery kits.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's
It's
not
crazy.
hygienic at all, is it?
I had a roommate that used to work at a hospital and did the same thing, put surgery kits together, and he had to wear gloves all the time and change.
You have to wear gloves.
Yeah,
Of course you
keep the
do.
shit sterile.
Patient is sterile and ready for patient use. This is important to me because this could, you know,
They have to scrub up and then put gloves on and then go in, and then when they leave, they do the same thing: gloves off, scrub up, and then leave.
tell Americans.
You can't, you know, you got to be clean going in and out.
I want to make sure we can provide the best care possible for anyone that comes on. I'm proud-
Probably a kitchen, man. I reckon that's what they're showing you. It's a stainless steel kitchen.
Yes, no mercy.
Shipmates, it's the 19th of March, 2020. A lot has changed in the past week, and the impacts of the coronavirus are changing daily life for all of us. Our focus right now is threefold. We must protect our people, and we must maintain mission readiness. And finally, we have to support the whole of government effort. That is
Fuck
why
government.
we've enacted additional policies designed to combat the spread of coronavirus. Done a number of things, including moving to shift work, reducing our manning, and increasing our telework. We have closed DoD schools and many MWR facilities, as well as curtailed some child and youth programs. We have
Did he say experimental coronavirus?
We've suspended the spring physical readiness.
Huh? No.
Did he call it the coronavirus experimental?
I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention.
I think just before he said it's the experimental coronavirus. Not the vaccine. He said experimental coronavirus.
Take it back, Tommy, please.
I am,
Just
brother.
about 10
Oh,
seconds.
okay.
Sister too.
All right.
Come on, just hang on. Hang on a second.
It's not working there.
Hold on.
As well as curtailed some child and youth programs. We have postponed our E4 advancement exam.
Before the text came up.
Done a number of
Just
things,
before the text came up.
including moving to shift work, reducing our manning, and increasing our telework. We have closed DoD schools and many MWR facilities,
I got back a bit more, a little bit more.
some child and youth programs. We have postponed our E4 advancement exam.
Oh my
We've
God.
suspended.
Where, man?
We must.
Where
It was
was
a bit before that. Yeah, start about there. Try that.
Golly, I'm back in the beginning.
Our focus right now is threefold. We must protect our people, and we must maintain mission readiness. And finally, we have to support the whole of government effort. That is why we've enacted additional policies designed to combat the spread of coronavirus. Done a number of things, including moving to shift work, reducing our manning, and increasing our telework. We have closed DoD schools and many MWR facilities.
No, I must have misheard, sorry.
Yeah.
Programs. We have postponed our E4 advancement exam. We've suspended the spring physical.
Is that a side effect?
We've postponed drill weekends for
Hearing things?
11 May. We've also suspended recruit graduation ceremonies until further notice. Additionally, we will pause administrative and statutory promotion boards for the time being. But many things remain open too, including our commissaries, our exchanges, our military health treatment facilities, as well as our nurse advice line and our My Navy Career Center, all available 24/7 to answer your questions. We are also preparing our two 1,000-bed hospital ships, the Mercy and the Comfort, to get underway to relieve pressure on civilian health providers who are focused on treating folks with the coronavirus. Operationally, to keep our ships, our aircraft, and our submarines ready, our commanders are empowered to take the necessary precautions so that they can effectively carry out their missions and meet the critical needs of our sailors. While 30% of our fleet is underway today, including 4 carrier strike groups and 4 amphibious ready groups, we must, to the greatest extent possible, practice social distancing, as well as good hygiene and cleanliness aboard our ship, in our offices, and in our homes.
Wash your
America
hands.
continues to depend on us to provide security and stability to this nation, and we will do just that.
This guy's head looks pretty
Additional
clean.
guidance over the days and weeks ahead.
Nice
as
and
this
shiny.
continues to change.
Nice and
To
shiny.
stay up to date in these changes, check out our coronavirus page on Navy.mil. Finally, we must be mindful that while many of our shipmates are very adept at maintaining their support networks, for some, social distancing can lead to a loss of connectedness and feelings of isolation. You need to know that you're not alone. If you or if one of your shipmates needs help, reach out to the resources that we have available, whether it's the Military Crisis Line, Military One Source, our Navy Chaplain Care,
Let's call,
or the Psychological Health Resource Center.
I got one for you after this video I want to tell you.
Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. Above all, take care of
1-800
yourselves,
suck
your
my
families,
dick.
and each other. Your safety remains our primary concern as we continue to carry out
No, only a couple of them, bud.
of our nation.
Yeah.
All right, listen to this. COVID, right? COVID-19. You take the C off, right? The C is the third letter of the alphabet, right? You look 3 up in the Strong's coordinates. 3 is a Biden, the angel of the bottomless pit. Okay. Ovid means sheep. And a language, I forget what language it is, but Ovid means sheep. All right. And 19 in the Strong's coordinates is slaughter.
wow, sheep to the slaughter.
Yeah. Angel of the bottomless pit,
Yeah.
sheep, slaughter.
Wow,
Ain't that deep,
Yeah, wow.
man?
man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coding or something. It's in there. Yeah. Wow, I believe it.
So what's 19? How did you get
19
How'd you get
slaughter
that?
and Strong's coordinates. And
slaughter
look,
in what in army terms?
it's
Is
just
that
slaughter.
military code?
Is it military code? Is
No,
that what you
19. How
said?
you get slaughtered? How did it?
And the
Oh,
Strong's coordinates.
Oh, you're talking about the gematria of the word slaughter.
No,
Is
no,
that
no.
what you said?
I'm talking about the word, the 19, right? In the Strong's coordinates, each letter it has a word to it. Each number, I mean, has a word to it. And now 3 is a Biden, the angel of the bottomless pit. 3 and a Strong's coordinates. And 19 is slaughter. and the Strong's coordinates. You got me now? You follow?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you get that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
It doesn't surprise me.
Wow.
Did you ever look at the Strong's coordinates? You know what the Strong's coordinates
Strong's
is?
coordinates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Bible, every word has a number to it. In the Bible, every word in the Bible has a number to it. Okay. Now, that's how I get slaughter is 19, because slaughter's in the Bible, and in the Strong's coordinates, you look it up, it's slaughter. Just like C, you move it to 3, and of course, the angel of the bottomless pit is in the Bible, and 3 is, angel of the bottomless pit.
Yeah. Well, three also the word 3 contains the number 33. If you turn the capital E's around, so if you reverse the word, you've got a 33 in the word 3. Yeah. And it's always there. C 3 33. It's always in the coding, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. If you notice, you put 33 together, and then you turn it on its side. It's the infinity sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and an 8. And 8 is 33.
They like 3. 3's like, we're supposed to be the third rock from the sun. I think it's all to like, the reason why I think they like the number 3, because of the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Trinity. Yep. Yeah, and it comes back to pyramids as well.
Right. Yeah, 3 sides. But actually, a pyramid, it has 8 sides. Or 6.
Yeah, they got more sides, haven't they?
Yeah. I think
sides,
it's 6. I think it's 6. It's not 8. It's 6.
Yeah.
But it may be 8 too. I don't know. I know it isn't. It isn't 3. Just a triangle.
I think they're actually a cube, man. So every corner has its own side as well.
Right. Well, then that would be 8. Then that would be 8.
Yeah, it'd be 8. Yeah, 8. Yeah. So when you look at a pyramid from the top down, from what they call satellites, which are probably just high altitude planes with cameras, Yeah,
well, no, they could be satellites, but they're up there by balloons.
Yeah, I think there's that. I think they use that for weather.
Yeah, well, weather balloons, yeah. But there was one. I seen a video where it's a satellite, but it's just on a balloon. It came down.
I think they use that. I think they use that for weather radar. You know what I mean?
Right,
Honestly.
right. The satellite, you mean?
Yeah, Google do it as well. I know, but Google probably do it just to spy on somebody that they don't like.
Yeah.
Directly over their house. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy, you got another video?
When you look at
good.
When you look at a pyramid, from the top down, it's a cube.
Yeah, it's a square, right? All right.
Yeah.
Well, you know what also a cube could be, right? When you break it open, it's a cross.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
When you break out of it, when you break out of the cube, it's a cross. Here's that Jay Boss video. I think he's looking up. I see Jay Boss there.
I don't know. Where is it? I don't think I'm.
Just go to today's video. I think.
I don't know if I'm even subscribed to him. Hold on.
I can tell you, it's Jay Boss something. Hold on, let me see. Jay Boss 008, 008. I guess he thinks he's a Bond.
What is it? What do you say? I'm sorry.
Jay Boss 008. I think it's all one word. Oh wait, J Boss Man 008.
J Boss
Man 008.
Yeah, I see it. Right there. I don't know if you know if I'm not subscribed to him. All right, I will now. Let's see.
There it is right there. It was right beneath it. First video, Tommy.
Yeah, I got you. I'm just going to scroll down. All right. America forces man to take needle. All right, here we go.
It's called a revolution.
I'm just waiting for it to load.
Revolution. That's what that's called. Revolution. That's what this is called. Y'all know what a revolution is? Do you know what a revolution is? Huh? What does that have to do with you being? Do you know what a revolution is? Do you know what a revolution is, brother? You don't even. This shit gotta change. All this shit gotta change. It's called a revolution. Yeah. I'm revolutionary. Yeah. So you want to make everybody sick? Nah, that shit ain't real. Coronavirus is not real, bro. Come on, man. It's not? Y'all better get on with that bullshit. Y'all better get on with that bullshit. Y'all ain't fooling me with that coronavirus shit. Yeah, that's good example. Man, y'all better get on with that shit. Oh, I don't want to talk, bro. Okay. Give me a lawyer. I want a lawyer before y'all touch me. Okay. It doesn't work like that, bro. You can't. No.
James,
No.
I'm giving it to you cold, man, all right?
It doesn't work like that, bro. I'm not trying to hurt you.
I'm not trying to hurt you.
I'm not a threat. My hands are on my lip.
I know. But
my hands are just like this. Y'all see my hands?
James, I'm trying to.
My hand, no, I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping, bro. Y'all tripping. Y'all out here tripping. Y'all lost, bro. Y'all need to wake. Y'all, everybody's talking about they woke. Yeah, it's time to wake up. It's now.
So, man, why don't you just go ahead and let me give you the medication so we can go, man?
Y'all didn't medication when I was a kid. That shit didn't work.
Okay. So, James.
That shit did not work, bro.
But James, just like you don't want to put your hands on me, I don't want to put my hands on you. Okay? But the thing about it, man.
Well, we will tear this bitch up.
But dude, ain't nobody even trying to do that.
All right. Well, so I'm saying, don't touch me. Then.
But then.
If you don't want to tear this bitch up, don't touch me.
Well, James.
Do not touch me.
You're not cooperating with it.
Okay. I'm trying to be cooperative. I don't want to do that.
I know. But then the thing about it is that
it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Things need to change in this country.
There's no other option.
Things need to change in this country. These fake ass Dallas rappers, all you hoe ass niggas, that shit gotta change, bro. You niggas out here are selfish as hell, man. Y'all ain't giving out no food or nothing, bro. You niggas out here giving bikes. Y'all giving bikes. Nah, bro, don't touch me, bro. We will tear this bitch up, bro. I will tear this bitch up, bro. Shit, get away from me. Please, can I have my personal space?
Okay,
I want my space, bro. I'm gonna show y'all. I will show y'all, bro. I know what's right, bro.
Okay, James, please.
I will show y'all, bro.
I'm
not a hoe, bro.
Nothing, man.
I know what's right and what's wrong. It don't work like that, bro. It do not work like that, bro. Things need to change in this country, man. I would tell you, hey, man, y'all didn't come up to Parkland, bro. That's what need to happen, bro. Y'all worry about everything else, bro. Y'all need to come up to Parkland, bro. For real, man. The time is now, bro. Yeah, y'all bring guns, whatever y'all gotta bring, bro.
Man, why don't you just let them be
Yeah,
man? So we don't have to even go through all this stuff.
Yeah, nah, bro. It don't work like that, bro. Y'all gotta bring guns, all that shit, bro. Nah, I'm for real, bro. The time is now, bro. The time, y'all know me, bro. I'm real, bro. I'm not crazy, bro.
Come on, James.
Nah, man.
See, what I'm saying though is you can't force the mark on nobody.
Okay,
bro, you might die, bro.
Okay, well, you're not giving me.
Are you saying this is fake? I mean, I don't know. Is it?
I don't know neither. I don't know. You know, that's the thing. I don't know if it's fake or not.
Stage fear propaganda, mate. The guy sitting down, he's not worried at all, man. If he was worried that he was going to be injected with the vaccine and he didn't want it to happen, he'd be on his feet, mate. He wouldn't be sitting down.
Nah, I agree.
Surrounded by,
I agree.
Surrounded by people with.
No, Sam, what happened to it? What? Why ain't they still like showing it?
I'm telling you, bro. Get on me, bro. You don't work like that. I'm not crazy. You crazy, right, man? Leave me alone, bro. Yeah, you did. I'm not scared of nothing, bro. I'm not scared of that, bro. Please leave me the fuck alone, bro. You don't work like that, bro. Yeah, we can do it. Right here. Dre, come on.
If that was legit, if that was real, man, that dude would have hurt those dudes. He would have hurt those dudes.
What?
I don't believe it, man. This looks like another.
You think it's fake?
Fake shooting or something, man. Yeah, it stinks, man. Yeah. You know, whenever these mass shootings or terror attacks supposedly happen, the cameraman's always filming the ground and his feet and the sky. You never see what's going on. It's the same
Right?
thing.
Why? How the camera? Okay, the camera got knocked off in like the scuffle, but that don't make no sense. Yeah, I don't know.
He was like he looks really calm, man. Before the shit went down.
Right, he ain't standing up. I know if I'm getting ready to get a needle stuck in me, I'm fighting. I ain't talking about it. Especially if there's 5 guys in the fucking room with me. Right. Yeah,
That's not reality, man.
I don't think it's real neither. But you never know. You never know, man. You never know.
This person says comment.
When you sense danger, man. When you sense danger,
you know it. Right. You have a
stand up and
feeling.
you face the danger.
Right.
You don't turn away from it and sit down.
I'm trying to get the fuck out of that room, or I'm fighting you right then and there.
Right.
This person says Common Sense Show channel just verified this news. And it's true and did happen. He just did video on it verifying the truth. It did happen.
Who said that?
Angel Rivas says Common Sense Show channel.
So who's Common Sense Show channel?
I don't know. I guess we can look. Well, I don't know.
And like, how do we know that channel's real? I mean, not pushing fake news. You know what I mean?
Who's Jay Bossman? How'd you find him?
I found him from Russian Vids, but now Mad Pie knows him and said he's not a dude to believe.
Who said he's not a believe? Who said he's not?
Mad Pieman said that he wouldn't believe anything that he really pushes.
Yeah, this guy or Russian? There he is. He got.
Dave Hodges. Now he's an Alex Jones dude.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
yeah.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, we can't trust him then. But
I mean, he's not. He's like an Alex Jones. I mean, he pushes a lot. He shows a lot of truth.
He's
but
like,
he also lies too.
He looks like what's his name? The radio host.
Graduated Animal Farm. They suck you in and keep you there. You know what I mean? So
where's that echo coming from?
I don't hear echo.
I heard it. It may be me.
Might be me.
It stopped.
Am I echoing?
This is from an hour ago.
That Common Sense. He like he's along the lines with Alex Jones.
He's trying to sell food. He's trying to sell food for somebody.
Yeah. He does. He pushes a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he can kiss my butt.
Yeah, but this guy Jay Boss, he was on Russian Vids.
Okay.
That's where that's how I subscribed to him from Russian when he was on Russian Vids.
He was the part owner of 153 News.
It just got robbed. Supposedly, they got robbed. The server was stolen and.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, right.
He's down in Panama. He lives down in Panama.
Yeah.
Look at Paul Begley, Pastor Paul Begley. Breaking: Can we survive May 12th, 2020? He's always got a date.
I guess that's maybe May 12th is when they're going to do the blackout. Supposedly,
I used to watch him.
They're doing a blackout. Yeah, that's it. When I first got saved as a Christian, that's who I said my prayer with, Paul Begley. I mean, my wife got me there. You know, she got me to like kind of be a Christian. But when I said my prayer, I said it with Paul Begley.
Wow.
You know,
It's a
because
good
like
stepping
every
stone,
show,
man.
every show he asks, you know, who wants
It's
to be
always
saved,
fear,
blah
the
blah
worst,
blah.
terror, death, fear, death. Yeah. He's just promoting fear. That's all he does, mate.
Yeah, and he supports the Zionist Jews. Holy moly! Oh man, I'm about to check out a channel that's fixing to go live here in a minute, so that's just killing time for a minute here. But I don't
Who's that, Tommy?
Mike Morales.
Oh, okay, all right.
I think he just went live too. Hang on. Where is it? Oh, right here. Let's see. Yeah, waiting for him. We're waiting for him, I guess. President orders shoot if you defy lockdown. Weather warfare also. Huh.
President's orders to shoot if you defy that. Wow.
We're gonna check that out.
President's orders to shoot if you defy lockdown.
Possibly.
Huh?
To shoot all cats that scratch furniture.
What are you reading? Oh.
Woo!
Yeah, the sandwiches done.
Oh, me.
Did you feed Ricky?
Yeah, sorry. Fuck Mike Morales, too.
Why? What's up with him, brother?
Huh?
Can't be trusted, mate.
No.
He's another gatekeeper. Brian's exposed Mike Morales, mate.
He has?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, that's Brian.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the beginning of that.
Subscribe to him.
No, swear. Oh, okay.
Well, here we go. We'll just see what he's saying anyway.
I mean that headline is like fear porn, you know.
Oh, no doubt.
That's all it is. I know who he is. Sorry. Yeah. No, he's good. He's good on the geoengineering, and he's right into that, but yeah, he's pushing death and destruction. Sorry. I might have been thinking about someone else. I was watching him.
Oh wait, I think you're thinking about the Alex Jones dude that's named Mike.
He believes in climate change. He believes climate change is real. He doesn't believe that it's man-made. You know? I think. He knows. He talks about all the weather events and shit that are happening via the chemtrails. Yeah.
All right, guys.
I want to hear about this president's order.
Back to program.
Right.
See how full shit he is.
Oh, you would have seen that on Fox by now if that was real.
Takes a while to get all these platforms going. Everybody out there on Facebook, email, Periscope. Hello. We're still here. We're not dead yet. All right, guys. So we're going to jump right in. We'll check the weather out here.
What's that window shut?
Taking a quick look. I'm battling.
Do you want the window shut? I can.
Lose connection. Let's jump right in.
No, I got the candle.
Philippine president. Man, he ain't joking around. He said dead.
Oh.
The Philippine president, Rodrigo, orders police and military to kill civilians who defy the Cornholio lockdown. Look at the ad they got running in the background. In the Philippines, with 57 million residents of the country's main island are under strict lockdown orders to prevent the spread of the Cornholio. Despite that, many in the Manila slums took to the streets Wednesday to protest lack of supplies, arguing they had not received any food packs since the lockdown started 2 weeks ago. The local government refutes those claims and clashed with the protesters. ultimately arresting 20 people who refused to turn home. Now, this is going to start going on everywhere.
Yep.
Believe me, it's going to start going on everywhere. Later that night, the president took to the airways with a chilling warning for his citizens. Defy the lockdown orders again, and the police are dead. So he ain't messing around. Also got to come out. That was a CBLSD channel. Said, I'll send you to the grave. So he orders police and military to shoot the COVID-19 quarantine violators who cause trouble. And he also said, do you understand, dead? Instead of causing trouble, I'll send you to the grave. That's a madman running a country right there. They're all madmen. None of them are sane. They're all nuts. Every single one of them. Don't trust them. Supposedly, grounded planes amid the cornholio pandemic will cut aviation emissions in half. So instead of getting 2 blue skies a month, you might get, 4 or 5. We'll see. I know when I look on Flight 24, I don't see any planes grounded. In fact, it looks busier. So what they're saying, Australian carbon emissions from air travel could be cut in half due to the cornholio. A reduction of 13.2 megatons of CO2 in the air this year, according to the study released. Well, don't they know what else is coming out of the back of these planes? Yeah. I don't have that list of all the heavy metals that are in the JP8 on hand here.
Aluminum, barium, strontium.
Partial information
Mercury.
is all they give you. So we had a explosion over in God dang it, where was this? Manila, I think. At first they thought it was a gas explosion. We'll come to find out it was from an impact from meteors, not explosives. At least that's what they say. The explosion that rocked Akur Ondo State Capitol on Saturday was caused by a giant rock from space known as meteors. A team of experts have concluded. I'm not going to read this. This place has been hit by several meteors, though. That's pretty crazy. Or are they space junk coming out? Talking about space. Apparently, the U.S. Space Force.
Space is fake.
Tracking
Space
system
farce.
Officially.
Yeah, he believes in space, man.
The other day.
All right, we're done.
He believes we live on a spinning ball. He thinks we live on a spinning ball of water flying through space.
He's got 654 people watching now.
Bendy Wooder, huh? Bendy Wooder.
Yeah, that's what I got. I remember what happened now. I was in his one of his live streams. I was in the chat and I said space is fake, and I think I got my message got deleted.
Wow.
Like, we're not here to talk about that. This isn't a flat Earth channel. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a Bendy Wooder channel.
Now 666 watching him. See? 666 watching at Mike Morales.
666.
Wow.
Bingo. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding.
And 4.8 thousand people watching Paul Boogly. Hey, quit licking me. I don't need to be licked. Thank you. Rob Skiba is on live.
Yeah, he's on with Zane Garcia, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's his channel. All right. I know he does a thing with Zane Garcia about the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. It's where they left off.
Okay.
Yeah. 345 people watching that. Kat is on. Lawlessness today and Bible changes, Mandela effect. I don't know if Yeah, well, she came and left a message. I mean, a comment on my, on my channel, and then she watched one of my videos, and then she removed her comment.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it was a nice comment. Yeah, I've got a picture of it. It was a real nice comment, but then she removed it probably after she saw me do a bucket bong. Yeah, I don't think she does bucket bongs. I don't think Kat smokes weed, so I'm sure that pissed her off. And I was a moderator in her chat room, and I might still be. I don't know. She might have removed me from it. Who knows? But I've been a co-host on her show. Even.
Right.
Yeah, I've been on her show several times.
Well, she does what you does. She doesn't she. She puts the link in the chat and lets whoever join.
Right.
Well, she screens them first, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like I have literally co-hosted kind of a show with her, and she's left me in charge of the show and gone off and done something else or whatever. I mean, so
Right.
She definitely trusted me at one time, and now I'm probably a false prophet to her or something. I don't know, because
Right.
God forbid I medicate with something that comes from a plant, but I don't know. I don't have any ill feelings towards her. I mean, I'm glad she's doing what she's doing. We don't agree on every single Bible change. I mean, some of them, I remember being there, that she doesn't, that she thinks are changes and whatever, but the biggest one is 2 men in one bed was always in there for sure. It's
Right.
not a Mandela change that was in there, and it's not a homosexual thing neither. It's
Right.
a cultural thing. That those people they sleep and live in one room, in beds and stuff. It's the way they are.
Right.
Asian people, some Asian people do it too. So I mean, it's no big, it wasn't changed to sound like me.
What? And she said it wasn't in there.
She says that it's a change. It's a
Yeah, she says it's a Mandela effect.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Ripping rabbit holes on too.
What's he talking about?
Says truthful tales and stories. We can check that out real quick, I guess. Only 16 watching. If it's still
And
on.
this week, Sunday night, April 5th, 2020, we're going to tie it together as it makes its way through the rabbit hole into Wisconsin. And as that series continues, we're going to get closer and closer and closer to Ripon and what's hiding beneath. It's going to be a fun tale to tell and a truthful one at that. We'll be back to Truthful Tales this evening's show. A wonderful way to kick off the weekend, Thursday, April 2nd, 2020, in just a moment. But make sure you visit us over at Ripon Rabbit Hole. That's where Ripon Common Sense lives. We'd love to have you over there. We've got a section set up for groups, as well as latest news for both the local area of Ripon, as well as the state and the nation and the world. We've subletted items into food and dining and entertainment and exercise. So it's a really cool place to be. Also, the 24/7 chat lounge is available. Just click on Backstage 24/7. You can join in the conversation where it continues after the show. We'll be back on the very best of Common Sense Radio, Ripon Rabbit.
Okay. Yep. Well, folks, we might be wrapping it up here. Let me see what's going on. How long we've been on and everything. We're coming up on 6 hours.
Wow.
Wow. Yep. Well, what I don't do bucket bongs or any bongs, but still love you, Tommy. Thank you, Susie Q. Look, thank you for coming in so often. Is Brian and Karen still live? We might pop back in there for a minute and see what they're talking about now.
I don't know if they are. They probably are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, 409 watching. Nice.
Wow.
It's
Behavior,
growing.
right?
410
And
now.
you know,
Yeah, 414.
guys, I'm not preaching any of this. I just find it very interesting. And you know, I'm the kind of guy that likes to put the pieces of the puzzle together. And to me, you know, when you look at things like that, as far as evidence for a simulation theory, I think it's pretty compelling, you know?
What in the world?
Breaking news tonight, coronavirus cases surging to over 1 million worldwide, and the staggering toll.
What the hell happened?
I don't know.
I clicked on that thing down there. I clicked on a link and it took us away.
It's pretty compelling.
I was like,
you know?
what in the world?
It is interesting. It's in.
Just got to bear with me here. It's just internet traffic, I guess.
Interesting. Oh yeah, I used to watch a lot of Star Trek.
Wow. This is crazy.
You know, because he actually died, but before that, they had a chance to scan his brain and his neural cortex and all that stuff, and basically transfer that consciousness into a simulation, right? An android, you know, if you will, right? That has all of his characteristics. And I was thinking about that, and it's like, I started thinking about why would the elites want to do that? Because really, you may be able to mimic people's actions and their behavior and stuff and get all that down to a T by, you know, scanning their brain wave functions and all that stuff.
Bear with me.
You that talks like you, that walks like you, but it's not you, and you certainly are not your consciousness, the one you're experiencing right now, would not be going into that particular entity, right?
Right.
So I was just thinking about that, going, why they surely they realize that, right? Unless we're already going through that. And that would also, again, explain a whole lot of things, you know, and why they want us to keep coming back here all the time. It's crazy, man. This is something that we could really go off the deep end talking about this subject.
I know, but it's so fascinating. I actually like this stuff, but you know, that's sort of like what we've been talking about, how we don't think that memories are stored in our actual physical brain, right? That they're stored somewhere else. Like, if you want to refer to it as like the Akashic record or the ether or the cloud or whatever, right? You know, and sort of what I was reading last night, that gateway program thing, that was sort of touching on that, because it was talking about your consciousness and how the reality doesn't behave the way that we think it is, and that you can just, you know, you can manipulate your own consciousness to travel to different dimensions and interact with different entities.
Exactly. And you know what's interesting about that is I was a big fan of Robert Monroe. In fact, I belonged to the Monroe Institute. You know, they had a membership, and I belonged to it for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I've read all of Robert Monroe's books. I have the HemiSync discs around here. I practice HemiSync. And, you know, obviously, even at the time, I realized that there was something very much to that, you know, and that consciousness, the brain really is doing nothing other than acting as a transceiver to this greater, to this greater field, like an Akashic field, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been telling people, and I believe that our memory is actually stored. I call it a cloud of collective consciousness, and people, oh, well, Brian, people can get in car accidents and they have memory damage. Yeah, but they're bending the antenna.
Yeah, precisely. So what it is is you're right. Your brain is essentially it's resonant to a specific field, I guess, in the Akashic record or whatever it is that we're tapping into for consciousness. This also would explain, like extrasensory, precognition type of things. A lot of these experiments.
Telepathic communication, all that stuff.
Exactly. The brain, I mean, we are not machines, as far
I
as.
am not a robot.
We may be machines, to a certain extent, in that our brains actually function as a transducer, if you will, that is accessing a larger consciousness, a larger reality, right? But as far as, everything being self-contained in these little bodies, that's ridiculous. I have always thought that.
Not ridiculous. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's what they want you to believe, obviously.
Yeah. We are much more than what they want us to believe. And of course, all of this comes back to them being able to control you and your mind, because ultimately there is a law of free will. And, when you leave this place, that law of free will is still very much in play. And, I don't know if you guys have ever done any research into, people that have near-death experiences.
Yep, me.
When they die, and they either will go towards the light. They will
I didn't go that far.
I was going to say, did you ever see something like that, Tom?
Things like
I
that.
only saw myself
And,
for a second on the stretcher.
when you
Stay
start
away
You seen yourself on a stretcher?
Yeah.
it's really super.
Wow.
And this also happens, by the way, with people that get very, very adept at astral travel. Right? They can actually contact these beings that will kind of tell them things like this, that you are a free being, a free individual, and you do have free will, but there's always a deceit, trying to control you into putting your energy into other things. And I'm not saying that there aren't good entities and benevolent entities out there. There's good and there's bad. And I think most of that largely comes with the vibration that you emanate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if you are generally a kind, good person and stuff like that, that's the kind of things you're going to attract. If you're a complete shithead, like some people we know, that's the kind of things you can, and you can see that examples of that everywhere, right? One look at IPS and the Penguins will show you that, right?
I love it. He just says shithead. All three of us know, right? We don't have to say none. I can pop somebody head. It's a fucking penguin.
But anyway, so yeah, I mean, man, there's so much more to life than what they have led us. And that's why I really think people need to think deeply and think philosophically. And, honestly, get rid of the religious, nonsense.
Hey, for the people there, I think every single person in this chat has either been through Flat Earth, the Mandela effect, or both. And just knowing that, you guys should all know that a lot of shit goes back on the table. You know what I mean? Because shit's just totally not what we thought. Our reality and where we are in the whole thing, it's totally not what we thought.
Yep, exactly. Oh, hey, bloody truth. Hey, Rob, I just had Brian play your video that you posted today about the 5G and the birds dropping out of the sky. Bloody truth is he's the one that mirrored that video today.
Yeah.
But anyway, so somebody in the chat says, and this is an interesting question, or is it?
It's not an interesting question.
Where does right and wrong come from, Bob? By Albert A. asked this question. Well, Albert, this is something that I have had many discussions with a lot of people on, and there are some people, in the world, a lot of people in the world that think that right and wrong are truly absolutes and objective, right? I've never bought that. I've always kind of looked at right and wrong more along the lines of being something that is subjective, right? And the reason I say that, and I'm not saying that, I'm not on the same page with most people, that think that, harming little children is wrong, or, doing anything, to somebody that's against their will, stuff like that, I believe is wrong. But I think also that there are levels, to, the true to whether or not I just don't believe that there's anything that is absolutely objective. I'll just leave it at that. I think that ultimately truth.
Dualism, right?
Well, duality is duality is obviously the thought that, you know, where there's good, there's bad, there's up, there's down, there everything has its polar opposite and stuff like that. But, you know, and even truth and lies, is there an ultimate truth? Well, even truth is objective because there are several different levels of truth. You know, I'm sure you guys have heard people tell stories, you know, about, you know, whatever. They'll tell a story and there's several different things that are true on one level, but not true on another level. And then you can go on beyond that. So that's why I kind of, you know, side along with the idea that good and bad are more subjective than objective. Obviously, war would be something like that, right? You know, people would see, well, if we're the good guys, then obviously war is right because we kick ass and, you know, that imposes our will. And that's a really crude example. I have to say that, first of all. And that's probably not the greatest example in the world, but it's one of the most obvious examples, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, people will fight for what they think is right, but that doesn't necessarily make it right, right? So anyway.
And also on another level, it could be right to them because the information they were given was misleading. For instance, if American troops go bomb some other country, they're probably brainwashed into thinking they're right. They think we were attacked or something, so they are right. But in reality, they're wrong because the information they were given is bad. And they're actually wrong on a deep level, you know, because they're killing people, but they have no idea because they were misled.
Exactly. And, you know, and there may be certain reasons for, you know, for a lie to be told, right? I mean, it's just, everything is so complex and there's always, it always seems like there's another level of reality.
Yeah, you want to throw another level, another wrench in that. What if I say to you, Bob, C-3PO was always all gold, and you say, no, he's always had a silver leg. Who's right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, and that applies to everything, not just truth, not just, you know, what's true, what's false, what's good, what's bad, you know, what's loving, what's hateful. I mean, wow, you know, sometimes the most loving thing to do, you know, for somebody may appear to be really hateful, right? You know, somebody that's suffering, you know, putting a bullet in their head.
I had to put my dog down a few months ago because you would
exactly
doing harm.
It's just crazy. So, you know, and you know, one person that I had this huge argument about this with was Sasha. What the heck is her name?
Orphan Red. Sasha?
Orphan Red. Yeah, Orphan Red. Even though she's kind of dingy, she's actually smart sometimes. But yeah, we had a huge argument over that.
Yeah, I can't watch that show. I got totally lost trying to watch her a couple times.
Well, she got mixed in with Antonio, and that kind of really screwed her up, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was that. Whew. All right. I hate to wrap it up, guys, but I think my stomach and my yawning is becoming an issue.
All right, Tommy. Thanks,
I'm hungry and I'm just getting sleepy. But look, I might take a nap and get back on in the middle of the night. So I might be back in a couple hours or so. Who knows? But I definitely appreciate you guys hanging with me all this time and everybody that came in the chat and all.
Not a problem, Tommy.
Thanks for coming back, Rick, and everything.
Oh, good.
We'll keep
Thanks,
doing
Susie, Don.
Yep. Catch you later, Ned. You gonna go over to Brian's and Karen's or what?
Yeah, mate. I'm going over there. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
see
not
you
turning
over
on
there.
and listen too while I get something to eat. So I'll be over there too. I'll just be mainly listening.
All right. Cool.
But,
Yeah. If you come back on, just you know, if I'm up, I'll join you again. Definitely.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the flip side. Appreciate
Gotcha.
it.
Thanks,
man.
Take
care, everyone. Thank you. God bless everyone.